malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. Let's all be seated. Our chief guest is already here, and we are so excited, like it said, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, for those of you who are joining us, we are live on NTV. We are live on our YouTube page as well, that is as NTV. And we are live on across all our social media platforms at NTV Kenya. And like I said, this is the second day of Earthwise Summit. We are coming to you from the Nairobi National Park, KWS Clubhouse. For those of you, did you manage to go for the morning drive? No? Okay, all right, maybe next time. And like I said, we started a conversation yesterday, and the theme for Thursday was equity and innovation for climate action. And today, that is on Friday, we'll be focusing on resilience and nature-based solutions. And like I said, we'll have 3 panel discussions today. One is on harnessing nature, solutions for diversity, conservation, and climate resilience. We'll also have another panel on youth innovation, which I'm really, really excited about, as well as leadership. And we'll also have another panel that will be focusing on greening infrastructure, building sustainable systems for the future. So you look forward to those conversations. I believe that you've had your breakfast, you are good. Did you learn 1 or 2 things from one another? I'm just gonna ask that question. Any of you who learned anything from one another? I'm gonna tell you a very short story, all right? So one time I thought more or less like this, right? And when introducing the speakers, I said, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Mr. So-and-so. Mr. So-and-so came, to the podium and said, Winnie, thank you very much for that, but doing like this, like clapping, is noise pollution, okay? So I hope that you've learned a thing or 2 from the other person. So today, if I forget and say, please give a big round of applause, please don't do pa, 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 pa. That's noise pollution, okay? And if you clapped yesterday, you guys polluted the environment, all right? So today we'll try and we snap our fingers or we do like this, okay? So which one do you want to go for? Both. Do we? Oh, like this. Okay, that is less noisy, right? Okay, so we have a jam-packed program again. Today, my name is Winnie Lubembe, just in case maybe of you tune in right now. My name is Winnie Lubembe, happy to take you through today's program. And right about now, without wasting too much time, allow me to introduce our Chief Operating Officer. She's always very keen on that. Don't call her Chief Operations Officer. No, our Chief Operating Officer, Miss Monica Washeke Ndungu, to come over here and give us an opening remark as well as welcome our chief guest, that is CS Rebecca Miano. A big round of applause for her. You guys were not listening. Karibu, Monica.
At least I was winning. You saw me with my hands up. I was apparently now in. This is how we clap so that we don't noise pollute. But to your point, this morning, I learned something new from our chief guest. That at COP26, the apex planning body for COP26, she was the only African in that committee. Isn't that something to be happy about? Me, I'll demand noise pollution. Me, I'm like, you know what? There are things that we require to have. So this morning, that's what I learned about, and something new I learned this morning. And it's fantastic to see all of you. It's great to be in the background of the National Park today. And good morning and welcome to our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary, Tourism and Wildlife, Rebecca Miano, the Director General, Kenya Wildlife Service, Erastus Kanga, distinguished guest, fellow advocates and friends of the earth, and I dare add, friends of Earthwise. We gather today in the backdrop of beautiful Nairobi National Park on day 2 of the 2nd edition of the Earthwise Summit, a nation media group platform dedicated to amplifying and driving action on the pressing issue of climate change. As a media powerhouse, and we are not shy to say how big we are as a media group, we are proud to once again host you at this critical event. Africa is a continent deeply impacted by climate change and faces unique challenges that include rising temperatures, erratic rainfall patterns, and extreme weather events, which every day continue to exacerbate existing vulnerabilities and hindering development efforts, both of government and of the citizens. To address these challenges effectively, we need a media that fully participates in convening various actors and amplifying their voices. Our role, however, as Nation Media Group, and this is how we view ourselves, is not merely to disseminate information. We strive to be a catalyst for positive change, a force for good in our communities and the world, and we do this through providing platforms for diverse perspectives where we seek to foster dialogue, build consensus, and inspire action. By bringing together experts, policymakers, and activists, we aim to share knowledge, identify solutions, and mobilize support for some challenge that is quite existential in nature. And so today we are honored to have our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary of Tourism and Wildlife. And a lot of times my team will tell you, I throw in the fact that the docket that is this important is led by a woman. It is not lost to us how differently that perspective helps in running a ministry like hers. But another thing, and she has been a good friend of Nation Media Group, is that she brings a wealth of experience and insights into this conversation, and her expertise will undoubtedly contribute to our understanding of the challenges and opportunities presented by climate change. Let us embrace this opportunity to collectively address the urgent need for sustainable solutions, because together we can create a more resilient and equitable future for generations to come. As I end my welcoming remarks, which is the only job I have this morning, I end with a quote from a woman I greatly admire, a Kenyan heroine, who in 2004 put Kenya on the global map when she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for her contributions to sustainable development, democracy, and peace. Her work inspired and still continues to inspire millions of people around the world and continues to be a source of inspiration for environmental activists today. This quote I will give you next is from a homegrown sister of the soil of our country, renowned environmentalist Wangari Maathai, who once said, "We cannot ignore the fact that the earth is our home. We must protect it as our lives depended on it, because they do." Let me say that again. And remember, Wangari Maathai saw this long, long before we got involved in this fight, that we cannot ignore the fact that the earth is our home. We must protect it as if our lives depended on it, because they do. So welcome once again, and we look forward to a day rich of conversations that will make all of us Earthwise. Karibuni sana. No, I like noise. Thank you very much.
All right, so we just excuse our chief operating officer just for today. She said just today, allow her to make noise, all right? Thank you very much, Monica, for that. And right about now, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to ask you to be upstanding as we welcome our CS to give her keynote address on biodiversity conservation on the face of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to see if you learned. Give a big round of applause. Okay, we make those just for today.
Good, thank you. The Nation Media Group today led by Monica Ndungu, the organizers of the Earth Summit, the DG KWS and your team, fellow summit speakers, proponents and arbiters of a sustainable future, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I know you've been told not to make noise, but just good morning. I'm very excited to be here, still recovering from an experience I had yesterday where we commenced the translocation of 50 elephants from Ware National Reserve to the Aberdares just to manage and conserve our elephants. We are managing an overpopulation, managing human-wildlife conflict. It was so historic and spectacular. And as they continue with the process, I'm sure many of you will have a chance to participate, to touch an elephant like I did, so that you can feel how I felt. Having said that, in 10 years, as reported by the World Economic Forum Risk Report of 2023, the deadly interpenetration of biodiversity loss, pollution, diminishing natural resources, and climate change will make a devastating mix. The remaining 9 years since 2023 are not too long a period, a fact that makes that statement even more alarming. Whether we freely admit it or not, humanity is traversing a moment in history during which the ghosts of climate change loom large as they cast a long shadow over our ecosystems and the numerous species of life they play host to. Biodiversity is therefore evidently under siege, and the vagaries of climate change do not make things any rosier. Moving forward, unless a resolute roadmap with quantifiable and time-bound deliverables is developed and enforced, the nexus between biodiversity loss and the untold downsides of climate change portends foreseeable gloom from an increasingly vulnerable global population. From rising temperatures, changing precipitation patterns, rising water levels in our aquatic bodies, threat of outbreak of zoonotic diseases like we have seen, even to runaway destruction of habitats, the threat of an environmental catastrophe is more real than ever before. And the story goes on, and we know all very well what is happening. And it is in that regard that I truly thank and congratulate the Nation Media Group for taking the effort to make all of us Earthwise and to realize what we are facing. My remarks so far are painting a horrifying portrait of the future humanity and what we are facing collectively. Yet, it need not be so if we elect to turn the tide and look at the phantoms of degradation of biodiversity and the grim backlash of climate change in the eye, and that's what this summit is all about. On that positive note, then, allow me to flag just 5 of the possible solutions humanity can consider to reverse the ravages of our dwindling biodiversity and the flip-flops of climate change. I have deliberately left out a whole page of the negatives because we all fully understand them. Number one, we need to prioritize the conservation and restoration of natural habitats, which entails protecting forests, wetlands, grasslands, and marine ecosystems. Doing so will preserve biodiversity and enhance the ability to sequester carbon. Second, for biodiversity conservation to yield desired results, we need to establish protected areas to serve as sanctuaries for species threatened by extinction. Experts recommend that we protect at least 30% of our land and oceans by 2030, and I fully concur. Number three, we need to promote sustainable land use practices, deforestation, and viable agriculture leads to biodiversity loss and climate change. More sustainable practices, say agroforestry and organic farming, can conserve biodiversity. Fourth, we ought to invest in renewable energy and reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. Burning of fossil fuels is devastating to the climate. Therefore, clean energy sources are a soothing idea to climate change and biodiversity. Kenya has done very well, with over 93% of its energy generated being renewable and green, and with the government's target of having 100% renewable energy by 2030, places Kenya as one of the countries with the highest percentage of renewable energy. Number five, we need to strengthen international cooperation on biodiversity and climate change to global concerns. We need well-coordinated efforts by governments, businesses, and civil society organizations around the world to address them fully. Organizations like Kenya Wildlife Service and others, including Nation Media Group, have come out to play their part, and I commend them. Any action meant to counter biodiversity loss and challenges posed by climate change require community engagement, strong policy and advocacy plans, and relentless research and innovation. In the last couple of weeks, I have visited community conservancies. It is amazing what they are doing down there. We need to integrate communities in our conservation work, in their interaction with biodiversity, and they are a key player and partner in this journey. The confluence of biodiversity conservation and climate change requires a moral conviction that transcends borders, cultures, and generations. What we are doing today will matter from generation to generation and will make a mark in future. With worrying biodiversity loss and a temperamental climate regimen, our duty now is to reimagine our options, plan afresh, and set on a transformative journey for a more rewarding future. My ministry is determined to be on the forefront to play a strong role in biodiversity, in sustainability, and to make a mark. With those few remarks, I wish you a very successful summit, very enriching conservations, and extend to the Nation Media Group and all the conservationists my commitment, my cooperation in working with you. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and may you leave this place a lot Earthwise. Thank you.
All right, doesn't she deserve better than that? Come on. It's okay, yeah. Don't be too cautious about clapping. It is fine. Our CEO said, just for today. And then once we depart, we will do better. What a way to set the tone as far as the conversation today is concerned. And I'm pretty sure from the 5 solutions that our Madam CS has highlighted, I just want you to ask yourself a very simple question. Where are you at? What are you doing in your own individual way? Because I know majority of the times we are very, very quick to point ahead. What is the government doing? What is the ministry doing? What are the responsible institutions doing? But I want you to ask yourself, what exactly are you doing to contribute towards solutions? And I'm happy that Madam C has mentioned, I'm not going to delve deeper into the negatives because we all know the mess that we are in, all right? So the biggest question is, what are we doing to change the narrative? And I'm happy that we, as the Nation Media Group, like our CEO said, we are leading this the only media-led conversation as far as climate action and solution is concerned. And I'm just going to say across the region as well, all right? So ladies and gentlemen, right about now, without further ado, allow me to also introduce Mr. Kennedy Ododa, who's a coordinator, Adaptation Consortium, to set the scene on building resilience in African communities. All right, Mr. Ken, karibu sana. All right, big round of applause for him. All right, Mr. Ododa, just 1 second. Yes, just please have a seat over there. All right, let's welcome DG KWS to also come and say a word. Yes, and then, yes, we'll continue with the program. Karibu sana. Big round of applause to him.
Good morning, everybody. Our Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife, Madam Rebecca Miano. We have Monica Ndungu, our COO, and our guests. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to live together with the CS. The CS has set the bar quite high, and I just wanted to inform the CS that we truly welcome all the guests into Nairobi National Park, the only park in a city setting. And we should drum our support and our appreciation of this unique place simply because of the same message that is here. The clean air that you breathe in the city is courtesy of this park. The carbon sink that is in this park is why everybody wants to live around this town. It is part of our contribution to a better earth that is climate resilient. Madam CS, our pleasure is that we've partnered with the Nation Media Group for quite a number of times. And this 2024 Earth Summit, I think it's a third in a row, is a second in the role, and we are proud to host it here. Coming from where the CS has set it up, colleagues, just to inform you that many people don't know that Kenya Wildlife Service is a climate action institution. You'd ask me why. It's simply because the national parks and the national reserves for this country, they occupy 8.2% in terms of landmass. Then in addition, through the CS's office, we have worked so hard and established an additional 215 community and private conservancies, which are wildlife protected areas covering another 12% of this country. So basically, what we are saying is that 20% of this country, in terms of landmass, is reserved for wildlife and biodiversity conservation. Those are our climate action areas. We are proud for the CS for actually being given the mantle and the responsibility to lead the climate action in this country. Those 20% areas which are both land and sea and mountains, if you want to turn around climate issues in this country, you cannot ignore those areas. The number of community members that are dependent on those areas are actually huge. And I will give you a simple example as I exit. Look at the tea growing areas. If we destroy Aberdares and Mount Kenya and the Maus, our tea will never be the same again. We lead in tea production. The climate amelioration in those areas are what give our tea the quality that it is. Our CS has been leading KenGen for a long time, and she appreciates that. The 7 Forks dams that generate our hydropower, the source is Tana River. That river is actually supported by Aberdares and Mount Kenya. If we cut down those places, it means 70% of our power in this country is gone. Same again to Elsgate here. So the areas that we are holding are areas that are so important, that are all related to the aspect that we are talking about here. This city that we are in, the waters that we take in this city, they come from the Susumwa dams and the Dakaine dams, and all the tributaries are coming from Aberdares and Mount Kenya. If those species are not there, then it means this city would not be standing on its feet. 70% of our GDP would collapse because we would have no water, would have nothing to support this city. So that tells you when we say Kenya Wildlife Service is a climate action institution, it is practical, and we are happy that our CS is celebrated from all those COP summits, and now she is our team leader, she is our vision bearer, and when she was called in as the chief guest, we were all excited that she is our vision bearer. Can we applaud her for the good work that she's doing here? Once again, as you finish up your summit, I encourage you to take a drive. If vehicles are not available, we are going to provide a bus that will take people and a guide to tour this very unique place at your own time so that you see what Kenya is holding. When you take your pen and you do your writing in the newspapers, appreciate the unique places and species and the wildlife that this country is conserving for humanity. It's not just for Kenyans. It's for humanity until when Jesus comes, we want to find the lions, the rhinos in this place. When you close your eye and you get to your maker, you need to point back and say, ile mahali nimetoka, your creation nimewacha ikiwa iko sawa. Thriving wildlife forever. Asanteni sana.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Erastus Kanga, Director General, KWS, for that. And please take advantage of that. DJ amesema. Muende mkaone animals, all right? Okay, right about now, let's introduce Mr. Kennedy Ododa, Coordinator, Adaptation Consortium, to come and set the scene on building resilience in African communities. Big round of applause for him.
Good morning, colleagues, on climate change management risk aspects. My name is Kennedy Ododa, working for Adaptation Consortium as a consortium coordinator. Adaptation Consortium supports and works in partnership with state and non-state actors to enhance and support devolved climate finance actions and mechanisms in Kenya and across. So when we were called upon to speak and highlight insights on building resilience and management of climate risks at community levels, particularly in Africa, we focused and visualized that the best way to deliver this is through sharing lived experiences as part of the work that we've done for over a decade. Adaptation Consortium designed what we call County Climate Fund mechanism that supports creation of finance in terms of counties that can create and access finance and use that finance to support resilience building and reduce vulnerabilities across communities in a more coordinated way. So to speak on this, I thought I'll do a mix of sharing experiences in terms of videos and also highlighting the aspects of resilience building based on these lived experiences. So as you know, that climate risk management aspects basically involve adaptation strategies, early warning systems, and sustainability aspects. And that's the focus of the mechanism that I'll talk about. So without taking so much time, maybe I'll ask my colleagues to have the first video.
Kenya has put in place policies, legislations, and institutions to help address the effects of climate change. The creation of 47 counties in Kenya under the 2010 Constitution has also increased opportunities for the country to address climate change, tailoring action and investments that respond to local climate risks and livelihood strategies.
Kikusa hii mvua demu kidogo hapa, tunahama mpaka Wajia kutafuta maji. Alafu tunakaa karibu na Wajia, usiku tunalala njiani hivi, watu wanalala njiani. Alafu siku nyingine wanafika kunywa maji huko, siku nyingine wanalala njiani, siku tatu ndio wanafikisha kufika nyumbani.
In Wajir, an arid and semi-arid county in Kenya, pastoralism is the main livelihood for the people, and ensuring there is sufficient water for livestock is an important consideration for the county's economic development plans. However, despite the large investments in water service delivery by different actors, Wajir County residents continue to face problems of water scarcity, mainly due to poor planning of investments, poor governance, insufficient local involvement on investment, and corruption, among others.
Sisi zamani wakati alikuwa sisi naishi hapa, hakuna maji, hakuna kila kitu. Sasa serikali alafu sisi memambia sisi iko na taabu, alafu mkomiti imekuja hapa na taabu, alafu amejenga kisima. Sasa ile bata maji, alafu ile kinini kila manyata hakuna maji na hawa wanashota hapa. Sasa nataka kufirishi, alafu baadaye tena mimi nataka sisi nataka alafu tena furuta maji tangi kubwa huko ya kupeleka nini kwa manyata.
Wajir County was one of the first 5 counties to establish the County Climate Change Fund mechanism. The mechanism provides for a fund set aside by the county government to finance climate change projects that are prioritized by local people to strengthen their resilience to the effects of climate change, an objective that is consistent with the principles of devolution.
Climate change is a global issue which is affecting all over the world. Not forgetting that Wajir County is one of the counties that is experiencing high climate change issues. And as a county government, we came up with, in line with the National Climate Change Act, we were not also left behind. We came up with a Climate Change Act, 2016 June. It was passed by the Assembly. So now the county government set aside 2% of its development funds, which was equivalent to 80 million shillings, was kept aside for climate change projects.
Community members are directly involved right from the beginning, and they are the ones who decide the priority right from the village level. These priorities are then supported by their county government. Through the financial support of the government of Wajir, Sweden, and Kenya, and the UK aid, over 24 public good investments, mostly on water, directly benefiting communities and taking into account current and future climate risks, were prioritized.
Before this project, we actually had some problems. There were shortage of water. The trucks were not enough. Actually there were a lot of queues, and people were taking long hours to water their camels. The other uses of, the drinking water for homestead. But since this program, we have seen changes in the community, and actually we are appreciating, because now the time for queuing is short. And we are getting sufficient water, although not 100%.
One of those investments is the Mansa borehole that serves an estimated population of 5,700 people and 26,470 livestock, which has brought much relief to the community. 2 years ago, the story of anguish over water scarcity in Mansa was a common tale in every homestead.
Lakini kama maji kuna meenda Sarif tena 10 kilometers melete bunda na tena meenda mili yangu gari moja kama hii chafu, watoto chafu na mimi chafu, umekaa nyumbani. Sasa mzee ameomba hii lete pesa mzee kuna pesa. Sasa niki nimeshiba sana mimi na watu wote wameshiba. Sasa ni eko na biashara na ajili ya maji.
This new approach of involving communities in making decisions over the use of the fund ensures sustainability of the investments through formation of management committees, building their institutional capacities, and to govern water facilities.
Climate change, it is the community who are deciding. If they tell us they want a water kiosk, we have to do that water kiosk. If they say they require trough, we will do it. If they say piping, we will do it. It is them who know. But it is not we deciding for them in offices, seated in the offices and deciding for them. So it is a total difference. And that is how we are moving. In every now and then, we are coming up with a way whereby this water planning committee become development committees.
The success towards changing livelihoods for better.
Na mtazamaji, ni siku ambayo Rigathi Gachagua, naibu wa rais, anaitazama kwa jicho la ndani na pengine tu kuzama kwa tafakuri nzito. Wakenya wanasema wanaojua kuhusu mashtaka 11 ambayo anamkabili baada ya bunge kuidhinisha hoja ya kumbandua uongozini kwa uvunjivu wa katiba miongoni mwa masuala mengine. Na kwa ufupi, safari ya Gachagua kuelekea nyumbani imeanza rasmi. Ataumaliza vipi mwendo huu? Na katika baadhi ya sehemu ya mlimani, wabunge wanamtetea kuwa mtu wao. Wengine wanasema Gachagua na Ruto ni gora moja, hivyo wanatakiwa kuacha ngazi. Inakuwaje mtazamaji? Karibu, tutakuwa tunaungana na maripota wetu mahiri ambao wako nyanjani kuonja hoja za moja kwa moja kutoka kwa vinywa mashinani. Mie siku zote niite Frida Mwaka, nitaitika na tutatembea pamoja katika safari hii ili kunyoosha tu na kupanuka kwa wigo wa demokrasia wa Kenya. Na mtazamaji, moja kwa moja, ikiwa ndio siku kuu hii leo, nataka sasa tuungane na mwanahabari wetu Judy Cherono ambaye amekita kambi Kisumu, atujuze mengi tu kuhusiana na swala hili zima ambalo linatokea hii leo. Judith, wana Kisumu wanasemaje kuhusiana na swala hili?
Asante sana mwenzangu Frida, na kujia toka Tomboya Labour College hapa mjini Kisumu, ambapo wananchi ama wakazi wa kaunti hii ya Kisumu wamejitokeza kwa wingi ili kufanya mswada wa leo, wazee kwa vijana na kina mama nimeona pia hapa. Na sasa nimeona kuwa walikuwa kwenye foleni wakipewa zile fomu za kuzifill ama za kuandika na kutia sahihi kuhusu mswada wa leo. Na bila kupoteza wakati, naomba nijiunge na wakazi hapa ili waweze kutupatia maoni yao. Naomba mzee, karibu. Asante sana kwa kujiunga na runinga ya NTV. Naomba ujitambulishe kwa majina kamili kisha utupatie maoni yako ya siku ya leo.
Asante sana. Kwa majina kamili ni Charles Otieno Kelo, mkaaji wa hapa Kisumu, Tandogo ya Nyalenda. Nimekuja hapa kwa kongamano ya Tomboya Labour College kutoa maoni yangu kuhusu hisa ya hii Rigathi Gachagua. Mimi kwa maoni yangu nasema ya kwamba Rigathi Gachagua hisa yake sio muhimu sana kwa saizi. Kuna vitu vingine ambazo zilikuwa zifanyike na hazifanyiki vizuri. Maneno ya health sio vizuri, maneno ya education hayaendelee vizuri, pesa yenye inakuja kwa akaunti hazifiki vizuri. Na kwa sababu ya haya mimi naona kwamba serikali wamewacha maneno mkubwa kufanya kwa wananchi wa Kenya na wamekujia kwa personality. Mimi kwa maoni yangu nimekataa hii maneno ya kutoa kwa Gachagua, lakini nasema ya kwamba serikali ifanye kazi yenye inahusu wananchi. Kazi yenye inahusu wananchi ni kuweka maneno ya healthcare vizuri sana ileweke. Sasa hivi wazee hawapati matibabu vizuri. Hii maneno ya kuingia kwa pesa ya kaunti hazifiki vizuri, na kwa hiyo mimi naona kwamba kuna vitu vingi kubwa sana ingefaa ifanyike kuliko hii maneno ya Gachagua. Hii Gachagua is not a priority. It's not this is a personal problem ya wananchi huko. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema nimekataa, na naomba kwa kunyenyekea kwamba wafanye wabunge wafanye kazi yenye tuliwachagua huko bungeni, sio maneno hapa ndogo ndogo. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Pia jongea ili kutupatia maoni yako.
Asante.
Kwa majina kamili.
Asante sana NTV. Kwa majina naitwa Elisha Juma, mkazi wa Kisumu hapa, nafanya biashara hapa Kisumu. Mimi kwa maoni yangu ni kwamba hii serikali sisi tulitarajia kwamba watafanya kazi na iweze kusaidia wananchi, maisha yetu yakaweze kubadilika. Lakini saa hizi tukiangalia biashara haziendi. Hata rais anashinda akisema bei ya bidhaa imeshuka, lakini hata kama bei ya bidhaa imeshuka, but wananchi hawana pesa. Kila mtu akiamka asubuhi akirudi jioni hajapata pesa yote. Sasa wameacha kufocus kwa maneno ya uchumi, wameanza maneno ya impeachment ya deputy president. Na mimi kwa upande wangu naona ya kwamba shida ambayo tuko nayo kubwa sana, yenye Mungu angetusaidia hata ikuwe solve. Shida yetu kubwa inaanza na president, kwa sababu yenye nafanya niseme hivyo ni kwamba president wakati alikuwa anafanya na former president yeye akiwa deputy, alilaumu ya kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta ni mbaya. Imefika kwa Gachagua, inamaanisha Gachagua tena ni mbaya. Hiyo kwa upande wangu mimi naelewa kwamba hata kama mwanaume ukioa bibi wa kwanza aende, wewe bibi wa pili aende, mwanaume ndiye yako na shida. Shida sio bibi. Kwa hivyo president aache kupretend ya kwamba makosa ya sahi ni Gachagua peke yake. Gachagua ana makosa, Ruto ana makosa. Kama ni kuimpeach wa impeach wote. Na kama hawaimpeach wote, waache waendelee, na hao wajue ya kwamba ile maandamano tulifanya mpaka tarehe 25 mwezi wa 6 ilikuwa tu warning. Na sasa ni kama wananchi tumemeza tu Panadol, hatujapona, tulipewa tu painkiller. Wakati ugonjwa itazidi na turudi tena kwa street, it will not be as usual kama kawaida. Kwa hivyo sisi tunaomba ya kwamba impeachment ya Gachagua ifanywe pamoja na ya Ruto. Na kama haiwezi fanywa na ya Ruto, waachane nayo na hawa focus wa deliver kile kitu ambacho wametuahidi. Asante sana.
Asante. Na tukienda tu kumalizia, naomba nizungumze na kijana moja barubaru hapa.
Kwa majina naitwa Clinton Ochieng, mzaliwa hapa Kisumu Central, na pia kura Kisumu Central. Mimi maoni yangu ilikuwa ya kwamba tulipofanya uchaguzi tulimchagua Ruto na Gachagua. Sasa nilikuwa naomba kama wanatoka watoke wote. Sababu sasa hizi wanatudanganya hapa Gachagua aende. Sasa kishaenda, saa hizi vijana hawana kazi. Watafute vile ambavyo tunapata kazi sisi kama vijana tufanye. Hospitali sasa hazina madawa. County hazijapata pesa. Sasa nafaa wa focus kwa hizo vitu. Waache siasa. Sasa hii sisa ya siasa. Yeah.
Asante. Na sasa pia.
Asante sana Citizen kwa majina.
This is NTV.
Oh, sorry, NTV. Kwa majina naitwa Linus Uchingo Juang. Mimi ni mkazi wa hapa Kisumu from Semi constituency. Nilikuja kutoa maoni yangu kuhusu hii mswada ya kutoa Rigathi Gachagua mamlakani. Nasema hivi, serikali should focus on things kitu inasaidia wananchi, not focusing on things which are not helping common citizen. Kwa sahi hata ukienda sahi pale general hospitals, unapata kuna wagonjwa wengi wanalia. Unapata sahi linda mama haifanyi kazi, NHIF haifanyi kazi. Na watu wengi, kuna wagonjwa wengi kwa hospitali ambao bili zao zinazidi kuongezeka na hizo vitu zao za kama linda mama na NHIF hazifanyi kazi. So unapanda serikali inafanya siasa kwa vitu zenye haisaidii wananchi. Kwa sababu utangoa watu waingie kwenye hii serikali, hakuna kitu yao moja imefanya hata inaweza pea mwananchi yote hata tabasamu. No any citizen is happy with this our government. So we are saying that Ruto and Gachagua, they should pack and leave us alone, or else we are soon going on the street for the demonstration. Thank you.
Asante sana. Hayo tu ni baadhi ya maoni kutoka hapa Kisumu. Tutarudi tena kwa taarifa zaidi hapo saa 7 wakati wa news za saa 7 hapo alasiri ya leo. Asante sana. Kwako Frida.
Asante sana mwanahabari wetu huyo George Terono akitujuza mengi tu mtazamaji kutoka kaunti hiyo ya Kisumu. Na kama umesikia hapo kutoka kwa wananchi wengi wanatoa maoni yao na kugusia kwamba hawa ni watu wawili.
Particularly the modern way of like climate information. There's also the traditional way of forecasting. So these groups ensures that there is organization of community members so that they analyze the climate risks and also support and monitor investments. What also worked well is that these groups, when the communities are given the power to select their leaders, then there is a voice that strengthens the bottom-up approach in terms of inclusivity and also involvement in decision-making, particularly on issues of climate risk management. So I'll also speak a little bit of adaptive strategies. What really works at the community level? So at the community level, basically it's community-based strategies. It's context-based. Like we've seen in Wajir, the focus was on water investments. In some cases, in some communities, like what we've seen, there are others who even worked on a radio station. I think it's in Garbatula, just so that they can get continuous climate information to know when they can move as the area is predominantly pastoralist. Also, there is an area also in Kina, also I think in Isiolo, they've worked on equipping a livestock disease laboratory so that they protect their livelihood. So maybe I'll ask the team also to play the second video so that I proceed with the talks. Yes.
Until 2 years ago, it was called the Rock of Misfortune, the giant rock at Masua village in Makueni County, which has domineeringly stood here since time immemorial. aptly named the Kwangiti in the local language, meaning the place of dogs, a despised animal in the community, this rock has been known to meet massive destruction during the rainy season as hundreds of liters of water flow down the huge stone.
Those who are on the downslopes, they would get embarrassed by water, washing away their shambas, causing an intensive erosion, causing a lot of havoc, even deepening the gullies originating on the same hills. So they would just look like the stones, the rocks, the bare rocks, were an hazard to them.
Through funding from the county government of Makueni, Embassy of Sweden in Nairobi and the UK Aid, the local community supported by the Anglican Development Services Eastern changed the negative narrative of a bare rock to one that is transforming lives through the harvesting of rainwater and storing in large tanks.
So we decided in this rocky catchment, in this rocky landscape, we would build a wall embankment around it. And that, because it's, massive rock with absolutely nothing, just rock. So we built the embankment cutting across halfway there, the rocky landscape. And so we decided if this wall can hold water when it rains, because there's so much that we can harvest. The rains come very short-lived, but heavy in quantity.
I want someone to come to the blackboard and write for me 27.
Today, children spend quality time in school. Farming and businesses are thriving, and the landscape is changing through tree planting campaigns, all supported by the availability of water.
The Masua Rock helped these people here. We used to have to travel, we used to send the kids from here to the Muoni River, which is the nearest water point there. It is around 5.6 kilometers from here. And then we used to have duties for children from class 4 to class 8. Each class, we used to send them that 5 kilometers to fetch water, 5 kilometers back. That is 10 kilometers for a child to come with 5 liters jerrycan. So what we did, when they brought the water here, they gave us the first priority of the school. Then the next was the community. And then, because the water now was enough, the population rose from 100 pupils in the school to 150 in 2017.
Masua Rock Catchment is one of the 15 CCCF projects in Makueni that has helped people adapt to climate change through sustainable rainwater harvesting, hence reducing water conflicts and long-distance trekking in search of water.
Kuna familia ya watu 4 na tulikuwa tunaendea maji mbali huko karibu kilomita 5 hivi. Sasa tunafurahia kwa hii mradi kuingia hapa karibu na kwetu.
Although communities are deriving a lot of benefits from the CCCF mechanism, there is need to come up with policies to guide the management of the various investments, highlight rules and responsibility in the management of the investments, and also identify ways of raising funds for the day-to-day repairs and maintenance of the investments.
Hii maji iko na faida kwa sababu nilikuwa natoa maji huko kwa mlima. Saa hii natoa hapa napeleka nyumbani. Haya, hii maji huwa tunalipisha mitungi 3 shilingi 10. Hizo pesa huwa inatusaidia kwa kununua water guard, repair pipes na vitu vingine hapa.
Makueni County government was one of the first 5 counties to establish the County Climate Change Fund mechanism to finance climate change projects that are prioritized by local communities and informed by climate information.
The community, they begin by telling us what they want, and then they are, of course, they're trained and they bring in proposals. The proposals are reviewed in the midway, and then they tend to advise the board concerned with climate change, because we set a fund of 1% of our development budget so that it could handle this project. So it kind of came from the ground upwards.
The uniqueness of the County Climate Change Fund mechanism involves extensive consultation through the ward climate change planning committees so that community members decide on the sustainable project to meet their specific needs.
Tukaenda tukafanya mawasiliano na community, tukaona there are challenges, tuka-identify na tukawaita kwa pamoja, tukafanya public participation, tukawa-interrogate, tukaona ni hipi tungeliweza kufanya wapate faida na msaada pia. Ndipo tukaja tukaona katika eneo hili la Masue kuna changamoto za kupata maji ya kunywa, maji ya kutumika katika maboma za wananchi.
In passing of County Climate Change Fund legislation, counties can access climate finance from their own budget by setting aside a percentage as well as from national and international climate finance to build their resilience to a changing climate.
As I summarize and close, because I'm reminded that the 30 minutes is almost done, as you leave this place, ensure that you note these 8 critical areas. For resilience programming, it's imperative to ensure that the 8 principles of locally led adaptation are part. The first principle is devolving decisions at local level that is appropriate. Ensure that decisions are involved and communities are involved to decide what strategies, what works for them in terms of investments. Also, ensure that we address the structural inequalities faced by communities, particularly the vulnerable groups, including women, children, youth, because the effects of climate change on them, it's more based on the roles they play in the society. Also, ensure that there are systems that coordinates the flow of financing to support the continuous resilience building capacities. Also ensure that there is a system that supports building of climate risk and uncertainty at the local level so that communities can be able to analyze their own climate risks and prioritize the investments and what they need to do to be adaptive. Also ensure that there are systems that enable learning and reflection from the actions that have been done in the past. And then aspects of transparency and accountability is paramount to ensure that communities continuously are involved in the processes. And also there's need to create frameworks and platforms for collaborative action and investments. I think I'll leave it at that point. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, better. Okay, I can see our CEO doing like this. Let's do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy, for that. Indeed, we cannot underscore the importance of involving the communities because they have the solutions that they need. They know what exactly affects them. So it's important to really involve them, and especially when we are talking about solutions. Thank you very much for that. What a way to set the tone as far as the conversation are today, like we said, on Earthwise Summit 2024. This is the second and the last day. And we have 3 panel discussions coming your way. The first one, I can see Smriti getting ready for her panel discussion. And she will be focusing on harnessing nature, solutions for biodiversity conservation and climate resilience. And the topic that she's going to address is protecting biodiversity hotspots, strategies for sustainable conservation. And if you have watched NTV Wild Talk, you would really understand why this topic is so dear and near to her heart. So Smriti is getting ready for her panel discussion. And remember, like I said, we are live on NTV. We are live across all our social media platforms, and that is on X, on Facebook, on our website as well, on YouTube as well. So what I'm going to ask us is take loads and loads of pictures. We're actually live on our YouTube channel, and that is at NTV and the website and across all our socials, all right? So let's take loads of pictures as Smriti gets ready. Can we just do that now? One second, 1 minute. Just take a picture, post it on X, on Facebook, whatever it is that you want to post, and tag us, and that is at NTV Kenya. Remember, the hashtag to use is Earthwise Summit 2024. So I'm just going to give us a minute of that. I can see only a number of you doing that. Please, anything, take a photo, take some videos. Yes, that's really good. I like that. Tag us at NTV Kenya. Remember, the hashtag to use is Earthwise Summit 2024. And we will repost if you have a question, and especially for those ones who are watching us on YouTube and across our socials. If you have a question, feel free to also drop them on our social media handles, and that is at NTV Kenya. We will repost them, and we will actually send it to the person that you want to answer your question. So without further ado, Smriti, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Winnie. Good morning, everybody. I will begin this session by asking for a show of hands. How many of you have heard of NTV Wild Talk, other than this morning, perhaps? Please raise your hands high up. Okay, not bad. Now, there's a difference between having heard of it and having watched it. So now, please be honest and tell me how many of you have had the opportunity to watch the fantastic show that is NTV Wild Talk. Okay, so not so bad. Thank you. I'm starting because I am, in this capacity, the host and co-producer of this show. It is a primetime show, and I am taking this opportunity of having a microphone and being on national TV to just give you a little bit more insight into this show, because it is about wildlife and conservation and the efforts being made to conserve and protect what we have. But we are doing that because our wildlife is facing numerous challenges. We are partners with the Kenya Wildlife Service, who give us access to incredible stories and situations. And we are very privileged to be able to go out on the ground and to witness firsthand what is happening to our marine life and our terrestrial wildlife. I would encourage you, if you haven't, please log on to our website, ntvkenya.co.ke, and search for NTV Wild Talk and watch some of our episodes, which will really help you understand the importance of wildlife and why it matters so much and why we must protect it. So based on that, I am firstly extremely excited that this conversation is happening during this summit, because whilst Earthwise focuses a lot about the environment and nature, wildlife plays a key role. We are all interconnected. When we talk about climate change, of course, climate change affects landscapes, farmers, people, but it really does have a huge, devastating impact on wildlife and marine life as well. So what we'll explore this morning is the impact of climate change on biodiversity, but also the solutions and what is being done and what more needs to be done to address this issue. So I will begin now by introducing my great and diverse panel. As I introduce you, please make your way up to the stage. I'll begin with Yvonne Muya. She is the program coordinator of an organization called Reefolution, based at the coast. Yvonne is a marine conservation leader with over half a decade of experience in the co-management of marine resources along Kenyan coastlines. Yvonne leads marine conservation projects and implements environmental and social management systems and develops community-based and multi-sectoral partnerships. So welcome, Yvonne. We also have Henry Gandhi. He is a research associate from the Africa Conservation Center. He's also a research associate at the Institute for Climate Change and Adaptation. His current research projects include co-developing a policy-focused multidimensional biodiversity index that seeks to measure spatial and temporal changes in the state of biodiversity and its contribution to people. And Henry also chairs the Biodiversity and Climate Science Policy Practice Program for Africa. Next up, we have Susan Jepkemoi. She is the CEO of the Baringo County Conservancies Association. Susan has grown the Conservancy model as a nature-based solution for biodiversity, tourism development, sustainable livelihoods, and climate resilience in Baringo. Susan is an environmental, social, and governance expert accredited by the National Environment Management Authority back in 2008. Nancy Githaiga, she is the country director of the Africa Wildlife Foundation. Nancy is an environmental advocate, a scientist, and a natural resource governance and management expert. Her experience spans 15 years in the development and conservation sectors, and Nancy is inspired by working with communities who are custodians of our natural resources. And last but not least, Professor Charles Musyoki. He is the Director of Wildlife and Community Services at the Kenya Wildlife Service. He is a trained conservation scientist and manager with over 30 years of service with KWS. His experience cuts across leadership, administration, management, coordination of programs, research, ecological monitoring, single species strategic planning, also management and formulation, and the social human dimension of conservation. So let's have a round of applause and encouragement for my wonderful panel. Karibu to you all. Welcome. Now, the topic of conversation for this panel is harnessing nature. Solutions for biodiversity conservation and climate resilience, protecting biodiversity hotspots, and strategies for sustainable conservation. I would like to set the scene to first understand the why. Why is this so important? Why is this topic critical when we think about climate change and how to fix our problems? Nancy, I'll begin with you. From the perspective of AWF, that is an NGO that advocates for the protection of wildlife and one that works to do so as well through public policy and partnerships and actually working on the ground. Explain from that perspective why in the first place we need to protect our wildlife. Why does it matter? And I ask this question because there are a lot of people out there who are very disconnected. You might live on the outskirts of the Masai Mara, but you've never actually had the opportunity to go in and see a lion. You might live by the beach, but you've never had the opportunity to snorkel and have a look at this incredible marine wildlife, yet it impacts our lives. So let's begin with why our wildlife matters. Oh, can we get a microphone, perhaps? Oh, I think it's beside you. Is it beside you?
Is it on?
Yes.
Thank you, and a very good morning. Thank you, Smriti. I think that is a question we are always asking ourselves. Why? Why does it even matter? and I'm sure there are quite a number of believers in this room, whether you are Muslim or Christian, and a number of us, even in this country where we say we are 80 or 90% religious, still think it doesn't matter. Maybe we should go and read the book of Genesis chapter 2, where the first duty of man was to tend the earth, to take care of it. So if you have no other business, but you hope one day to find yourself in that place we say Binguni Nimbali, I think you just have to mind about this. However, and I think I want to borrow from what the DG of KWS said, even where we are seated today, even if we had no wildlife in this park, it would still be important if we are to breathe and if we are to have clean water. It would still matter. So it's not about the wildlife itself. It is the services that come from that wildlife. And we cannot survive without that. I often say, you know, we look at conservation and that whole conservation business as what we do when you have sorted out all your other basic needs. And we forget that that is actually the basic need. Dead people don't need jobs. Dead people don't need housing. Dead people don't need to vote. We need to be alive. And we were just thinking, even as we were looking, you know, at the videos that were shared, just something that all of us identify with, the water resources. So we may say we are not concerned about that. And I did the calculation, as they said, there's a woman who has said they pay 10 shillings for a 20 jerrycan of water. That comes to 500 shillings for a cubic meter of water, for which many of us in this city pay 120 shillings and 200 shillings. So that village woman pays 500 shillings. Poverty is actually expensive. And I don't think there's anything as poor as being water poor. So not only don't you have the water, so the issue of the natural resources, where they sit, the wildlife, the flora, the fauna, that whole combination. It's not whether we want to take care of it, is whether we want to survive. And therefore, at AWF, what we look at is, it's not, do we conserve or do we develop? It is not a dichotomy. We must conserve if we must develop. So we have no choice. So if we need to develop, if we need ecological infrastructure, if we need, for those of us in this city again and many other cities where we use borehole water, for that water to be recharged, we need these open spaces. So we can't say we shall provide water and not be thinking about the spaces where that water is. So it is not whether, it is we must. And therefore we have no choice. And even if you don't like conservationists, because they are tree huggers, as they are called, it is about us, it's about the clean air, it's about the clean water, it's the ecosystem services provided. And if you forget the why, forget the elephant and the rhino, which we like very much. I think our logo is the elephant, and I'm sure Charles likes the elephants very much. Forget the elephant, forget the rhino, but you need water and you need clean air. And these animals are where these services are being found. So that is the why.
Nancy, I'm going to ask you to delve in a little bit deeper and create that connection, because there might be some people here or some people watching who still don't understand how is the protection of those resources impacting my life. You know, take us through that, that link between the wildlife, the bigger picture, and how ultimately we all need each other to survive and thrive.
Yeah, thank you again. And I don't want to talk about the elephant. I'll talk about the bee, because we're always thinking the big ones. Unless we have a way of pollinating the crops the food that we are growing, if the scientists have found a way of pollinating that, which I haven't found yet, we still need those pollinators. It's the bee, it is the butterfly, and it is those that thrive when the biodiversity has been taken care of. When we pollute from pollutions, when we pollute from pesticides, when we pollute from herbicides, what we are actually doing is killing the pollinators that give us the food that we eat. So it's about your food. It's not about the rhino and how beautiful it is. It's actually about the food that we eat. And again, I say, the moment the scientists, I am one, help us to drink sand. You know, when we start we move from drinking water and innovate something else to drink, then we can stop caring about those small things that we care about. So it's the food, it is the water that we drink, it is the air that we have. And I think, you know, this beautiful piece of the park where we are today, being that carbon sink for Nairobi, as I've said, even if all the lions disappeared, we would still need to have this as an open park. So it matters for you, and it is not what we do once we have sorted out the other issues. It is what you wake up to do every day. Yeah.
Thank you, Nancy. Now, of course, we are all responsible for conserving, but the KWS is the government agency that is responsible for all wildlife. And when we talk about wildlife, as Nancy has said, we are not just talking about the leopards and the cheetahs, but we're talking about the insects as well, the butterflies and the bees and even the caterpillars. So, Charles, climate change is undoubtedly having a devastating impact on our wildlife countrywide. I'd like you to paint a picture of the reality on the ground. What is it that we're seeing at the moment?
All right, thank you very much, Smilty. First, I want to begin by saying a very big thank you to the Nation Media Group for organizing this Earthwise Summit 2024. Secondly, for having Nairobi National Park as the venue for this summit, and thirdly, for inviting us to speak at this very important summit. Our wildlife protected areas have not been spared the effects of climate change. We have noticed over the years that our climate, our weather patterns have changed in a very dramatic and significant way. We are seeing very prolonged dry seasons. We are seeing very prolonged wet seasons. We've seen in many of our protected areas, rivers that were initially permanent becoming seasonal, flowing for a short period, and then stopping flowing completely. We've also seen a situation in our parks where water availability for the wildlife has also become quite limited compared to periods in the past when water was available practically throughout the year. We've also seen a situation where food availability for wildlife has also become very, very scanty, very scarce, again because of the effects of climate change. And this has come about with certain unfortunate incidents. We've had quite a bit of mortalities, wildlife mortalities, because one of either the very, very prolonged droughts that then lead to a shortage of food, or a shortage of water, and this then results in some wild animals succumbing as a result of poor nutrition and then diseases that come in to kill them opportunistically. We have also seen during the very, very extreme wet seasons, wild animals that have also drowned, either in the rivers or in the water ponds, in the dams and so on, again resulting in quite a bit of wildlife mortality. So, Smilty, the effects of climate change have been quite severe for us in the wildlife sector, and we have been monitoring this situation to really see what it is that can be done to try and mitigate or adapt to this without having as big effects as this is having. We've had to actually, in some instances, to supplement the animals with food.
And that was right here in the Nairobi National Park, wasn't it? Something that the KWS never does. You never interfere with the natural cycle. But during a recent drought, you had to. Explain.
Absolutely. Just to give the animals a chance to cross over to the next good season. We did it here in Nairobi National Park, and we also did it in Tsavo, particularly for the hippos in the Mzima Springs area. So again, that's to just try and help the animals because we know a good season is going to come. So we try and make sure that they survive to reach the next good season. So these are interventions that we have had to do. We've also been very active in sinking boreholes, creating additional watering areas for these animals within the protected areas, so that we can then assure them of a year-round supply of water despite the effects of climate change. So indeed, it's tough on the animals. It's even more difficult in our parks that are in the savanna areas. The savanna are the more dry areas of the country. Parks like Nairobi is in the savanna, Savo is in the savannas, and so those tend to be the most affected by the effects of climate change. The parks that in the mountainous areas like the Aberdare, Mount Kenya, Mount Elgon, seem to be a bit resilient in the way in which they are able then to survive the effects of climate change. Not that they are not affected, they are affected. Mount Kenya, for instance, we have been monitoring one particular glacier for the last 30 years, and we have seen a continuous shrinkage of that glacier over the years at a speed of, I think, 2 meters per year, 2 centimeters per year, which is quite significant when it comes to glaciers. So we are indeed concerned, and it's something that should concern every Kenyan, that the effects of climate change are really having a huge effect on the wildlife resource, as it were.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So the reality is that as a result of climate change, we are losing wildlife. Now, with the lack of food sources in certain areas and with habitat loss as a result of climate change, what is the knock-on effect on the connection between humans and wildlife? Wildlife is now roaming out of protected areas in search of food. And this, no doubt, is creating conflict between humans and wildlife. Just take us through that briefly.
All right, thanks a lot. Of course, it happens either way. When we have extreme dry conditions, the animals do leave the parks in search of pastures and in search of water. And in the course of doing so, then they encounter human settlements, human activities, and then what ensues is a very severe conflict between the needs of people and the needs of the wildlife. It also happens during the wet seasons, especially when we have very extreme wet seasons. We also see a movement of animals outside of the parks into settled areas, and this also results in human wildlife conflict. So indeed, we've seen climate change then is actually a factor when it comes to the conflict between people and wildlife. And this has then made us really rethink our whole strategy and approach to dealing with human-wildlife conflict, because we've got then to be very, very alert during the extreme dry seasons and the very extreme wet seasons, because that's when we expect these animals are going to be moving out of the parks. One of the strategies that we put in place, first of all, is to fence quite a number of our parks. It may not be the best option for ecology, like Nancy has explained, but for purposes of protecting people and their property, we have gotten into a very aggressive program of fencing many of our protected areas so that we are then able to contain the animals within these protected areas and ensure that there is coexistence between people and these animals. In fact, the longest electric fence in the world is actually around one of our protected areas, which is the Aberdare, that has an electric fence that is 400 meters in length. And that makes it the longest electric fence in the world. And we have Nairobi has a fence around it, Savo has sections of it with a fence, Lake Nakuru is completely fenced.
Allow me to interject and ask, whilst that is a partial solution. It is not an ideal solution, is it? Because fencing also blocks migratory routes, doesn't it? So whilst we might be thinking that, all right, well, then there is a solution to climate change, it is not ideal, but it's something that perhaps you've been forced to consider. All right, thank you so much, Charles. I want to shift focus now to the oceans, because whilst we focus so much on terrestrial landscapes and how they're affected by climate change and people, the oceans are hugely affected. And let me start with an interesting statistic. The ocean is, of course, home to marine life, but it also provides livelihoods to millions of people. And in fact, aquatic life makes up over 94% of all life on the planet. So while we thought that, we might be overpopulated here on land, there's a lot more life underwater. And there's more species, there's more diversity underwater than there is on land. And of course, one benefit is that I believe 70% of the air we breathe actually comes from marine plants. So really, the oceans are integral to our survival, but they are also being negatively impacted by climate change. So Yvonne, I'll bring you in here. I'd like you to explain to us the impact of climate change on marine ecosystems and coral reefs.
Thank you so much, Smriti. So like you said, the oceans are really a big part of our environment and quite neglected, because a lot of people don't get a chance to see what's happening underwater, and what you cannot see, often at times you cannot relate to. Climate change has been quite negatively impacting the oceans. At the moment, earlier this year, between March and April, we had the fourth mass bleaching of the coral reefs. And it's sad to say that I think we've lost more than 50% of the existing reefs that we already had. So from the NTV Wild Talk episode, it's gone down.
But let me interject, because there are a number of people who may not firstly understand the importance of coral reefs and what exactly coral bleaching means.
Okay, so that's true. Often at times, the marine space is not present in such forums, and we have to give people a bit of background. So coral reefs, I would essentially say they play the role that tropical forests play on land, and they support up to 25% of marine organisms. And 25% might look like an insignificant number, but it's quite a huge number. And in the reefs, these are the most productive areas of the ocean. So most of our fisheries is found within these reefs. Now, with the climate change, how it impacts the ocean, there's rising water temperatures and ocean acidification. Something that surprises a lot of people is that corals are actually animals and not rocks. So just as a caution, when you go to the ocean, don't pick up coral reefs and go to your home and decorate. That's a living organism. So with this acidification and increase in temperatures, the corals detach from their skeleton, which is calcium carbonate, and they detach and they die. And this is now what is called bleaching. So you find that when you watch Nat Geo Wild, which is where a lot of people interact with the ocean, the corals are quite colorful. And when you go to the ocean, you don't find this color so much, and you wonder, okay, what was I seeing on TV? Now, this color, corals coexist in a symbiotic relationship with an algae known as zooxanthellae. Sorry, not a lot of science, but the zooxanthellae is actually what gives the coral this color. Now, when the bleaching starts, when the temperatures get hot, the corals start to release the algae. And the algae, since it's a symbiotic relationship, they feed the corals. Now, with the algae being released, then there is no food for the corals, and the corals start to bleach. Now, this bleaching cascades to the small fish that depend on the corals, which cascade to the medium, larger fish, and in that regard. So we lose a whole ecosystem that consists of different organisms by just these coral reefs being bleached. So that in itself is a concern. And what I do where I work at Revolution, we undertake a coral reef restoration project.
And I will come to that.
Yeah.
But just to highlight that the coral reefs are so important because they provide a habitat. They are home to the smaller fish, right?
Yes.
That's where the smaller fish are. And if the coral is not there, the smaller fish won't be there. The bigger fish won't have smaller fish to feed on, and the bigger fish might not then exist, etc. So it has a long knock-on effect. So that is why coral reefs and ecosystems are critical. But what you're saying at this point, you were just mentioning, we visited you last year and we did an episode for NTV Wild Talk on the work that you did. And you are saying now that there has been a difference in the health of the coral ecosystems. What has happened and what has caused this?
So between March, we experienced really high temperatures globally. And the threshold for corals here in Kenya is ideally 28 to 29 degrees Celsius. That's the maximum temperature that's optimal for them. But the waters got to 33 degrees Celsius, and in other areas, it got to even 34 degrees along our Kenyan coastline. Wow. So some of the corals are not even bleaching, they were straight up dying. Like, there was no in between. And in bleaching, sometimes corals can recover, but once they die and macroalgae takes over, we cannot really save them again. They cannot recover. So between March and April, the temperatures were really high, and this is a result of climate change, and it was a global effect. It was felt everywhere, and we've lost a really good percentage. So it's something that needs to be talked more about. And the fishermen that depend on these ecosystems for their fisheries are the people who get deeply impacted by such a scenario.
Okay. All right, we'll talk more about the work that's being done, but it is quite tragic to hear that, because there is no reversal, although efforts are being made to restore, and like I said, we will come to that. All right, from the oceans, I want to go to the county of Baringo and bring you in here, Susan, as the CEO of the Baringo County Conservancies Association. I want to use Baringo as a case study, but also just to understand what is happening in that county, how the people and communities and wildlife and the landscapes are being affected by climate change. I brought you in from Baringo County because it is a county that is often in the news for reasons that aren't positive, banditry, attacks, and so on and so forth. But Baringo is absolutely beautiful. It is made up of vast landscapes, from the hills to the lakes and to conservancies as well. So bring us up to speed with what is happening in your county at this moment.
So thank you very much for the invitation and being part of this dialogue. I think it's very, very important sometimes to hear about, almost the forgotten lands. So I'm happy today to represent Baringo community. So I work for community. I work for Baringo County Conservancies Association, an initiative that was established by communities in 2017. And this was just to voice to have a collective voice, as well to be able to advocate for enabling policies, to be able to conserve biodiversity, their cultures, and also to be able to, seek for help with the issues that they normally suffer in terms of climate change. So as you say, Baringo really has been in the limelight with so much of negativity, and I would wish to give a number of reasons why it's so. So Baringo is quite diverse. The diversity of landscape, as Smirti has said. Two, we also have diverse cultures. It's a county that has 5 communities or 6 communities, and 3 of them are indigenous communities. The Endorois, the El Chamus, and there's also partly Ogiek within our Mau forest. So these are communities that have coexisted with nature for a long time, or from time immemorial, but there are other, external factors that are really affecting them, or let me say, not only external, but also it's good to understand what is going on there. So Baringo sits within the floor of the Rift Valley, and with all the geology that it has, it falls as a very vulnerable landscape for any changes within nature. Any significant change affects it because it stands at a very loose ground. So that is one of them. And from history, it was one of the most diverse ecosystem. That is from books written by David Anderson, talking about how the historic defaunation of Baringo. There's very, very good books on that. And Baringo used to be a site where during those colonial periods, it was the major sites where you can feel by Africa and have real adventure. And that is the basis where sport hunting was in those times, and even the slave trade, ivory trade. And some of the evidences are about 164 trail, where, you know, the slave trades and the ivory used to be taken. So there's evidence, and we've turned it up into a geotrail. So just to talk about the various impacts, because of its fragility, based on its geology, is you've heard of rising water levels. Baringo has 4 freshwater, 4 lakes, rift lakes. One of them is Lake Baringo, about 270 kilometers square. We have Lake Bogoria, a salty lake, hosting millions of flamingos. And we also have Lake 94, a lake that, let me say, got established because of the separation of waters between Lake Bogoria and Baringo, and there is also Lake Kapnarok. So the issues of climate change are very real. We have rising water levels that have really, you know, displaced wildlife, displaced even the fauna, the trees, displaced homes or livelihoods. Something else is drought, is a major issue, which really has caused a lot of issues in terms of human-wildlife conflicts, continued degradation or loss of ground cover that really pushes, you know, people beyond. And that's why those are the issues that have really exacerbated the issues of banditry, cattle rustling, intercommunity conflicts, which is majorly resource conflict. It's about grass and water, which are 2 parameters that are that climate change hit heavily. So those are the major issues. We have landslides in the upper areas. And with all that, according to our communities, is climate change is not very new. Some of those occurrences happened, but they happened in seasonalities. And the intensity is not the way it is. So traditionally, there were ways they used to manage such issues. But you see, like the conservancies that we have in Baringo, they're about 16. Most of those conservancies were set aside land because they were not inhabitable areas. They were closed out areas where no settlement was allowed. So that was one of the traditional ways in which that community used to mitigate the impacts of climate change. Okay. But now, with increase of population, you know, other competing land use, other external issues, now the interplay is felt heavily.
Okay, thank you. We will come to some of the innovative solutions. There is hope for Baringo. We'll touch on that shortly. All right, Henry, thank you for your patience. Now, we've heard some of the real-life stories from people on the ground. But as my boss always reminds us, Monica, that's you, it is about the data. It is about the science. It is about the research. What is it telling us from your perspective as a research associate? Henry, what is the research telling us about the real impacts of climate change on biodiversity?
Thank you so much, Dmitry. And I must appreciate that being Earthwise, and I want to ride on what Nancy and Musyoki talked about, connectivity, you know, of landscapes. So even before I come to research and its place in this discussion, I think we all have to acknowledge that marine, terrestrial, all these landscapes are connected. So I believe even as science positions itself in this space, we need to acknowledge that connectivity bit. Into the discussion of today, I mean, what is the science telling us? And if we contextualize this in the climate space, we've seen, assessment, we look at the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, that just does the assessment on the state of knowledge. So in Africa, we have the science. The science is telling us that if we don't utilize science and evidence that we produce, especially in decision making, we are not likely to get where we want to be. And I like the work that Adaptation Consortium is doing with communities. And we are moving from a space where science was a preserve of disciplines. So we've democratized science in a way that everybody should be part and parcel of this process. And science has been made more open in the sense that now we have no excuse in terms of making decisions that are not based on evidence. So in the nexus of climate change, biodiversity conservation, and people, the science is very robust that we need to embrace the connectivity. You know, if we treat climate change or if we treat biodiversity on its own without looking at the integrated sort of approach in terms of assessment, in terms of risks, climate risks to these particular landscapes, we are not doing well. So, I mean, the future is good in terms of the outlook, but if we don't utilize the evidence that we are generating from the ground up, you know, with different partners, with different assessments that we are doing, then we are going back to the silo mentality, where science, policymakers, practitioners, we were all disjointed. So the message that is coming from different assessments that we've done, you know, nationally, at African level, globally, that science has to embed itself into policy-making space. And it is a challenge to both, it's a call to action, not just researchers or scientists. Sometimes we've been accused that we do research without, you know, getting ourselves out there to explain what we do. I know it's been accused a lot in terms of just sitting down in silos. But I think we are changing. The space is changing, that universities, you know, conservation institutions, governments are able to sit together and share, you know, in terms of science, scientific evidence that we are getting from these assessments. How can we embed them in decision making? So I think that's important. And lastly is, Nancy talked about a very important issue, conservation as a viable land use. If we are to make conservation as a viable land use, we have to go back to the evidence. How do we, you know, plug in what is the state and trends telling us about different land use changes? How is the future looking like? So those kind of approaches that actually are scientific in nature, but then how do we do this particular research? It's about the model, so opening up the space and being able to allow science to, you know, embed itself with policy and practice is actually key in this case.
Would you say we are making progress? Are we on the right track in achieving that, or are we lagging behind?
We must admit, I think this is a very honest discussion we're having. We don't have deficiency in terms of evidence. What we are lacking is uptake of evidence in policy making. The progress in terms of science is quite well in terms of you know, research, adaptation research is quite, you know, diverse, going from the ground up, diverse spaces. But until we engage with government, politicians, you know, practitioners on the ground, I think if we don't do that, we still go back to the point where science is done for the sake of it, or research is for the sake of it, but not for the sake of impact that we need to have on the ground.
Okay. Thank you, Henry. Yvonne, based on science and evidence and research, Revolution came up with an innovative way of trying to restore coral ecosystems. Now, this is part of the solution. When we talk about the theme, innovation and resilience, let's now delve deeper into the ocean and explain to us the work that Revolution has undertaken and how it's working to improve coral reefs and therefore livelihoods.
Thank you. So at Revolution, our work is divided into 4 pillars. We have the coral restoration, which is our main objective. But like he said, science is very important, especially in relation to climate change as our biggest threat to coral reefs. So we have a very big component on research, and we're trying to kind of find, you know, heat resilience in corals so that we can use the heat resilient corals for the restoration. And then we have an education and awareness component. For the education and awareness, the idea is to have this knowledge transferred to the people that we work with, to the younger generation, so that we can encourage behavior change. Now, how we do the restoration is through a process called the coral gardening. In coral gardening, we dive underwater, we collect corals of opportunities. These are corals that have broken off the natural colony due to natural causes, or sometimes boat anchoring and other ways. And then we outplant them to nursery trees. We fragment them because corals produce sexually and asexually. So we fragment them to sizes this small. I have to give reference, this small. And we put them in the nursery trees. And we leave them in the nursery trees for 6 months up to 1 year. We currently work with branching corals, but there are different types of corals. So we leave them 6 months up to 1 year, and depending on the different species, by the end of 1 year, from this size, it becomes this big. We then take it and put it in an artificial reef. We call it an artificial reef because corals need a hard substrate to attach to. And in the area we're working, the cause of the degradation, apart from climate change, there was unsustainable fishing practices in the past, but also there was a bleaching event in the 1970s that cleared out most of our corals. So it's rubble, and we create these artificial reefs from locally available materials. The nursery trees are made from PVC pipes. The natural structures, the artificial structures are made from cement and glass bottles, and other structures we just use metal rebars. Then we have to plant them on these artificial structures, and after the outplanting, we'd leave them to interact with the ecosystem, because we do it where there is a natural reef. It's very important to have a natural reef because we want to mimic the natural reef as possible, and it encourages the complexity in biodiversity in the area that we do the restoration.
And how is that working? I mean, I would really encourage you to log on to our website and watch that episode where we covered reef pollution on NTV Wild Talk. It was fascinating to have the opportunity to go underwater and literally see them creating a coral garden and how it works. And we actually managed to now see from that artificial reef and that ecosystem fish and octopus coming back and using that as now their new habitat.
Yes. So we have different structures of the artificial reef. This structural complexity, it's to encourage different types of organisms to come in. We find turtles resting on these artificial reefs, octopuses, like you've mentioned. When we started, it's important to mention that the Revolution project is in collaboration with Mkwiro Beach Management Unit. And this is a community-based organization that is mandated by the government to take care of the area, the ocean area in front of their village. So with the Mkwiro community, when we started the partnership, the idea was to get to 0.8 hectares of restored area. This would enable the reef to kind of restore naturally afterwards. But at the moment, we are at 5,400 meters squared. That is 0.5 hectares that has been restored. And this was earlier in the year. Like I said, the bleaching has happened. We're still monitoring the impacts of the bleaching. It would take us a bit back, and for these corals to come back again takes a bit 2 to 3 years. We are hoping that it will come back, but we've not done the evaluation of the impact of the bleaching at the moment. The restoration has been going on quite well. There's community support, there's government support. So yeah, we just have to wait and see.
How sustainable is this project, and has it been? Are we seeing it in other areas along the coastline as well? It is obviously not ideal to try and restore ecosystems, but it is incredible if we have to do that, that it is possible and it can work.
On this aspect of sustainability, like I mentioned, research is a really big component, and we are partnering. Our main research partner is Wageningen University in the Netherlands, but also Pan University. We are currently genotyping the corals to find out what specific genes make them more resilient, because we want to really have resilient corals in our oceans. We also have active experiments that expose the corals to higher temperatures. We have a depth gradients. We put them at different depths to kind of see how they interact with the light and the heat, and some of the corals get exposed during low tide just to see if this makes them more resilient. So in a sense, we are creating resilience in these corals to encourage sustainability. The restoration is quite not so common, because we also have another community group just next to where we're working, the Wasini Beach Management Unit, that have a coral restoration project that has been quite a success, honestly, and the biodiversity in that area can only be compared to Kisite to Kisite Mpunguti. That's the marine park. After that, and then up north, we also have 2 more projects that are upcoming and are diving into the coral reef restoration. So for sustainability, research is really, really a key component.
Okay, it is indeed a very innovative project. Okay, Susan, I'll come back to you now. And another interesting fact is that now 65% of Kenya's wildlife, I think I'm right, Charles, actually lives out of the parks. They live in community or private lands. And there is so much pressure on this wildlife for numerous reasons. Infrastructure development, population growth, human-wildlife conflict, and of course, climate change. But conservancies, now that is different from a reserve and a national park. And Susan, you'll tell us more about this, but conservancies offer hope in terms of protecting wildlife. They are part of the solution. I'd like you to explain to us how. How do conservancies work? You are the CEO of the Baringo County Conservancies Association over there, and what are some of the challenges?
So thank you very much. I think I would draw my maybe response from what my colleague Musyoki talked about, whereby climate change has pushed wildlife outside protected areas. There is no more land for wildlife that is within the protected area. So because of that, communities that have this wildlife came up they came up, and one of the solutions was to establish a conservancy. The model was initiated many years ago in the 80s in the Southern Africa, Namibia, South Africa, the southern countries. And I think it proved as a model that communities can participate in wildlife conservation and complement the work of the government in really trying to provide habitat, and for the habitat and the wildlife to continue providing the ecosystem services. As you heard from my colleague, that there are so many benefits that we get from wildlife. And when we talk about wildlife, we don't talk only about the 4-legged animals. It's not about the big ones. It's the big ones, the ones that have no legs, the insects, the ones that live in the sea.
And don't
so we are
forget
talking
the
about all of
birds,
them. Yes, and the birds.
Because in Baringo, there are thousands of birds.
Yes. So each creation, let me say, each creation by God really has a significance. And as human beings, we really have a right of use, but also a duty to protect. So out of all those maybe issues, communities developed conservancies, and conservancies are really land that a private owner or a community can decide to have it for conservation, and conservation as a land use.
So that land belongs to the communities. It is their land, and they choose to give it up for conservation.
Yes. So there are 2 types of land ownerships. Conservancies. You can give your own land to do conservation. This is because maybe you're next to a park, wildlife come, or there are wildlife, birds, insects, and you need that coexistence. So we have the private ones, and we have also group private, whereby a number of community members or individuals agree to join up their land for co-management or for communal management, but ownership is different. Then the third one is where community is owned communally. So we have 3 models in Kenya, and I think out of all that, so conservancies provide 12.8% of land under conservation in Kenya, while protected area is currently 8%. So what does this call for? We work with support from KWS. We work closely with KWS and the counties where those conservancies are in terms of collaboratively working towards conserving the natural capital, because they are also natural heritage. So other than the ecosystem services, they also provide the natural capital. And that's why we are talking about carbon credit. We are talking about water. Those are big water towers that that really provide water for our urban areas. And I think sometimes it's time to talk about, you know, the ecosystem services that we get from the natural areas. Because if we don't value them, then we don't invest in them. So they are no more. So conservancies are really models that communities or individuals objectively and strategically develop them, whereby they come with land use plans. We map the natural resources that are there. Then we try to create a plan where we can optimize each resource to be able to either give income or provide a service for a certain purpose. So at the end of the day, we look at the needs, we look at the opportunities that are there, and then we optimize. So I think that is one way that we can do, because I know Kenya, land is really a very emotive maybe issue. And we have lands, and there are people who have lands that are not in use. And if you go to developed countries, such lands are given to government, then you're given incentive as an individual or a tax relief for you to continue conserving. So in Kenya, those are the things that we are looking at in such a way that land conservation can be optimized to give direct benefits to the owners. Land can be optimized to give natural benefits to us, and also even for export. So there are so many opportunities that we've missed out, and the model really brings it up. So you can have the model in your home, in your farm, or you can join in and, you know, optimize your production. Yeah.
Susan, my question would be, how well is this model working? Because the aim is to conserve the wildlife, but the communities are also expecting to reap benefits. They're not just giving up their land for free and saying, all right, it's for the wildlife. They are expecting to benefit from giving up their land. Is this really happening? Where are some of the challenges, as much as this is a solution?
So thank you very much. I would wish to say that, Kenya Wildlife Service, through a regulation, the Conservancies Regulation of 2015, has instituted that model. So it's already instituted in 2015. And in Kenya, so it provides a blueprint. So in Kenya, with the blueprint, each area or each community has adopted the blueprint and modeled based on the resources they have. So one of the most successful conservancies model is the Mara. Mara is individual owners owning 100 to 150 or whatever, 50 to 150 acres have joined up to form group private conservancies. I think they're about 26. So they lease the land. So one of the opportunities they reap is wildlife conservation, and that provides them with pasture for their livestock. So they have well-planned livestock projects. Secondly, they also have investors, tourism investors, whereby they get income per year on annual basis. And that to me has been successful. Because if you talk about Kenya today, you talk about the Maasai brand. You talk about tourism in Maasai. So out of the community conservancy model, Maasai is now Kenya, and Kenya is Maasai. So what happens to the other communities? We need to look at what opportunities we have in such models. So for Baringo, we have a different model, whereby we have a mix of private, community, and group private. And in all of them, they have their own uniqueness because of the diversity that we have. So we have some that have hotels, some that do adventure tourism, and I think Baringo used to be really one of the destinations some years ago, which we are now trying to bring it back through various concepts. And one of the concepts merging biodiversity and the landscapes that we have is a concept called Geopark, which may be given an opportunity, I'll be able to share more.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we've touched on an innovative solution. We've touched on a land use solution. Now I want to come to a people-based solution. Kenya Wildlife Service, you have no choice but to work very closely with communities, with the people who live side by side with wildlife. Communities play a big role in conservation. on one hand, we have the issue of, yes, human-wildlife conflict, but on the other hand, we have a situation where communities cannot be alienated because they are at the forefront. So Charles, my question to you is, how does the Kenya Wildlife Service integrate local communities into wildlife conservation, taking advantage or onboarding their traditional knowledge, their experiences, and their expertise to address climate change issues?
Okay, thank you very much, Spriti. I think you've put it very well. I think the people of Kenya, something that is probably lost is that the wildlife in this country is owned by the people of Kenya. What KWS does is to manage it on their behalf. So in so doing, then it becomes important that we engage the people. So from time to time, we do engage with them just to find out whether we are on the right course in terms of taking care of their wildlife. And so in carrying out most of the conservation programs that we do, the public becomes a very important segment in it all, because the success or failure of conservation in this country largely depends on how the public perceives that resource. And so I must say one of the most successful areas that we've been able to get involved in is public awareness creation, enabling the public to really understand the role of wildlife in their livelihoods, enabling the public to really understand how they can participate in wildlife conservation and benefit from it. And also making them aware what role wildlife plays in this country. And so one of the things that we have been very keen on right from the time of inception of conservation in this country is really running awareness campaigns across the country. We have a very vibrant conservation education outfit within KWS that reaches out to the public on a regular basis to really educate them, empower them with emerging technologies and information about conservation. And indeed, the whole area of conservancy development is as a result of this. One of the interventions that we are carrying out in terms of climate change mitigation and adaptation is the creation of new nature reserves. We find it extremely difficult to create new national parks and new national reserves because of the nature of the process. However, we have found a very good avenue through the wildlife conservancies. And that is why today, as a result of that awareness creation, this country has more wildlife conservancies than national parks and national reserves combined. And as a result of that, we are seeing more and more communities coming up and wanting to set up conservancies on their parcels of land so that they can be able then to benefit from the conservation of this wildlife. Secondly, restoration is very key. I've listened to Yvonne very carefully when she talked about the coral reefs. But on terrestrial land, the one way of dealing with the effects of climate change is through restoration. We know all the areas that are degraded, both within the protected areas, within the conservancies, and also outside of such areas. So restoration programs are very key. Replanting, reseeding, re-establishing grasslands, re-establishing shrublands, and so on, becomes a very key consideration in climate change adaptation. Reforestation is also key. We are involving a lot of our communities in growing trees, planting trees, and ensuring that we are able to nurture these trees until we re-establish forests. Countries that have large proportions of their territory on forests are better equipped to deal with the effects of climate change. We've seen countries where forest cover is almost 70% of the territory. Those countries do not really feel the effects of climate change as much as we do here, where our forest cover is quite low. So we need to aim as a country to increase our forest cover. We need to aim to ensure that natural grasslands are restored,
natural shrublands are also restored, so that our environment then is better prepared to deal with the ravages of climate change.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So people really do have a big role to play. They are part of the solution. Now, my next point is a solution/challenge, Nancy, and it is funding. Because for a lot of this to work, funding is required, whether it is to implement projects or to use as incentives for communities. From where you sit, what are some of the innovative funding mechanisms that perhaps can be established to enhance biodiversity conservation?
Thank you very much. And allow me, before I respond to that question, just to pose the challenge to us as we sit here and the listeners. Listening to Yvonne talk about restoration of corals, you get lost. We take something small, we put it in an artificial something. Great work. But can you imagine if we had only conserved and didn't have to put in resources to do the restoration?
Exactly.
And I think it's the question that was posed yesterday by the professor who was talking about Nairobi River. I'm not opposed to that, but I hear we have 20,000 young people who will benefit from cleaning the river, quote and unquote. We said the river, you cannot clean it. Water, you cannot clean water. Water cleans, so it can only self-cleanse. But supposing 10% of that group was actually to ensure that people do not pollute the water. Let it be. So we don't need to clean it, but we just need to let it be. So if we could conserve and put more resources in conservation, it would actually save a lot of resources on restoration, which is a very expensive undertaking. And I say we sit on a crime scene. Most of us here, like myself, who is above 35 and who can only benefit from social fund, anyone who is above 35, I think it's a crime scene because we've messed the waters, we've messed the land, and now we are looking at how can we restore for the generations that have had nothing to do with this. And then we shall leave them the big work of doing the work that Yvonne is doing, and then we are left wondering how can we even scale it up. That is the question I have. Great work, Yvonne. I am saying that. And for the same for Nairobi, Smriti, by the time we start saying, and those who have been in this city for long, a number of years ago, maybe 10 plus, we could only do 200 meters and you hit borehole, an aquifer that has water. Today, if you want to be licensed or to get a permit to do a borehole, you need to do 500 meters plus to get water. It might have been easier to safeguard the catchment, the Ngong, the Nairobi Park, any other park, as opposed to looking at a future where we shall start recharging boreholes, digging wells to recharge the aquifers. And that is where we should be heading. Anyhow, that said, the resources for conservation are not, I think we are struggling in that space. I wanted to hear from Susan. Susan has painted a very good picture, and I want to say the picture is not like that, Susan. And you and I know. And I'm sure Prof knows, he'll not say it. But we are looking at conservancies and have said it's a good model. But a few years ago, maybe it was paying because a father had 150 acres of land. So if you have an investor and they pay, then that household has some income. That father has now 4 wives and 10 sons who are still looking at the 150 acres of land. So however much money you put in that investment of tourism investors, it's not going to sustain conservation. We need to be honest. Maybe it's an answer now, stopgap measure, but looking forward, that will not sustain it. And the question that we shall be asked where financing is coming in is if a farmer in central Kenya is doing tea and another one is doing wheat, why won't an elephant on my land pay to also survive? Who is supposed to take that burden? It's a question and a discussion between us and Musyoki. Because, we hear, and occasionally we'll hear politically, debts have been cleared for Mount Kenya, debts have been cleared for sugarcane farmers. I don't know whether the debts are cleared for the wildlife keepers, but we need to start engaging on where that funding will come from. And critically, our own funding, starting from ourselves. We talk of I don't know, is it the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife or Wildlife and Tourism? I think the order is important. The resource itself, the wildlife. So this wildlife is here for Kenyans and also for the world. So we need to invest in it. It is our resource. That is what we sell when we sell Kenya, when we say Tembea Kenya, when we say Magical Kenya. What we are actually selling, almost 80% of that is that wildlife. And therefore, we need to invest because that is what we are picking from. That is an investment that we need to invest in. And it shouldn't be left to communities, you know, to put their land together and gain some income from it. It is an investment the same way we invest for the water towers, should be the same way, and I think we invest for the wildlife work. So our own investments. And then look at, you know, other mechanisms. So we often talk about payment for ecosystem services. And probably, you know, amongst the many levies that you have on your power bill, which are usually 70% or 60 or 50 of the bill, there is usually some bill for water catchment management. But the question again is how much of that gets back to the catchment protection. Okay. So we need that resource, again, coming from ourselves in terms of payment for ecosystem services, because if we have no water, then even the businesses we do will not survive. If the Tsavo National Park does not safeguard that ecosystem, the Mzima Springs, so Mombasa actually would need to start paying for the conservation of the upstream space. And Nairobi would need to pay for Aberdare, we would need to pay for Mount Kenya, and the Mara and Cherangani.
Yeah.
And then maybe a third one is investments, because we are saying these lands will not remain like that. Again, we have to think outside. So impact investors, where the private sector then comes in. The private sector thrives because of bottom lines. And I am not the best person to talk about this. Madam there can talk about that. However, if it makes business sense to do conservation, people are going to invest. Companies will invest. So that is what we need to unlock.
Thank
even
you.
As we look at carbon and biodiversity credits. I don't want to get into those, but our own, own solutions. Yes.
Thank you so much. Henry, I'll bring you here, and I am under extreme pressure to, unfortunately, wrap up this conversation. But I need to ask you the next question. Of course, we are where we are. It is what it is. So we need to look at, of course, innovative solutions, which we have been doing, financing, of course, working with communities. But I want us to talk about adaptation. From where you sit, based on research perhaps, what are some of the adaptation strategies that we can onboard to turn things around and to also build resilience amongst communities?
Thank you. Allow me in a few seconds to just comment on what Nancy and Susanna have talked about. What pays is what stays. So if we don't, ask ourselves how do we expand some of these wildlife economy models, we are not going to make it. There are a lot of opportunities that we need to leverage on these particular areas. So I think that discussion, Nancy, I agree, it could be taken further than that. But back to your question about adaptation, what adaptation strategies are viable, or do we want to look at in the sense that as we adapt to impacts? And I think I was listening to the presentation by Kennedy in terms of adaptation that is driven from the bottom up, from the ground up, So the strategies that will be viable in the next, if you take this last decade, 2030, we need locally led adaptation initiatives. And there's a lot of issues around that, and referring to the 8 principles of locally led adaptation strategies. And some of them are quite clear. We need to be very, very, very clear in terms of what we need. Participation. So adaptation strategies are not just strategies. We need to ask ourselves, are they inclusive? Are they serving us all? Like, do they carry all of us forward? So if we stay with the fact that we need to adapt to impacts of climate change, and we talk about biodiversity, people, connectivity or connection, we need to be very, very clear in terms of local homegrown solutions. we don't have to fetch adaptation strategies from elsewhere. Of course, we can carry lessons from other contexts, but do we want to talk about contextualization of these strategies? So if you ask me, I would say the viable strategies that would work for us as Kenyans or Africans are those that, number one, are participatory in nature. We cannot just walk into a context and propose solutions that do not work for those particular areas. You've heard of the Masu area. Allow communities to co-create, and those strategies are likely to be viable and sustainable in the long run. Number two is about low cost, and low cost doesn't mean cheap. You just need to be very cost effective in the sense that as we look at strategies that can work for us, we are cost conscious about, are they likely to be adopted, by context that we propose them to work in. And number three is about equity. We cannot talk about adaptation to impacts of climate change if people don't benefit. So, and I'm happy that we are talking about Earthwise, and some actually equate it to opportunities. So the discussion about climate adaptation, let us ask ourselves, where are the opportunities positioned, and how can we talk about strategies that can also deliver multiple benefits to the people? So the multiplier effect, I cannot just come up with a strategy or an option that does not have multiplier benefits, co-benefits to biodiversity, to economy. Government will ask you, how are we benefiting, for them to buy in.
Right.
So we need to be very strategic in terms of how we align all this and carry all of us forward. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, because that indeed is the direction we need to head in. There is still so much more to talk about. I have pleaded for extra time, but I've been told no. I'm otherwise eating into the tea break. So I will say thank you so much, but if you have any more questions for this panel, please do stay till the end of the day, because there will be a Q&A session, I believe. But Charles, Nancy, Susan, Henry, and Yvonne, thank you so much for your great insights into this important conversation. Much appreciated. Please let's give them a round of applause.
All right, thank you very much, Smriti. And I totally understand. There's so much to discuss, but again, very limited time. But thank you very much to your able panel. I have learned a lot personally, and I'm pretty sure how many of us thought coral reefs were rocks? Hands up. Yeah, same, okay? So we've learned a lot, and I'm pretty sure there's so much that we will continue to learn throughout the day. But like Smriti said, if you have any other question, note down all your questions, and then later on we'll have a Q&A session. But for now, I do not want to come between you and Tibrick, all right? So if we can try and be back here by exactly 11:50, I know it's nearly almost impossible. 11:55, all right? So if you can just grab a snack, come back here, be seated by 11:45 so that we start our next session, not 45:55, so that we start our next session, because we have an amazing panel, 2 more panels to go. And then remember, we also have a statement that is ahead of COP29. What next? All right. So let's try as much as we can. Quick tea break, and then we come back here by 11:55. See you in a short while.
Coming up, I get to experience life underwater at one of the most rewarding snorkeling locations in Kenya. I get to understand the importance of the colorful, complex, and critical coral ecosystem, what's threatening it, and what's being done to restore it.
Hello and welcome to NTV Wild Talk with me, Smriti Vidyathi. Today we are coming to you from Shimoni in the county of Kwale. And this episode is in honor of World Oceans Day, which is celebrated annually on the 8th of June. As the shades of blue stretch towards the horizon, the sheer breadth and depth of the ocean appears never-ending and limitless. From above, the surface, and beneath, oceans are magnificent and mystical. They regulate climate, and aquatic life makes up over 94% of all life on the planet. That means there's more diversity of species here than on land. Over 70% of the oxygen we breathe is produced by marine plants. So oceans are in fact integral to our very survival. And today I am going to explore part of the Indian Ocean, in particular the Kisite Marine National Park and Reserve. But before I head out, I'm going to meet Abraham Songok. He is the Deputy Warden of the park. Great to see you, Abraham. I'm so excited to go snorkeling at the marine park. When was the Kisite Marine Park established and why?
Kisite Marine Park was established in 1973, but officially gazetted in 1978. And the reason for establishment is to conserve endangered species and critical habitat.
What makes this park so special and so unique?
It is called Masai Mara of the sea, because it has all the creatures that are there, marine life. We have the dolphins, we have the endangered endemic coconut crab, we have beautiful islands, we have also birds, we have beautiful all types of mangroves and all types of corals that are found in the world.
I am so excited to go snorkeling. You're not coming with me, but thank you so much. And you are coming with me, so let's get going. I head out from the KWS floating jetty in Shimoni. Asante sana. And set off to the Kisite Marine Park's Coral Reef, a protected area of 11 square kilometers. The Mpunguti Reserve covers 28 square kilometers. It's about 20 minutes away from the mainland south of Wasini Island. Unlike terrestrial parks and reserves, this park has no signage because, well, we're somewhere in the middle of the ocean. We are now at the Kisite Mpunguti Marine Park and the water is so still and the clarity looks absolutely incredible. I cannot wait to get inside and explore. Just before I get into the water, I'm treated to a breathtaking surprise. Dolphins, one of Kisite's main attractions, show up and swim right next to the boat. It's exhilarating having them this close and seeing them so clearly. The ocean bed is literally visible beneath them. Okay. By the time I get into the water, the dolphins have swum away. But there's so much else to see. Within moments, I feel like I've been transported to somewhere magical. It's a natural garden underwater.
and I'm surrounded by hundreds of fish. The sheer variety and vibrancy is almost overwhelming. There's an angelfish, goatfish, cornet fish, which really surprised me by their length, even a turtle, a Moorish idol, snapper and emperor fish, a fish called sweet lip, and so many other species. I'm particularly drawn to the dancing sea anemone as the fish weave their way through the tentacles. I can understand why this is called the Masai Mara of the sea. There's also such interesting coral, the rock-type features on the seabed that sometimes appear as plants. These are in fact animals with a hard skeleton made of calcium carbonate. Corals are fixed in one place, and coral reefs are actually the world's most biodiverse ecosystems. They cover a very small part of the ocean's surface, but 25% of all marine life are dependent on coral reefs for food and shelter. These little guys also need the reefs to hide and produce and raise their babies. Coral reefs also protect our coastlines. They provide a buffer protecting our coasts from waves, storms, and floods.
It is just a whole other world under there. I got so lost in the magic of the colors and the creatures. I saw such interesting coral and just the most colorful fish I've ever seen. The ocean is not just spectacular to look at and experience, but it actually is also beneficial to mankind.
This part of the ocean attracts many visitors, both local and international. This creates jobs for the locals as tourists come to see the marine life. The water is so clear that this tourist boat almost looks like it's floating in the air. And for those who can swim or dive, it's an even more exciting experience.
Kwa manufaa ya bahari inavutia wageni. Wakikuja huku tunauza bidhaa kama vile nguo, maji, soda, bia. Wanatupromote, tunapata income.
Kama wavuvi mfano wametoka baharini, mimi nami nikiwabeba nikiwapeleka kwao pia huwa inanipa manufaa.
Yule mvuvi akienda pale akivua samaki ama wale wageni wakienda kule wanapata ile chenye wanapata, ndio wanakuja wanafanya nacho biashara ama ndio wananunua nacho vyakula. Sisi tunapata faida.
Kutoka utotoni kwangu mpaka kufikia nimehustle na bahari, hata familia yangu pia imehustle na bahari. Tunapata chakula kwa bahari, tunapata school fees kwa bahari, tunapata in short kila kitu kwa bahari. So si huku tumetegemea bahari miaka yetu yote. Tangu wazazi wangu, yani vizazi vya nyuma mpaka sasa tunategemea bahari.
Coral reefs are critical, but they're disappearing at an alarming rate. Researchers say the planet has lost 50% of its coral reefs since the 1950s. And here's why. Pollution, on the beach and in the oceans. According to the IUCN, 37,000 tons of plastic leaks into the ocean every year in Kenya, and it's choking marine life. John Wambua, the Senior Assistant Director of the Coast Conservation Area with the Kenya Wildlife Service, says solid waste management is a major problem.
Turtles are endangered species. Now, turtles feed on jellyfish. When they meet a plastic bag, they think it's a jellyfish, and they feed on it, and we end up losing the turtles.
This pollution also causes stress for coral reefs. Corals, seabeds and marine life are also being destroyed by illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing methods and overfishing.
Many areas that we are doing is people who are using illegal gears. For example, the nets, the beach seine, or the drag nets. So the dragging itself is a bad fishing method. The fisheries department has also been giving them some of the good fishing gears. County government of Mombasa has also been supporting them, buying them the fishing gears that are sustainable in terms of fishing.
But some fishermen still don't feel supported.
Bado tuna umaskini mkubwa, bahari ni kubwa sana na ina vyakula vingi viko huko, lakini tutavifuata na namna gani? Vyombo vyetu ni kidogo, ni vichanga. Tunataka serikali iwekeze upande huo. Samaki wetu ni kidogo tunapata sisi hapa, lakini wavuvi wako hapo wa maana wakwenda Lipsi, lakini tusaidika vipi?
Development also has a negative impact.
Now turtles, they don't breed in the ocean. They breed on the beaches. Now with the developments, they encroach into the land for the turtles. So, and you know turtles, when they breed, when they lay their eggs, they go. The hatchlings, when they are hatched, they go. But later, they will still come and lay their eggs where they were born. A turtle comes back to where she or he was born, only to find there is a wall or there is a building.
The threats are so bad that 60% of coral reefs are at risk of extinction in the next 3 decades, according to experts. But there is hope. This is what healthy coral looks like, vibrant and full of life. But in Mkwiro area of Shimoni, the coral ecosystem has degraded over time, something Dosa Mchenga, a former fisherman, has witnessed.
Dosa, why did you make that change from a fisherman to conservation?
In our village, Mkwiro village, around 98% are fishermen. So we depend on the sea most of our life. When I began fishing, it was like the catches were very high, which could sustain our life. But as the time goes, it keeps on coming less and less. So we were wondering as a community, what has caused this?
In 2015, they met Ewot Noster, a marine ecologist who found that the decline in fish in the area was due to the destruction of coral.
At first, we as the community, we used to know these coral reefs were just stones. But when we met with him, he was like just explaining to us these are animals and they are breeding areas of these fish. So when we destroy these coral reefs, no fish will be found there because these are their homes.
Dosa then decided to join Reefolution, an organization that partners with the local community and the Mkwiro Beach Management Unit to restore degraded coral ecosystems and which creates opportunities to improve livelihoods in the area.
I became a reef ranger to really do the work of bringing back the biodiversity of this ocean, bringing back those fish which were lost.
The technique to restore the coral is called coral gardening and is based on science and research. I head off to meet Yvonne Muya, the program coordinator of Reefolution, to understand the process.
In coral gardening, we first go out into the water, dive into the water, collect coral fragments that are broken off from the coral. It's important to note that we don't cut any coral from colonies. We collect naturally occurring fragments that have been, disposed by wave action and things like that. So this what you see is called coral nursery trees. This is the first step in the coral gardening. After the fragmentation, we take the corals and we put the trees in the water. Then we put corals on these small loops here, like you see.
Why are they made out of plastic and put into the ocean?
So you see, for the nursery, we need to give the coral in the nurseries optimal conditions. And we're trying to make coral restoration as affordable as possible. Plastic pipes are actually very buoyant and easily affordable to find within the village in Shimoni, so it's easily accessible even to the community. Once the corals have overgrown, they're then transplanted into artificial reefs. Smitty, it's very important to know that we use artificial reefs because we do not have a natural substrate occurring in the channel over here. in the past, I would say in the 90s, there was a lot of dynamite fishing, and this really made all the natural coral substrate. It was blown away. It was blown away at that time.
So what are these?
Yes, yes. So these are some of our artificial reefs. That is called a cake.
Okay, wow. A cake with candles.
A cake with candles. So once the coral is taken from the tree, it is attached here using a tie wrap. The layered cakes are made from cement and rocks. The bottle reef, similar to the cake, is made from cement. Cement is a really, we found out that cement is one of the best substrates for corals. You see, with these bottle reefs, we are reusing essentially these bottles that would have otherwise been disposed into the ocean or somewhere else. Right. We attach the coral over here. Once it's taken from the tree, we attach it over here. We attach similar species of corals on one bottle reef to enable them grow and cover this whole area. As you'll be able to see underwater, they form some sort of like a bouquet.
It's quite difficult to picture that, so I'm going to have to head out myself into the ocean and get a sense of what this all really looks like underwater.
I swim out with Judy to the nursery a few meters from the shoreline. She is one of the reef rangers at Reefolution, who are educated, trained and certified to plant and conserve the corals. This is the area in Quiro where corals were destroyed. I notice a big difference between this ecosystem and the one in Kisite. This one is now built up by the artificial structures that I saw on land. I see the nurseries and the hanging coral fragments which have been attached to the plastic tree-like structures. They'll stay for about 6 to 12 months to grow depending on the species. It's wonderful to see how fish are actually returning to the area. Without this nursery, there would be no life here. The reef rangers are tasked to maintain these structures, and that includes scrubbing off the algae that grows on the buoys. Judy shows me how it's done. It's not easy, but Judy can also free dive to some of the structures below. It's hard to believe she didn't know how to swim until she started working here. She's totally at ease in this almost alien-like world. Once the fragments have grown, the reef rangers transplant them from the nurseries and outplant them onto the other artificial reefs. I see the cake-like structures and also notice how the glass bottles have been transformed into an artificial reef. The area is thriving. The coral gardening aims to stimulate natural regeneration and to restore habitat complexity. Reef Systems is another organization that uses modular building blocks to create artificial reefs which can be built underwater. Just a few days after installation here in Shimoni 2, the new structures attracted life. We head back to the shore and I ask Judy what inspired her to become a marine conservationist.
Ocean is intriguing to me because I come from the central part of Kenya and we're not very lucky to be around the ocean.
What is so intriguing about the ocean to you?
The ecosystem, there are very many ecosystems. The coral reef, the seagrass, the mangrove, they're very interesting to learn about. And the interconnections between the fish, the communities.
So you are a young 25-year-old woman in conservation. Why is that so important, being a woman in conservation?
I think it's very inspiring for the young kids because here at Reefolution you have the opportunity to go to visit the schools around here and teach them about the marine conservation and marine ecosystem. So when the children there, especially the girls, see a female diver and a female conservationist, they are very inspired and they want to learn more about the conservation. So one instance, when we went to one of the conservation clubs here, we showed the kids a picture of a diver. They didn't know it was a female. And we asked them to guess who the diver was.
From the team?
Yeah, from the team, from us. So we are a team of 3, so me and 2 other males. So none of them could guess that I was the diver. So it was very humbling, and I want them to know that it's easy. It's not that as hard as it seems, like diving and conservation, and they can all be part of it.
More than 500 million people around the world earn their income directly or indirectly from coral reefs, so their protection really is critical. But here is how climate change is impacting the survival of corals.
There's many different impacts of climate change on the ocean, but I think one that is very important also to realize is that any increase in the water temperature will directly increase also the body temperature of anything living in the ocean. So some animals like the coral just cannot handle them, and those will disappear. But other animals like migratory fish, they might just move to other areas, move away from where people used to fish them. And that is also something you see already happen. And it means also that people will have to adapt. Fish species that used to be caught cannot be caught anymore. So people will either have to catch different species or just completely move to a different lifestyle. So everything is just changing, and it's changing rapidly. So I would say there's so many impacts. It's quite frightening in a way. But yeah, also we are just trying our best to help people adapt and help prevent the damage as much as possible.
Just imagine a world without the abundance of marine life. It would be devastating. These ecosystems deserve to not only survive, but thrive. And while efforts are being made to restore what's already being degraded, much more needs to be done to prevent further damage to our oceans. And that responsibility lies with me and you. That's all on NTV Wild Talk with me, Smriti Vidyarthi. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Hello and welcome to NTV Wild Talk with me, Smriti Vidyarthi.
Nikisite Mpunguti. Mpunguti. Punguti.
Kenya has put in place policies, legislations, and institutions to help address the effects of climate change. The creation of 47 counties in Kenya under the 2010 Constitution has also increased opportunities for the country to address climate change, tailoring action and investments that respond to local climate risks and livelihood strategies.
Kikusha hii mvua demu kidogo hapa, tunahama mpaka Wajia kutafuta maji. Alafu tuna lala njiani, alafu siku nyingine wanafika kunywa maji huko, siku nyingine wanalala njiani, siku 3 ndio wanafikisha kufika nyumbani.
All right, good afternoon. It's good to see you back here. This is Earthwise Summit 2024. This is the second and the last day of the summit. Amazing conversation that we have had since morning. And right about now, we want to jump into the next panel that will be moderated by Zainab Ismail. And her focus is on youth innovation and leadership, shaping the future of climate action. And remember, we are live on NTV's YouTube page. page as well as across our social media platforms. So if you are watching us live on YouTube and you want to be part of the conversation, again, feel free to leave a comment at the comment section. And if we see it, we might actually pass your question to any of the speakers who are still available. And of course, for the participants who are in here, you have a piece of this paper on your table. So please scan it and share your feedback with us as far as Earthwise Summit 2024 is concerned. So remember, scan it and share your feedback with us. But enough of me talking. We have St. Mary's School Environmental Club right here today to perform a skit and a song as far as the Sustainable Development Goals are concerned. So let's give them a big round of applause as they prepare to entertain us.
Children?
Yes.
Can we sing our SDG birthday song? 1, 2, 3, and go.
No poverty, zero hunger. Good health and well-being. Quality education, gender equality. Clean water and sanitation. Affordable and clean energy. Decent work and economic growth. Industry, innovation and infrastructure. Reduce inequalities. Sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice and strong institutions, partnership for the goals.
Thank you so much. Now, can you guess what I brought for you as an SDG birthday gift?
Afghan?
No.
Toy car?
No. It is called...
Dun,
dun, dun. Climate clock.
What is a climate clock?
Let us allow the Cabinet Secretary for Climate Action to explain what a climate clock is.
A climate clock is a digital clock that shows how much time is left for us to realize the SDG goals, especially number 13, which is climate action.
Come, take a look.
They deserve better than that. Come on. All right, thank you very much.
Come, take a look. Look at the water. Why? It is all polluted. Look at the land. Why? It is all polluted. Look at the air. Why? It is all polluted. Pollution everywhere. Left, right, to the center.
I don't want to live in a place like this.
Me too.
Me three.
If you don't want to live in a place like this, you should do something and do it right now.
What can we do?
Act in time. Save the planet.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So that is the question that children are asking, that they are ready to act in time. So through our discussion, we shall see the different ways of how we can engage the children to easily digest what seems to be a very big thing when we talk about the SDGs. you can see with the teacher on the front leading the children, they can seriously participate actively in the implementation of the SDGs. So please don't fear to engage them. So let us keep on keeping on, boys.
All right. No, bado haijafika home. Haijafika home. And I like the fact they're saying, me, I don't want to live here, okay? So if we do not do something now, as soon as now, then I don't know what's going to happen. And especially to the future of our children. And remember, it's not just the people, it is nature as well. So it is our duty, each and every single part of us, to be part of a climate action and act as soon as now. Remember, the summit is Earthwise Summit 2024. And we are coming to you from Nairobi National Park, KWS Clubhouse. The hashtag that we're using today is Earthwise Summit 2024. So for the participants, if you are in here and you have not, I don't want to say X'd, let's just say tweeted, we are looking out, we're looking out. But again, if you have any other question, if you want to comment as well as far as the conversations that are happening today at Earthwise Summit 2024, and TV Kenya is where you can drop your comment, your question as well, and we sure will try as much as possible and answer as many as we can. And like we said, we have a very youthful panel that is coming up right now, led by Zainab Ismail, and she's going to tackle youth innovation and leadership, shaping the future of climate action. And the topic that she's going to address is showcasing youth-led initiatives and exploring how young leaders are driving climate action, and this is across the continent, across Africa, all right? And just a bit of housekeeping here for the participants. Please try as much as possible and limit movement so that you do not pass in front of the cameras. We're live on at NTV's YouTube page. So let's try and limit movements. Note down all the questions that you have. We'll have a Q&A session later on in the day and address all your concerns and all your questions. Our speakers will still be here, but right about now, Zainab Ismail, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Winnie Lubembe, like she said. And a very good afternoon to you guys. It's afternoon, right? Yeah, good afternoon. We've had some snacks, so suddenly the energy levels must be a bit happier. All right, my name is Zainab Ismail. I'm a journalist. I work with the Nation Media Group, and I'm certainly very privileged to be part of this conversation of Earthwise Summit 2024. And trust me, we have an incredible panel that is set to have that discussion here. And you know, I must say, much like great pizza, no, let me bring it home. Much like great pilau, you need and require the best of ingredients. And the young people of not just this nation, but globally, are a key ingredient in the conversation around climate change and a sustainable future. And that is why we have the panelists that we've prepared to have a conversation with here this afternoon. So the skit that we've had from the St. Mary People's Environmental Club, that was quite a big challenge, and I'm so proud of them. And in fact, I'm going to start my introduction with the youngest here of the students, the pupils from St. Mary's, and that is Aidan Kahiga. He is 9 years old. He is in grade 4, and he serves as what we've heard from the teacher, the Cabinet Secretary for Climate Action at the school's Environmental Club. That is quite a feat. Thank you, Bonasias, for joining us. And of course, we also do have the teacher, and that is Kasisi Daniel. Well, Kasisi Daniel is a dedicated primary school teacher who is serving at the St. Mary's School here in Nairobi. He is the co-founder of the Eco Changes Initiative, has over a decade of experience in teaching, and of course, he is also as a focal point for the teachers for SDGs. e-learning course. He also integrates sustainability into education, like what we've seen here. And also, he's committed to advocating for sustainability and environmental consciousness in education. Thank you so much, Mwalimu, for joining us here and also for bringing your pupils here to allow us to learn more from them. I would also like to introduce Joseph Ngudhiru. Kindly make yourself available here on the podium. Joseph Ngudhiru is a climate tech engineer. He's passionate about sustainability, and he's also the presidential awardee for the best innovator in Kenya. Quite a huge feat, by the way. His work includes designing the solar dryer being used to revive the country's pyrethrum farming. Yes, he's a young man, and of course, he'll be telling us more about that. He's also a co-founder of at MC2. It's a startup that leverages AI as an early warning system for deforestation, wildfires, and charcoal burning. His roles also include being a co-founder and engineer at AfroClimate. That's a nonprofit that empowers African entrepreneurs to tackle climate change. And also is the co-founder at the Killing Society and is a contact point at the Science Working Group in Yango. Well, Joseph is also an Obama leader and part of the 40 under 40 Africa. Yes. And finally, but not least, Mana Omar. Kindly make yourself available for us here. Mana Omar is a climate scientist by profession. She's a climate justice and gender advocate for the indigenous pastoralist communities of Kenya and the founder and CEO of Spring of the Arid and Semi-Arid Lands. She's also a youth leader with the UN Women Feminist Action for Climate Justice Action Coalition. She's the lead of Fridays for Future Kajiado and Refugees for Future Kenya. She's also a member of Fridays for Future Most Affected Peoples and Areas. Thank you so much, Mana, for joining us for this conversation as well. And of course, young people, like I said, are a key ingredient in the conversation in the climate space. And I want to first give an opportunity to our youngest panelist here, and that is Aidan Kahiga. Aidan, tell us, you're quite young. You are in the Environmental Club. You are serving as the Cabinet Secretary for Climate Action in that club. What inspires you? Why do you enjoy working in the climate space? And what do you enjoy about the environment? Just hold on your mic like this so we can hear you.
It really gives me joy.
Uh-huh.
And I would also like to take part in saving the world from pollution, greenhouse gases, and other things.
Mm-hmm.
And if children are really helped, it can make a big difference.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It is indeed true. And it starts from your age. It starts from understanding why the environment is important. Is that true? Yes. Great. We'll come back to you. So let me get to you, Joseph. First of all, I really want to hear about your contribution and engagement in the climate space and some of the things that you're doing that are having an impact in terms of ensuring that we have a sustainable future.
First of all, kudos to the young kids. I don't think at grade 4 I used to know the meaning of greenhouse gases.
Right.
Okay, raise your hand if you used to say the word climate change when you're in grade 4. No one. No one. So I think that's the future, and I really love it. So my name is Joseph Nguthiru. I run a couple of initiatives in the climate space. One of them is called Hyapack, where we make biodegradable plastics out of the invasive water hyacinth. And then you mentioned about MC2, where we're using, in collaboration with the KFS, we're using AI to monitor for deforestation and charcoal burning, also like in forests like Ngong Forest. And what we're basically trying to do is using these skills and emerging technologies and all what we learned in school and everywhere else and try to implement that to address the current, I don't want to say climate change, but I want to say what is literally like affecting local communities, pollution and stuff like energy and so on.
Yeah. All right. We'll come back to really look into the issue of tech as well and innovation and how that can be leveraged in terms of climate change. But Mana, also very quickly, just give us a glimpse of your contribution, your engagement. I know you work closely with communities as well, pastoral communities. Talk to us about that and how that is impacting your work in climate action.
Thank you so much, Zainab. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to be on this panel, and thank you for the invite and for the Nation Media Group for convening such an important session. So, as introduced earlier, my name is Mana Omar. My first description is the founder and executive director of Spring of the Arid and Semi-Arid Lands. It's an ungovernmental youth-led organization, and we are currently working in Kajiado County, but we have coverage in Samburu, Narok, on certain projects that we run. Our involvement in climate action, first of all, involves, there's one project we have that's quite innovative and groundbreaking that's called the Enkang model. Enkang is a Maasai name, basically meaning a home, or rather a house, okay? Just basically like the way Maasais live. And this is an innovative, gender equal, and climate resilient village that we are using to show people through observational learning how they can build climate resilience. I will not really speak much of it right now. We're also working on issues to do with climate justice, specifically representing the pastoralists' voices, which we feel are excluded from the climate decision-making space. We are also championing regreening, or rather restoration, using agroforestry as a technique. And lastly, last but not least, we have a climate storytelling aspect where we also tell stories of these communities, their resilience, the effects of climate change on them through documentaries. And lastly is a health clinic that we run to specifically respond to gender-based violence that women and girls from this community face as a result of effects that are brought to them by climate change. For example, walking long distances to fetch water, and as a result getting maybe molested, abused by their partners, maybe when they delay in their chores and all that. So that's basically a bit about what we do and how I engage myself in climate action through the organization. But on a personal basis, I'm a climate activist. I'm a passionate gender justice activist, and I tend to focus on the rights of pastoralists because I feel like these are the most affected communities in Kenya, yet we are least represented.
All right. Thank you, Mana. Now, Mwalimu Kasisi, maybe talk to us about your role as an educator in empowering the young people to becoming effective leaders in climate action.
Okay, thank you, Zainab, and for the, extension, the Nation Media Group, for such platforms to get opportunity at least for the voice of the voiceless who are so powerful but not given opportunity. So my first point would be, if you look at even the programs that are existing, we talk of the youth, women, and maybe persons with disability in terms of the affirmative issues. But I think I persuade organizations, both government and non-governmental, to start with children, then youth, then women, and then persons with disability, as part of people who have been forgotten, and if empowered, they can do so much. My passion, or the reason as to why I drew myself into this, that was in 2018. There was a pop-up on internet of a possible sixth mass extinction of humanity, and the theory was attaching climate change or global warming as the cause for such, should we not take the right action. So then I developed interest to know what was all about the global warming. I learned of the greenhouse gases. I learned of the SDGs constitution or institutionalization 2015, where in Paris, the UN member states committed themselves to reduce the carbon emissions or stop where necessary, and then generally to just cleanse what we say the ecological sins that are everywhere, either through commission or omission. I walk everywhere. Simple things like just being in charge of your waste is actually a problem. Yet there's no waste that produces itself. I will struggle when I'm hungry to look for food, eat, whatever energy it will take me. But after eating, the wrapper where it falls, it's none of my problem. I start blaming someone. So I thought, could it be that we have the gender weakness that the behavior of the current generation, my generation, and the generation that is ahead of us has a problem? Then I did a bit of research. I realized behavior change. If we impart a child, the Holy Book for the Christians, they say there's a place where they say teach a child the way to grow, and when they grow, they will not depart from it. So I was inspired as a primary teacher that what if, it was an hypothetical statement, what if I invested in the youngest of our generations to make them know that you do not do this ecological cleansing and ecological conversion for this purpose of maybe salary or anything like that. I tried when I was at Loreto Valley Road, and I saw it working. Students could call and say, Mwalimu, it's like you have employed NEMA people in the house. You can't litter. You can't be watching when lights are on in the screen because they think you are wasting the energy because you don't need light to watch a TV. And that developed an interest. Maybe to flash forward, between 2018 up to now, I've done a lot of partnership empowerment at personal level. And I realized that if you invest in the youngest of the generations, then you are sure of the future.
And Mwalimu, just to interject you, when you're looking at our current education system, do you feel like there's a gap in terms of incorporating conversations and knowledge about climate change into the syllabus? Or where are we at? And what more can we do then?
Okay, I'm privileged to be in a school that offers both national and international curriculum. And for the international curriculum already has this aspect of global citizenship. And you cannot talk about global citizenship without the global agenda, which in a bigger way about climate justice. Then for the national curriculum, which is commonly known as the CBC, quite misinformation made people to make a lot of noise when it was introduced. But if you look at it and look at the curriculum design, the curriculum designers meant well. If you look at it, there's something called the PCIs in the lesson plans, which is pertinent and contemporary issues, which is actually the UN SDGs. So we are encouraged to do that, but then, so the curriculum already caters for it. The education curriculum developers, the government already has envisaged that. So what is to be implemented, the problem is practicalization. You teach practically, then you teach theoretically, then practically it needs resources, so then it needs a lot of partnership. And unfortunately, the organizations that are promoting these SDG projects do not know how to link with the schools. So that somebody will think today of planting trees. Then you think planting with the children will be a good thing. You come to my school, you bundle me out of class, come, we do the planting. When in real sense, according to the curriculum design, like grade 4 already has the drip irrigation using water bottles. So if we align the organizations and government and non-governmental organizations, aligned their practices or their activities with the curriculum so that they don't interrupt, then the curriculum as it is, it has so much.
All right.
And that is why we need to empower the teacher so that they can easily empower the children.
All right. And I'll come to you, Joseph, in a moment, and we'll talk about how we can merge then the education that we're getting from the schools and learning institutions and leveraging that in terms of innovation on climate action. But let me speak to young Aiden first. Aiden, what have you learned from Mwalimu here when you guys go out as a club? You know, what do you do that you feel helps the environment in terms of perhaps planting trees? Just give us examples of what you guys do when you're out there as a club.
When we're out there as a club, we plant trees, we water them, we empower people to pick up litter, we pick up litter. And we also reuse bottles, plastics, and we also recycle them.
So do you, fantastic, yes, a round of applause for young Aiden. So what, and when you go home, what do you tell your parents about the environment?
When I go home, I tell my parents that I've learned from Mr. Kasisi, and I also want to tell them about how they can do stuff like normally at home to reuse things, recycle things, and other.
Fantastic. Thank you, Aidan. And so suddenly you can clearly see the impact of inculcating that knowledge at such a young age. And so when you have that, and that's, you know, the knowledge that is needed as you continue growing up, now leveraging on that and using talent to coming up with those innovative solutions to tackle climate change. How do we merge those two now?
So I'd like to pick from where Mwalimu left it. I love the model that you're doing. I completely love it. But I think then we have a broken link in our higher education and TVETs. I graduated last year from Egerton. I did water and environmental engineering, that is under civil engineering. And nowhere in my 5 years of education and 1 year of Corona were we ever taught that, it took too long. Nowhere were we ever taught how to do green buildings, because climate change, again, you have to look at the emissions that are coming from the construction sector. We were not taught about how to mitigate that. Guys doing electrical engineering are never taught how to make electric vehicles. If you're doing a course on economics, BCom, and so on, you're never taught about climate financing, which, in my opinion, those are the green jobs that we need for the future. If you're doing, you know, food nutrition dietetics or food science or so on, nowhere are you ever taught that the methane that's going to be used because a third of the food produced worldwide goes to waste, and how can you do innovations around that? So I think there are these gaps that we have in our education system that we are simply not matching up. And the problem is you get graduates coming out of school and their skills do not and will not match up to the jobs of the future unless they themselves go out of their way to learn something else and to learn something that is not in the curriculum. And that also goes to tell you how much of a disconnect we have between the private sector and the academia. Because I would expect banks to go to school and tell the institutions that, look, all our financial models right now, all our bank statements right now always come with an aspect of climate change and how much financing is going to this particular kind of projects. I expect tech companies to go to universities and tell young people how stuff like AI might be good, but it's consuming too much energy, and how can students innovate around that so that we don't then have, you know, making 2 steps forward and 5 steps back. So I think there's a disconnect, and we really need to look at how can we fast track these changes, because if you look at every report, you know, WEF, World Bank, everyone else, they say that they give some big estimates of how much demand is going to be there for the green jobs. And right now, the one thing that is disturbing the government and young people in this room is employment.
Right.
So you have people who do not have employment. You have green jobs on this other side. And the reason why these people do not have employment is because they don't have green skills. And these green skills not come because the education system does not give them that. So that's the disconnect I see.
But
So do you feel we need a radical shift in terms of the skills, the courses that we're providing in our TVETs, in our other, higher learning institutions as well?
Yep, yeah, I love what they're doing at that age.
Mhm.
But when it comes to TVETs, let's even start from secondary schools. What people are learning in class should be equated to what is happening out there in the job industry
Right.
and what is estimated and what is foreseen to be happening in the job industries until like 2050 or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Mana, if we do not move fast, we're going to find ourselves behind in the future where everything has changed. But as young people in this country, in this continent, then we lack the sufficient skills that we need to deal with the impact of climate change ahead of us. So how do we begin addressing that from a perhaps policy perspective then?
Okay, so Zainab, you're taking me back to something I've been really thinking about, which is a biggest challenge in youth-led initiatives or youth-driving climate action, especially at grassroots level, where I feel like we really need policy reforms. Like we need policies that support youth-led initiatives, because I feel like we are really tokenized, to be honest, in all my honesty. Most of the spaces that we are in or contributing at, you get that we're just there to tick the box of inclusion that youths contributed. I also feel like, from my own experience as a youth leader trying to engage with governments with zero visibility, it's really hard for them to buy in our ideas and our projects. As we all know, youths are very, very innovative, and we are very passionate and try to address challenges with out of the world ideas. Like we want to use innovative ideas to do such things, and it's really hard for our policy makers, our government officials to buy this idea. They feel like it's too ambitious. So it's become a great hindrance to us in climate action, and we'd really like to ask our leaders to trust in youth-led solutions. Despite how ambitious it is, climate change is also complex, highly changing, interconnected. So there's need for these ambitious youth-led projects to address this complex issue that is constantly changing, evolving, and bringing in forth a lot of problems.
Mm-hmm. Mwalimu, Mana raised an issue of the youth tokenism, let me call it that. She called it tokenism, that they're there to just tick the box that, look, yes, we had young people in this panel, we had young people in this conversation, that's it. But really, what is the essence of ensuring that, yes, when we have young people have a seat at the table, that their ideas are incorporated in the policies that we are coming up with from a government perspective, from even, from a global policy perspective as well?
Okay, I'll pick it up from the SDG number 13, partnership. I realize there's a lot of, as my friend has said, the climate technical guy, he has said that within the 5 years he was in college, he never heard about this. If we take the 5 years back, we still land within the era of SDGs. I suspect he might have had maybe the internet or maybe access a smartphone. Had he maybe stumbled on that information, even without the college mentioning about it, maybe he could have heard about it. So then I'll also encourage you that if you look at now the current curriculum, they have said in the next, when the children are done with the grade 9, they branch into what they call the career paths. So these career paths, this is an opportunity for us who are informed to run to the agencies that need to implement the policies. I was sharing with a friend, was it in 2021, with the PS who was in environment then. And I told him, if a child can fly a drone to do the seeding using the seed balls, do we wait until the child is 18 as per the national laws, or he can be guided and fly the drone in Gong and do the seeding, supported by the policies. And he told me, you do something, then call us, let us see the practicability of it, then we push the policy. I recently went to the Directorate of SDGs, and I realized they're also shocked to understand that there's a team of teachers learning about SDGs. So I think the policies cut across, we blame, not even blaming, but we empower both sides. While the government is there, can it be the owners of organizations and individuals pushing sustainability issues to approach the government departments that are concerned with these issues, the policies? Then you don't go free. Come meet, come up with a proposal of the policy that you want so that we go together and push that policy. You've seen a lot of reforms. I think this also happens like just in the political scenario. If you need reforms, there's an approach. First, people with the common agenda, then formulate what you need, follow the procedure, and something will happen. So for me, it has not been, I've gone to the TSC, reached out to tell them, you see, you are pushing the agenda. When I look at your strategic plan, it talks about SDG number 4. But then the teachers who are your employees, when you ask them what is SDG, they wonder what you're talking about. But if you check in the curriculum design, there is SDG. But when you look at the exam setter, he is not setting anything about SDGs. So it does not motivate the teacher to go an extra mile to learn about SDGs. So it is a gap that requires everybody playing the part. But the policy issues, as we are saying, it requires me who is informed to inform who is in authority. I was sharing with somebody that, you see, the purpose of a tree planted by a child like this one and a tree planted by an old person, it is the same. But why should we have this begging for resources, as she's saying, tokenism? When I want to plant a tree, I need to beg. There is no set aside resources for the children, as if a tree planted by a child will absorb or will sink less carbon. Then the type of, again, the tokenism issue, can allow me to finish that point.
All right.
Like trees, not all trees are just good. Yeah, we've learned there's a lot of debate in terms of which tree can absorb what amount of, or can sink what amount of carbon. Which tree will be a motivator for this child to see that if I plant a tree, let's say a house avocado in our school, then after 2.5 years, he starts harvesting the fruits. He'll be very motivated. But most of the trees that are being given out here freely, they are like gravelia. You'll come to our school, you plant trees knowing after 10 years you are going to harvest them as timber. What is the benefit of this child? So if you stick to, let's say, fruit trees and talk of the quality seedlings of fruit trees, most of them range between 150 to almost as high as 600, 800 macadamia, which we've done a bit in our school for the orchards. Right. So if you started such an initiative, it will require a lot of resources, not the tokens that we are given. Somebody gives you seedlings. Last year I refused to, as an environmental club patron, to pick 1,000 seedlings from an organization, because for us we were establishing an orchard and we had space to plant and grow 200. So when I told them we only have space for 200, I was told you either take 1,000 or none.
All right.
Why? Because we need to fill in the forms that we've given 1,000. Where do I take the 800? The person lacks the integrity and tells you, even if you throw them, that's none of our business. So the tokenism has to stop. We need a strategic way of seeing how do we empower the children, the youth, whatever the brackets, with real resources, as the government are demanding for climate justice in terms of compensation.
Fantastic point. And I know that Joseph has something to say about that. Perhaps Yeah, you can. I know you wanted to add something on that.
Just to carry on from what she said and him. I think policies cut both ways. And in my opinion, the work of the government is to make life easier for the citizens in whatever aspect of their lives. And if we want to help young people, because what young people need is financing for their projects. They need just a bit of empowerment so that they can move to the next level and scale up whatever small businesses they're doing. So reducing the barriers to entry, reducing the amount of money that it takes you to register an NGO or a startup, KRA can be more flexible towards the youth. Such small incentives make young people more open-minded and more creative to making good initiatives that can get either funding inside the country or outside the country. But again, it also goes to capacity building. We, the youth, probably have ourselves to blame on some aspect. I mentioned about the skills, but again, I think we have so much internal non-collaborations that we needed to have as young people, because the synergies that we can create in between ourselves can be so much that we can move a lot of these KPIs and tokenisms out of the way and really impact this climate space.
Mana, certainly a very interesting point there. A huge challenge in developing homegrown solutions. And of course, when we're still looking at the issues of challenges and obstacles, in your area, in your perspective, as you work with vulnerable communities as well, because that's something you're very passionate about, what is it one thing that hinders you as a young leader in this climate space that perhaps would be of essential, would be necessary for not just the government, but the communities to understand, for you to be able to, and for all of us to be able to create that space to thrive and to create a better and sustainable future for all of us?
Yeah, thank you so much, Zainab. Allow me to put on the gender lens a bit. So as a young female leader in climate action, working with communities that are largely patriarchal. Kenya as a society is patriarchal. But guys, I don't need to tell you about pastoralists. We are just too patriarchal. Ours is above the line, it's above the scale. So as a female leader working with these communities, first of all, my leadership is extremely undervalued, because there's this stereotype that female leadership doesn't work, and that there's this way, like how they perceive and the cultural beliefs that are there with pastoralists, that men lead better, men can make better decisions, and females are just placed for some roles which are now gendered roles, for example, like domestic chores that we do. So me providing insights, direction in a project, guiding the implementation of a project doesn't really sit well with a lot of people, even in my own community. So I'm a girl raised in Maasai land, yet born, from Mandera originally, but I've never been there, but I've been raised and born and raised in Kajiado, that is Maasai land, and we've been assimilated into the culture. But still, I've seen that. I'm working with the same people that have seen me grow, but we still have that problem, the problem of gender bias, where women are not given, we are not taken as seriously as our male counterparts in leading climate action. And if you see, most women-led solutions are impactful. Most women-led solutions really work, because we have that instinct in us, that mother instinct in us that guides the whole project implementation and all that. I'd also like to mention the issue of limited funding access. I thought, as a young leader, I thought in the first place that I would never get funding for my project. But I got funding. But then there are other issues that come with that funding, which is in terms of when you get unrestricted and restricted funding support. So that's another dynamic that we don't really consider when we are applying for this funding. And when you get the funding, you're overjoyed and over the moon that finally the project that people thought was so ambitious is something that somebody already bought the idea. Now you have the funding. Now it comes to the part of restricted funding, where you see these donors that are giving us funding don't really have an idea of how to engage with these communities. It's not an easy thing. I think it's the biggest challenge that youth-led initiatives are facing. youth-led initiatives are impactful because we are working with these communities. We understand the communities, and our initiatives are deeply rooted in engaging communities. Like the past speaker in the panel said, this has to be community-led. But there are issues within these engagements that really need an innovative approach, even to the way we approach solving issues. Like, I know most of us will think of innovation as, like me, for example, if you tell me about innovation, I'll think about AI. I'll think about a gadget that will be used to sequester carbon from the atmosphere. But I've never thought that I'll have that perspective of innovation in handling communities. Because you have to know how to navigate their challenge. Otherwise, the whole donor project comes down and you're asked to pay back the money. So the unrestricted funding is really critical to ensure that our solutions they grow the necessary roots and that they are really impactful.
All right, fantastic, fantastic. Mwalimu Kasisi, because I see that our time is also running out, I'm going to give you an opportunity to make your last remarks as we move forward. And from just where you sit as an educator and somebody who believes so intensely on SDGs and its impact, and especially empowering young children as young as Aiden, what we need to do, and also looking at the innovations that we need to employ to ensure that we reach that goal.
Okay, thank you. Then it's also good for the audience to know that they are in grade 3. Not grade 4.
Fantastic.
And I would say human ability is infinity. But people can do as much or as less as they're empowered. At some point in the field of struggling with children issues to integrate them into the SDG implementation, it was not an easy thing, but then when I stumbled on SDG number 4, target 7, that the UN even already said by 2030, all learners ought to be equipped with the knowledge and skills. Then we added from the faith aspect that values and attitudes. Then how can we have this happen? It is only by empowering the teacher who talks the language that the children understand. I've seen in revolutions, people fear empowerment, that an empowered community can really be as dangerous to your agenda if it is not a pro-community, or it can be a so good agenda. So for these SDGs, now that we're talking of Africa Agenda 2063, there is already the feeling that we know we have not achieved. For how long will we keep on pushing this agenda? And reality is hurting. So what we need to do is, can we refocus and appeal to organizations, both government and non-governmental, refocus to empower the teachers, refocus to focus on not just the knowledge and skills. I have the knowledge to plant trees. I have the skills to do that. But why are we not pushing until the government says it is a tree planting national day? Even when they say so, we will politicize things and say whatever was said about it, but they're not telling you go and plant in the president's yard. They're telling you go and plant the tree in your own place, as long as it is anywhere on the planet. Empower the teacher to empower the child. Number 2, when you talk about, look at the last year's theme for World Environment Day, beating plastic pollution. Plastics is the greatest menace. We talk of recycling and all these things, but when we look at the most polluted place, it is the aquatic life. Technology will be so key. For us, we are already old. We can't learn technology to become our careers. How will we have technological engineers? I have seen a robot that can go into the ocean to pick litter from the bed of the ocean and bring it, my imagination, it brings it up to a hovering drone to pick the plastics, then take it to a shore where there is a recycling plant. But what happens now, we attempt to clean the drainages, then we heap the litter on the side of the drainages. When it rains, it all goes back there. What technology, where do we invest the technology? In these guys. If you want that, when I was talking about the drone, the cedar drone, somebody had to travel all the way from Switzerland to come and assemble it. Why shouldn't we invest in these young people to know that you can fly this, I can become a drone engineer, can make this, so that next time we don't need somebody to come all the way from China to come and how do we say, sell for or make for us the electric cars. As we are struggling to say no to carbon, what are we saying yes to? Do we have the capacity to transit to this? Then if we don't have, let us teach these people these eco-friendly energies, technologies, are all things that we are thinking about, invest so that it starts early. By the time they reach our time, their careers will be ecological engineers, there will be robotic engineers who are picking, you go to the slums or the informal setup, you find the waste that is there, the majority of it is diapers and the pads that are used, sanitary towels, which are non-biodegradable, or they take too long. What will, even if you love the environment, picking that becomes a problem. But with technology, you can make the robots, the AI for human good to make this. Who will do that? You can't start learning about it. You are still already a journalist. This guy can do it if he is guided. So with the resources, with empowerment, goodwill, and unity of purpose, co-opting teachers in your programs, giving these people opportunity. We are discussing about the COP29. Who is going to represent the children in that COP29? How will I struggle to get them in class, but you have to struggle walking around to look for organizations. So this organization will just use the children for events. You saw the African Summit that was here last year. It was in Kenya. And I'm not having an issue with the child who spoke on behalf of the children, but the child was not Kenyan. We are hosting the event. Why can't we empower every child so that when it is in Uganda, it's a child in Uganda doing that? All children empowered. So empower in a teacher, then the teacher will empower the children, and the future will be secured.
Thank you so much, Mwalimu. Very, very interesting points there. And I'm going to save Aidan so that he will have the last word. So I want you to think about the most surprising thing you've found out about climate change and the advice you'd give another 9-year-old who is going to be watching you. And then I'll come back to you. Sawa? So Joseph, your final remarks, and you're a climate tech engineer. So suddenly you really understand some of the points that Mwalimu Kasisi was making in terms of making sure that we have those skills. But yes, what are those things as you sit there and you're looking at all the gaps that we have and what we need to fill, what we need to quickly address as a country?
Thank you. Quickly, we need to address our mindset. Funny thing, I have some friends here and we did some experiment last week. If you Google right now, Africa, agriculture, then you go to the images tab, what you're going to see is that picture of an old woman carrying a djembe or with a djembe and a kid on the back or a kid on the side trying to help the mom. If you Google the same, agriculture Europe or agriculture Americas, what you're going to see is like huge tracts of land with tractors, some fancy gadgets of irrigation and so on. And so simple stuff that I think we can do. We can really redefine the spaces of everything that we have because, in my opinion, the biggest challenges that Africa has, number one is poverty, and number two is addressing the climate crisis. And if you can find your way through any of those, then you create impact and you create value. And there's so much that we can do. We don't, as he said, we don't really need to import all the technologies. We can make technologies that are used by other people. And if we can't, then we can shamelessly copy what other people elsewhere are doing in the world. And that's what Apple does, and there's no harm in that as long as it's working. I've met some people here when we were having tea. I've met a young man who is recycling waste from vehicles and repurposing that to advertisement materials. That's something that we can do. We don't need the government to come in and to help us to do that. Yes, they can be our client, but we don't really need some policies to change so that we can be able to do that. I've met somebody here also doing stuff on honey and value addition on honey. You don't need a lot to do that. The capital is extremely cheap for you to set up a beehive and start something. You know, I think we are our own impediment to growth, and that's why I think it's more of a mindset thing that we need to change internally before we now go and say serikali's idea, because the truth is the government can only do so much that is in their power. But we are the majority, the young people, the unemployed people, and so much, and a lot of us here in the private sector. And it is what can we do in our own small spaces to redefine what agriculture means. What can we do? For example, let me give you a startup idea, if you're looking for ideas. You probably came here using Basigo, which is an electric bus. That bus uses lithium. Lithium is not, those batteries are not done here in Kenya. Can you try and think of a way that you can recycle those batteries, because they have a short lifespan? That car is a bit heavier than normal buses, so the tires are going to run out a bit faster. Can you think of how you're going to repurpose those tires? Because in like 5-10 years, you're going to have like a lot of waste from these batteries, from these tires, and so on. Can you start thinking of what can we do about that? Can we upscale that? Can we rescale that into something else that can be used for some beautiful stuff? We have so much resources within us. We have so much potential lying here with us. The conversation has been a lot about Nairobi River and everything else. I mean, it's a shame. Come on, we have 50-something million people, and we can't think of how to clean a river. You know, we can't come up with something that can help us either stop polluting or take up all the pollution that is being emitted into the river. 50-something million people, all our brains together. You know, I think.
So Joseph, you're saying the talent is there,
Yep.
the ideas are there.
Yep.
So is it that the young people are not engaged enough on issues of climate change, or where is or is it just mindset?
Mindset, and you need to step up.
Okay.
If you don't step up, no one will step up for you, and if they step up, they'll step up for themselves. Thank you.
All right, Joseph. Thank you so much. Mana, your final remarks and where we need to head as a country, as a young woman leader in this space. And of course, also just looking at young people, what is your advice on people who really want to do something about climate change? Where do we begin?
Okay, so mine will be a call to action. First of all, because this is a Nation Media Group-led initiative, I'd like to speak to our journalists, to our media organizations, and I'd like to ask you to help us pass the mic. Because most of the spaces that we see are people who are common, like we see the same faces every day, making the other people, you know, in this climate space, we have so much of us. There are people doing initiatives, brilliant work that constantly lack this space because of the lack of visibility, limited resources to push their advocacies to, you know, put these initiatives out there. And it is the work of our media organization, our journalists, to ensure that there is inclusion, there is uplifting of these initiatives, that youth-led solutions get visibility in our, you know, even local stations, not really so much about international spaces. My other call to action will be to our leaders, because I have experienced this so much, like that blank look that a leader, let me not mention a specific like designation, a leader gives you that takes you back from motivation to zero, because they don't believe in your, like, what you're saying. And as I had echoed before, the problem of climate change really requires a lot of ambitiousness. We don't settle for small solutions. We talk about solutions that are holistic, solutions that are innovative, as my colleague here mentioned. So I need our leaders to believe in us, to give us a seat on that table, and not to be on the menu, but rather to participate in building that solution, and to resource, support, and basically pump into those youth-led initiatives.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mana. Now, to the man of the hour, Aidan, I now give you the mic, the opportunity to close for us this panel discussion. I asked you to think about one surprising thing you found out about climate change as you were learning more about it, and your advice to somebody who's as young as you on issues of environmental conservation, sustainability, and the climate space.
So, the most surprising thing I've learned is how global warming works. The greenhouse gases and the carbon dioxide, methane, and so on goes up into the air and passes through the ozone layer. Then there are small holes in the ozone layer. So when the methane and carbon dioxide passes, and it will come back because of the sun's heat, it will infect, it will pollute the air, the water, and other stuff. So what I'll tell a young person like me, I'll tell them I used to litter.
Put your mic near your mouth. Yes. Good.
I used to litter quite a lot, but then I met Mr. Kasisi. What I'll tell a young person like me is that you think that just a few bottles won't do that much, but it does quite a lot.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That was 9-year-old Aidan Kahiga. He is in grade 3. I believe that's true, Mwalimu. Yes? Oh, 8. I'm sorry for adding 1 extra year. So yes, thank you for correcting me. Aidan Kaiga is 8 years old, grade 3 at St. Mary's School here in Nairobi. And once again, congratulations, serving as the Cabinet Secretary for Climate Action at the school's Environmental Club. A round of applause for Aidan. And Mwalimu, thank you so much, Mwalimu Kasisi Daniel. You're doing an incredible job with these young kids, and we can certainly see the difference and certainly hope in the future these are the guys who are going to shape the future for us. That is Kasisi Daniel, primary school teacher at St. Mary's School in Nairobi, the co-founder of the Eco Changers Initiative, a decade of experience in teaching, and of course, as the focal point for the Teachers for SDGs e-learning course, he integrates sustainability into education. Thank you, Mwalimu. Joseph Ngudhiru here. Joseph is a climate tech engineer, passionate about sustainability. You could see his witty side as well, and is transforming livelihoods through positive impact. He talked about MC2. He is the co-founder of MC2. It's a startup that leverages AI as an early warning system for deforestation, among many other startups that he is working with. And of course, Mana Omar. Mana is a climate scientist by profession. She's a climate justice and gender advocate for the indigenous pastoralist communities of Kenya, and also the founder and CEO of Spring of the arid and semi-arid lands. I believe that's correct? Fantastic. Thank you so much. Lady and gentlemen and young gentlemen, we appreciate your time, and certainly these young people, these are the key ingredients in this conversation. So certainly I hope we've learned a thing or two about their contribution, their leadership, and of course why we need to empower more young people to partake in this conversation. Once again, thank you so much. My name is Zainab Ismail. I hand it over back to you, Winnie.
Great. Thank you very much, Zainab Ismail. Truly, truly learned a lot from the conversation, and very, very much impressed by Aidan. I mean, think about when you were 80 years old, would you even, first of all, sit in a panel and talk like that? Think about it for a sec, all right? And like we said this morning, the message is, what can you learn from one another? So I'm pretty sure that you've learned a lot from not only the panel, both panels, that is in the morning and now, but we still have one more panel to go in the afternoon. So right about now, it's time for us to go for lunch. And I'm going to ask us to be very, very quick taking our lunch, because we have Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Roads and Transport, and that is Mr. David Chirchir. He'll be here at exactly 1:40 p.m. to give his keynote address. And I'm pretty sure you have so many questions for him, as you have so many questions for the panel that was led by Zainab Ismail. So note them down. And if you want to have enough time to ask all those questions, please have your lunch as quick as you can. And not to forget what you can see on your screens, scan that QR code, and you will get free access to our e-paper, all right? So scan the QR code on the screens and you get 1 week free access to our e-paper. And still scanning, there are papers on your table. Scan that and give us your feedback as far as Earthwise Summit 2024 is concerned. Let me not take too much time. Let's try and be quick and be seated by exactly 1:35 p.m. so that we prepare for the keynote address by Honorable Davis Chirchir. So see you in the next few minutes.
Coming up, I get to experience life underwater at one of the most rewarding snorkeling locations in Kenya. I get to understand the importance of the colorful, complex, and critical coral ecosystem, what's threatening it, and what's being done to restore it.
Welcome to NTV Wild Talk with me, Smriti Vidyarthi. Today we are coming to you from Shimoni in the county of Kwale. And this episode is in honor of World Oceans Day, which is celebrated annually on the 8th of June.
As the shades of blue stretch towards the horizon, the sheer breadth and depth of the ocean appears never-ending and limitless. From above, the surface, and beneath, oceans are magnificent and mystical. They regulate climate, and aquatic life makes up over 94% of all life on the planet. That means there's more diversity of species here than on land. Over 70% of the oxygen we breathe is produced by marine plants. So oceans are in fact integral to our very survival.
And today I am going to explore part of the Indian Ocean, in particular the Kisite Marine National Park and Reserve. But before I head out, I'm going to meet Abraham Songok. He is the Deputy Warden of the park. Great to see you, Abraham. I'm so excited to go snorkeling at the marine park. When was the Kisite Marine Park established and why?
Kisite Marine Park was established in 1973, but officially gazetted in 1978. And the reason for establishment is to conserve endangered species and critical habitat.
What makes this park so special and so unique?
It is called Masai Mara of the sea, because it has all the creatures that are there, marine life. We have the dolphins, we have the endangered endemic coconut crab, we have beautiful islands, we have also birds, we have beautiful all types of mangroves and all types of corals that are found in the world.
I'm so excited to go snorkeling. You're not coming with me, but thank you so much. And you are coming with me, so let's get going.
I head out from the KWS floating jetty in Shimoni.
Asante sana.
And set off to the Kisite Marine Park's coral reef, a protected area of 11 square kilometers. The Mpunguti Reserve covers 28 square kilometers. It's about 20 minutes away from the mainland south of Wasini Island. Unlike terrestrial parks and reserves, this park has no signage because, well, we're somewhere in the middle of the ocean.
We are now at the Kisite Mpunguti Marine Park, and the water is so still and the clarity looks absolutely incredible. I cannot wait to get inside and explore.
Just before I get into the water, I'm treated to a breathtaking surprise. Dolphins, one of Kisite's main attractions, show up and swim right next to the boat. It's exhilarating having them this close and seeing them so clearly. The ocean bed is literally visible beneath them.
Okay.
By the time I get into the water, the dolphins have swum away. But there's so much else to see. Within moments, I feel like I've been transported to somewhere magical. It's a natural garden underwater. And I'm surrounded by hundreds of fish. The sheer variety and vibrancy is almost overwhelming. There's an angelfish, goatfish, cornet fish, which really surprised me by their length, even a turtle, a Moorish idol, snapper and emperor fish, a fish called sweet lip, and so many other species. I'm particularly drawn to the dancing sea anemone as the fish weave their way through the tentacles. I can understand why this is called the Masai Mara of the sea. There's also such interesting coral, the rock-type features on the seabed that sometimes appear as plants. These are in fact animals with a hard skeleton made of calcium carbonate. Corals are fixed in one place, and coral reefs are actually the world's most biodiverse ecosystems. They cover a very small part of the ocean's surface, but 25% of all marine life are dependent on coral reefs for food and shelter. These little guys also need the reefs to hide and produce and raise their babies. Coral reefs also protect our coastlines. They provide a buffer protecting our coasts from waves, storms, and floods.
It is just a whole other world under there. I got so lost in the magic of the colors and the creatures. I saw such interesting coral and just the most colorful fish I've ever seen. The ocean is not just spectacular to look at and experience, but it actually is also beneficial to mankind.
This part of the ocean attracts many visitors, both local and international. This creates jobs for the locals as tourists come to see the marine life. The water is so clear that this tourist boat almost looks like it's floating in the air. And for those who can swim or dive, it's an even more exciting experience.
Kwa manufaa ya bahari inavutia wageni. Wakikuja huku tunauza bidhaa kama vile nguo, maji, soda, bia. Wanatupromote, tunapata income.
Kama wavuvi mfano wametoka baharini, mimi nami nikiwabeba nikiwapeleka kwao pia huwa inanipa manufaa.
Yule mvuvi akienda pale akivua samaki ama wale wageni wakienda kule wanapata ile chenye wanapata ndio wanakuja wanafanya nacho biashara ama ndio wananunua nacho vyakula, sisi tunapata faida.
Kutoka utotoni kwangu mpaka kufikia nimehustle na bahari, hata familia yangu pia imehustle na bahari. Tunapata chakula kwa bahari, tunapata school fees kwa bahari, tunapata in short kila kitu kwa bahari. So si huku tumetegemea bahari miaka yetu yote tangu wazazi wangu, yani vizazi vya nyuma mpaka sasa tunategemea bahari.
Coral reefs are critical, but they're disappearing at an alarming rate. Researchers say the planet has lost 50% of its coral reefs since the 1950s. And here's why. Pollution, on the beach and in the oceans. According to the IUCN, 37,000 tons of plastic leaks into the ocean every year in Kenya, and it's choking marine life. John Wambua, the Senior Assistant Director of the Coast Conservation Area with the Kenya Wildlife Service, says solid waste management is a major problem.
Turtles are endangered species. Now, turtles feed on jellyfish. When they meet a plastic bag, they think it's a jellyfish, and they feed on it, and we end up losing the turtles.
This pollution also causes stress for coral reefs. Corals, seabeds and marine life are also being destroyed by illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing methods and overfishing.
Many arrests that we are doing is people who are using illegal gears. For example, the nets, the beach seine, or the drag nets. So the dragging itself is a bad fishing method. The fisheries department has also been giving them some of the good fishing gears. County government of Mombasa has also been supporting them, buying them the fishing gears that are sustainable in terms of fishing.
But some fishermen still don't feel supported.
Bado tuna umaskini mkubwa, baadhi ni kubwa sana na ina vyakula vingi viko huko, lakini tutavifuata na namna gani? Vyombo vyetu ni kidogo, ni vichanga. Tunataka serikali iwekeze upande huo. Samaki wetu ni kidogo tunapata sisi hapa, lakini wavuvi wako hapo wa maana. Wakwenda dipsi, lakini tusaidika vipi?
Development also has a negative impact.
Now, turtles, they don't breed in the ocean. They breed on the beaches. Now, with the developments, they encroach into the land for the turtles. So, and you know, turtles, when they breed, when they lay their eggs, they go. The hatchlings, when they are hatched, they go. But later, they will still come and lay their eggs where they were born. A turtle comes back to where she or he was born, only to find there is a wall or there is a building.
The threats are so bad that 60% of coral reefs are at risk of extinction in the next 3 decades, according to experts. But there is hope. This is what healthy coral looks like, vibrant and full of life. But in Mkwiro area of Shimoni, the coral ecosystem has degraded over time, something Dosa Mchenga, a former fisherman, has witnessed.
Dosa, why did you make that change from a fisherman to conservation?
In our village, Mkwiro village, around 98% are fishermen. So we depend on the sea most of our life. When I began fishing, it was like the catches were very high, which could sustain our life. But as the time goes, it keeps on coming less and less. So we were wondering as a community, what has caused this?
In 2015, they met Ewot Noster, a marine ecologist who found that the decline in fish in the area was due to the destruction of coral.
At first, we as the community, we used to know these coral reefs were just stones. But when we met with him, he was like just explaining to us these are animals and they are breeding areas of these fish. So when we destroy these coral reefs, no fish will be found there because these are their homes.
Dosa then decided to join Reefolution, an organization that partners with the local community and the Mkwiro Beach Management Unit to restore degraded coral ecosystems and which creates opportunities to improve livelihoods in the area.
I became a reef ranger to really do the work of bringing back the biodiversity of this ocean, bringing back those fish which were lost.
The technique to restore the coral is called coral gardening and is based on science and research. I head off to meet Yvonne Muya, the program coordinator of Reefolution, to understand the process.
In coral gardening, we first go out into the water, dive into the water, collect coral fragments that are broken off from the coral. It's important to note that we don't cut any coral from colonies. We collect naturally occurring fragments that have been, disposed by wave action and things like that. So this what you see is called coral nursery trees. This is the first step in the coral gardening. After the fragmentation, we take the corals and we put the trees in the water. Then we put corals on these small loops here, like you see.
Why are they made out of plastic and put into the ocean?
So you see, for the nursery, we need to give the coral in the nurseries optimal conditions. And we're trying to make coral restoration as affordable as possible. Plastic pipes are actually very buoyant and easily affordable to find within the village here in Shimoni, so it's easily accessible even to the community. Once the corals have overgrown, they're then transplanted into artificial reefs. Smitty, it's very important to know that we use artificial reefs because we do not have a natural substrate occurring in the channel over here. In the past, I would say in the 90s, there was a lot of dynamite fishing, and this really made all the natural coral substrate. It was blown away. It was blown away at that time.
So what are these?
Yes. So these are some of our artificial reefs. That is called a cake.
Okay, wow. A cake with candles.
A cake with candles. So once the coral is taken from the tree, it is attached here using a tie wrap. The layered cakes are made from cement and rocks. The bottle reef, similar to the cake, is made from cement. Cement is a really we found out that cement is one of the best substrates for corals. You see, with this bottle reefs, we are reusing essentially these bottles that would have otherwise been disposed into the ocean or somewhere else. Right. We attach the coral over here. Once it's taken from the tree, we attach it over here. We attach similar species of corals on one bottle reef to enable them grow and cover this whole area. As you'll be able to see underwater, they form some sort of like a bouquet.
It's quite difficult to picture that, so I'm going to have to head out myself into the ocean and get a sense of what this all really looks like underwater.
I swim out with Judy to the nursery a few meters from the shoreline. She is one of the reef rangers at Reefolution, who are educated, trained and certified to plant and conserve the corals. This is the area in Quiro where corals were destroyed. I notice a big difference between this ecosystem and the one in Kisite. This one is now built up by the artificial structures that I saw on land. I see the nurseries and the hanging coral fragments which have been attached to the plastic tree-like structures. They'll stay for about 6 to 12 months to grow depending on the species. It's wonderful to see how fish are actually returning to the area. Without this nursery, there would be no life here. The reef rangers are tasked to maintain these structures, and that includes scrubbing off the algae that grows on the buoys. Judy shows me how it's done. It's not easy, but Judy can also free dive to some of the structures below. It's hard to believe she didn't know how to swim until she started working here. She's totally at ease in this almost alien-like world. Once the fragments have grown, the reef rangers transplant them from the nurseries and outplant them onto the other artificial reefs. I see the cake-like structures and also notice how the glass bottles have been transformed into an artificial reef. The area is thriving. The coral gardening aims to stimulate natural regeneration and to restore habitat complexity. Reef Systems is another organization that uses modular building blocks to create artificial reefs which can be built underwater. Just a few days after installation here in Shimoni 2, the new structures attracted life. head back to the shore and I ask Judy what inspired her to become a marine conservationist.
Ocean is intriguing to me because I come from the central part of Kenya and we're not very lucky to be around the ocean.
What is so intriguing about the ocean to you?
The ecosystem, there are very many ecosystems. The coral reefs, the seagrass, the mangrove, they're very interesting to learn about. And the interconnection between the fish, the communities.
So you are a young 25-year-old woman in conservation. Why is that so important, being a woman in conservation?
I think it's very inspiring for the young kids because here at Revolution you have the opportunity to go to visit the schools around here and teach them about the marine conservation and marine ecosystem. So when the children there, especially the girls, see a female diver and a female conservationist, they are very inspired and they want to learn more about the conservation. So one instance, when we went to one of the conservation clubs here, we showed the kids a picture of a diver. They didn't know it was a female. And we asked them to guess who the diver was.
From the team?
Yeah, from the team, from us. So we are a team of 3, so me and 2 other males. So none of them could guess that I was the diver. So it was very humbling, and I want them to know that it's easy. It's not as hard as it seems, like diving and conservation, and they can all be part of it.
More than 500 million people around the world earn their income directly or indirectly from coral reefs, so their protection really is critical. But here is how climate change is impacting the survival of corals.
There's many different impacts of climate change on the ocean, but I think one that is very important also to realize is that any increase in the water temperature will directly increase also the body temperature of anything living in the ocean. So some animals like the coral just cannot handle them, and those will disappear. But other animals like migratory fish, they might just move to other areas, move away from where people used to fish them. And that is also something you see already happen. And it means also that people will have to adapt. Fish species that used to be caught cannot be caught anymore. So people will either have to catch different species or just completely move to a different lifestyle. So everything is just changing, and it's changing rapidly. So I would say there's so many impacts. It's quite frightening in a way. But yeah, also we are just trying our best to help people adapt and help prevent the damage as much as possible.
Just imagine a world without the abundance of marine life. It would be devastating. These ecosystems deserve to not only survive, but thrive. And while efforts are being made to restore what's already being degraded, much more needs to be done to prevent further damage to our oceans. And that responsibility lies with me and you. That's all on NTV Wild Talk with me, Smriti Vidyarthi. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Hello and welcome to NTV Wild Talk with me, Smriti Vidyarthi.
Nikisite Mpunguti. Mpunguti. Punguti.
Kenya has put in place policies, legislations, and institutions to help address the effects of climate change. The creation of 47 counties in Kenya under the 2010 Constitution has also increased opportunities for the country to address climate change, tailoring action and investments that respond to local climate risks and livelihood strategies.
Kikusha hii mvua demu kidogo hapa tunahama mpaka Wajia kutafuta maji. alafu tunakaa karibu na Wajir, usiku tunalala njiani hivi, watu wanalala njiani, alafu siku nyingine wanafika kunywa maji huko, siku nyingine wanalala njiani, siku 3 ndio wanafikisha kufika nyumbani.
In Wajir, an arid and semi-arid county in Kenya, pastoralism is the main livelihood for the people, and ensuring there is sufficient water for livestock is an important consideration for the county's economic development plans. However, despite the large investments in water service delivery by different actors, Wajir County residents continue to face problems of water scarcity, mainly due to poor planning of investment, poor governance, insufficient local involvement on investment, and corruption, among others.
Sisi zamani wakati alikuwa sisi naishi hapa, hakuna maji, hakuna kila kitu. Sasa serikali alafu sisi mbemambia sisi iko na taabu, alafu mkomiti mkuja hapa na taabu, alafu amejenga kisima. Sasa ile bata ya maji, alafu ile kinini kia Manyata hakuna maji na hawa wanashota hapa. Sasa nataka kufirishi, alafu baadaye tena mimi nataka sisi nataka alafu tena furuta maji tangi kubwa huko ya kupeleka nini kwa Manyata.
Wajir County was one of the first 5 counties to establish the County Climate Change Fund mechanism. The mechanism provides for funds set aside by the county government to finance climate change projects that are prioritized by local people to strengthen their resilience to the effects of climate change, an objective that is consistent with the principles of devolution.
Climate change is a global issue which is affecting all over the world. Not forgetting that Wajir County is one of the counties that is experiencing high climate change issues. And as a county government, we came up with, in line with the National Climate Change Act, we were not also left behind. We came up with a Climate Change Act, 2016 June. It was passed by the Assembly. So now the county government set aside 2% of its development funds, which was equivalent to 80 million shillings, was kept aside for climate change projects.
Community members are directly involved right from the beginning, and they are the ones who decide the priority right from the village level. These priorities are then supported by their county government. Through the financial support of the government of Wajir, Sweden, and Kenya and the UK aid, over 24 public good investments, mostly on water, directly benefiting communities and taking into account current and future climate risks, were prioritized.
Before this project, we actually had some problems. There were shortage of water. The trucks were not enough. Actually there were a lot of queues, and people were taking long hours to water their camels. The other uses of, the drinking water for homestead. But since this program, we have seen changes in the community, and actually we are appreciating, because now the time for queue is short. And we are getting sufficient water, although not 100%.
One of those investments is the Mansa borehole that serves an estimated population of 5,700 people and 26,470 livestock, which has brought much relief to the community. 2 years ago, the story of anguish over water scarcity in Mansa was a common tale in every homestead.
Lakini kama maji hakuna, meenda Sarif tena 10 kilometers. Melete bunda na tena meendea mili yangu gari moja kama hii. Chafu, watoto chafu na mimi chafu. Umekaa nyumbani, sasa mzee ameomba hii, lete pesa, mzee hakuna pesa. Sasa niki nimeshiba sana mimi. Na watu wote wameshiba. Sasa ni eko na biashara na ajili ya maji.
This new approach of involving communities in making decisions over the use of the fund ensures sustainability of the investments through formation of management committees, building their institutional capacities, and to govern water facilities.
Climate change, it is the community who are deciding. If they tell us they want a water kiosk, we have to do that water kiosk. If they say they require trough, we will do it. If they say piping, we will do it. It is them who know. But it is not we deciding for them in offices, seated in the offices and deciding for them. So it is a total difference. And that is how we are moving. In every now and then, we are coming up with a way whereby this water planning committee become development committees.
The success towards changing livelihoods for better and building communities' resilience to climate change is something worth replicating in other counties. Until 2 years ago, it was called the Rock of Misfortune, the giant rock at Masua village in Makueni County, which has domineeringly stood here since time immemorial. Appealing the Kwangiti in the local language, meaning the place of dogs, a despised animal in the community, this rock has been known to meet massive destruction during the rainy season as hundreds of liters of water flow down the huge stone.
Those who are on the downslopes, they would get embarrassed by water, washing away their shambas, causing an intensive erosion, causing a lot of havoc, even deepening the gullies originating on the same hills. So they would just look like the stones, the rocks, the bare rocks, were an hazard to them.
Through funding from the county government of Makueni, Embassy of Sweden in Nairobi and the UK aid, the local community supported by the Anglican Development Services Eastern changed the negative narrative of a bare rock to one that is transforming lives through the harvesting of rainwater and storing in large tanks.
So we decided in this rocky catchment, in this rocky landscape, we would build a wall embankment around it. And that, because it's, massive rock with absolutely nothing, just rock. So we built the embankment cutting across halfway there, the rocky landscape, and so we decided if this wall can hold water when it rains, because there's so much that we can harvest. The rains come very short-lived but heavy in quantity.
I want someone to come to the blackboard and write for me 27.
Today, children spend quality time in school. Farming and businesses are thriving, and the landscape is changing through tree planting campaigns, all supported by the availability of water.
The Masua Rock helped these people here. We used to have to travel, we used to send the kids from here to the Muone River, which is the nearest water point there. It is around 5.6 kilometers from here. And then we used to have duties for children from class 4 to class 8. Each class, we used to send them that 5 kilometers to fetch water, 5 kilometers back. That is 10 kilometers for a child to come with 5 liters jerrycan. So what we did, When they brought the water here, they gave us the first priority of the school. Then the next was the community. And then, because the water now was enough, the population rose from 100 pupils in the school to 150 in 2017.
Masuwa catchment is one of the 15 CCCF projects in Makueni that has helped people adapt to climate change through sustainable rainwater harvesting, hence reducing water conflicts and long-distance trucking in search of water.
Kuna familia ya watu 4 na tulikuwa tunaendea maji mbali huko karibu kilomita 5 hivi. Sasa tunafurahia kwa hii mradi kuingia hapa karibu na kwetu.
Although communities are deriving a lot of benefits from the CCCF mechanism, there's need to come up with policies to guide the management of the various investments, highlight rules and responsibility in the management of the investments, and also identify ways of raising funds for the day-to-day repairs and maintenance of the investments.
Hii maji iko na faida kwa sababu nilikuwa natoa maji huko kwa mlima. Saa hii natoa hapa napeleka nyumbani. Haya, hii maji huwa tunalipisha mitungi 3 shilingi 10. Hizo pesa huwa inatusaidia kwa kununua water guard, kurepair pipes na vitu vingine hapa.
Makueni County government was one of the first 5 counties to establish the County Climate Change Fund mechanism to finance climate change projects that are prioritized by local communities and informed by climate information.
The community, they begin by telling us what they want, and then they are, of course, they're trained and they bring in proposals. The proposals are reviewed in the midway, and then they tend to advise the board concerned with climate change, because we set a fund of 1% of our development budget so that it could handle this project. So it kind of came from the ground upwards.
The uniqueness of the County Climate Change Fund mechanism involves extensive consultation through the Ward Climate Change Planning Committees so that community members decide on the sustainable project to meet their specific needs.
Tukaenda tukafanya mawasiliano na community, tukaona there are challenges, tuka-identify na tukawaita kwa pamoja, tukafanya public participation, tuka-interrogate, tukaona ni hipi tungeweza kufanya wapate faida na msaada pia. Ndipo tukaja tukaona katika eneo hili la Masue kuna changamoto za kupata maji ya kunywa, maji ya kutumika katika maboma za wananchi.
In passing of County Climate Change Fund legislation, counties can access climate finance from their own budget by setting aside a percentage, as well as from national and international climate finance to build their resilience to a changing climate.
In Karachuonyo, Homa Bay County, the dead are disturbed. Many rest in pieces as an insatiable hunger scrapes their graves to the bone.
If you can keenly look,
you can see that
That's clothes.
these are clothes. And it shows that this is somebody's grave that was buried. If you can look keenly,
you
can see these are pieces of bones.
Bone, yeah.
These are bones,
Bone
and these are bone fragments. Yeah, that is a human bone.
This was once a home, but now it's a wetland occupied by reeds, insects, and frogs. It wasn't always like this, but for many locals here in Kobala in Homa Bay County, this is now their reality, having to abandon their homes and letting the water take it over. This is because of years of degradation, and this degradation has become so bad such that hanging graves like that one are now a normal occurrence. How long has this graveyard been exposed? Do you know?
It has been here for the last more than 15 years down the line. Yes.
And the family that owns this graveyard does not live here anymore?
No, the whole family died. That is why.
That's why it's a graveyard.
Yeah.
And if you look, you can see the cloth here, there, there.
Yeah. Even the other place, you can see there's a cloth.
Wow. Hanging graves, as the locals call them, dot the landscape. It's terrifying, really, to see the exposed pieces of cloth and bones, revealing a little bit about who lies here.
We have noticed that this overexploitation of sand has really put the community at risk. As you can see, the larger part of Homa Bay community lies within the lakefront. And when there's overexploitation of sand, we have experienced cases where the lake level has risen and there's backward encroachment, and homes have had to be displaced in the process.
Coming up, I get to experience life underwater at one of the most rewarding snorkeling locations in Kenya. I get to understand the importance of the colorful, complex, and critical coral ecosystem, what's threatening it, and what's being done to restore it.
Welcome to NTV Wild Talk with me, Smriti Vidyarthi. Today we are coming to you from Shimoni in the county of Kwale. And this episode is in honor of World Oceans Day, which is celebrated annually on the 8th of June.
As the shades of blue stretch towards the horizon, the sheer breadth and depth of the ocean appears never-ending and limitless. From above, the surface, and beneath, oceans are magnificent and mystical. They regulate climate, and aquatic life makes up over 94% of all life on the planet. That means there's more diversity of species here than on land. Over 70% of the oxygen we breathe is produced by marine plants.
Discussion going on over here. Can we finish it inside? Thank you. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your cooperation. We're starting in the next few minutes.
In particular, the Kisite Marine National Park and Reserve. But before I head out, I'm going to meet Abraham Songok. He is the Deputy Warden of the park. Great to see you, Abraham. I'm so excited to go snorkeling at the marine park. When was the Kisite Marine Park established and why?
Kisite Marine Park was established in 1973, but officially gazetted in 1978. And the reason for establishment is to conserve endangered species and critical habitat.
What makes this park so special and so unique?
It is called Masai Mara of the sea because it has all the creatures that are there, marine life. We have the dolphins, we have the endangered endemic coconut crab, we have beautiful islands, we have also birds, we have beautiful all types of mangroves and all types of corals that are found in the world.
I am so excited to go snorkeling. You're not coming with me, but thank you so much. And you are coming with me, so let's get going.
I head out from the KWS floating jetty in Shimono.
Sante sana.
And set off to the Kisite Marine Park's Coral Reef, a protected area of 11 square kilometers. The Mpunguti Reserve covers 28 square kilometers. It's about 20 minutes away from the mainland south of Wasini Island. Unlike terrestrial parks and reserves, this park has no signage because, well, we're somewhere in the middle of the ocean.
We are now at the Kisite Mpunguti Marine Park and the water is so still and the clarity looks absolutely incredible. I cannot wait to get inside and explore.
Just before I get into the water, I'm treated to a breathtaking surprise. Dolphins, one of Kisite's main attractions, show up and swim right next to the boat. It's exhilarating having them this close and seeing them so clearly. The ocean bed is literally visible beneath them.
Okay.
By the time I get into the water, the dolphins have swum
We're also
away.
mindful about the environment and actions and how that influences or impacts the environment in one way or the other. So we really appreciate your feedback. Scan the QR code on your tables and give us your feedback. But if you want free 1 week, free e-paper access, feel free to scan the QR code on your screens. Remember, it is Earthwise Summit 2024. We're almost at, I don't want to say the tail end, but this is the last day. And like I said, I want us to make as much noise as possible online, and that is on X, on Facebook, and everywhere else. So if you did not take a picture or a video and posted it online, I am watching you, okay? And I will come into your DMs. No, I'm kidding. So if you can, please take as many photos as you...
Snapper and emperor fish, a fish called sweet lip, and so many other species. I'm particularly drawn to the dancing sea anemone as the fish weave their way through the tentacles. I can understand why this is called the Masai Mara of the sea. There's also such interesting coral, the rock-type features on the seabed that sometimes appear as plants. These are in fact animals with a hard skeleton made of calcium carbonate. Corals are fixed in one place, and coral reefs are actually the world's most biodiverse ecosystems. They cover a very small part of the ocean's surface, but 25% of all marine life are dependent on coral reefs for food and shelter. These little guys also need the reefs to hide and produce and raise their babies. Coral reefs also protect our coastlines. They provide a buffer protecting our coasts from waves, storms, and floods.
It is just a whole other world under there. I got so lost in the magic of the colors and the creatures. I saw such interesting coral and just the most colorful fish I've ever seen. The ocean is not just spectacular to look at and experience, but it actually is also beneficial to mankind.
This part of the ocean attracts many visitors, both local and international. This creates jobs for the locals as tourists come to see the marine life. The water is so clear that this tourist boat almost looks like it's floating in the air. And for those who can swim or dive, it's an even more exciting experience.
Fantastic. That's really, really nice. Kama uongei na mtu mimi nakuona. Nakuona. I might ask you a question. Hey, what is your neighbor's name? What do they say? What organization do they represent? You know, all the good stuff. But to join and also learn something from them. I might ask you a question later on, and maybe I might be generous, and probably you might get a shot and get a picture with the CS. So learn something. Learn something from whoever is around you, okay? All right, let's get seated if you're okay. I actually have a riddle. Should we? Okay, I'm going to divide us into 1, 2, 3, okay? I have a riddle. So, and I have several of them. So if you know the answer, just shoot up your question. I mean, your answer. Wait, what? Shoot up your hand. Shoot up your hand and tell me the answer, okay? So the first riddle is, I bring awareness to what we face. The world is getting warmer, and it's truly the case. What am I? I'm going to ask that question again. I bring awareness that we face the world's... I bring awareness to what we face. The world's getting warmer, and it's truly the case. What am I? Okay? You. She's right. It's climate change. The reason why we're here today, conversations around climate change and climate action. Okay, question number 2, riddle number 2. I am not trash, nor am I waste. With proper mix and natural taste, what am I? I am not trash, nor am I waste. With proper mix and natural taste, what am I? Dun, 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 dun. Huh? Huh? Shout. Si tumeshiba. Oh, nirudie. Okay, sawa. So I am not trash, nor am I waste. With proper mix, I am a natural taste. What am I? Go ahead. Air? No, not air, but good answer. Good answer. Any guesses? Any guesses? Yes? Water? No, but good answer. The gentleman over at the back. Same. Oh, you wanted to say water. No, the answer is compost heap. Easy, right? Okay, Sawa. Let me give you an easier one. We are in the wild, right? So the alphabet goes from A to Z, but I go from Z to A. What am I? And I can see our chief guest has walked in. Yeah, very quickly. Okay, that was easy. That was very easy. Okay, one last word, since we're still in the wild. What is as big as an elephant, but weighs nothing? What am I? Oh, okay, go ahead. A giraffe? Say what? Cheetah? No, but good answer. No? Okay. What is as big as an elephant, but weighs absolutely nothing? It is very easy, I promise you. It is the easiest of them all. No? Okay. Your hand is up. Very quickly. No, not air. Okay. Rhino, no, but close. One last person. Any guesses? Any guesses? Okay, okay, go ahead, shout. Say what? Huh? Oh no, the answer is the elephant's shadow. I mean, seriously, what else could look like an elephant? I mean, a rhino is close. Yeah, but yeah. Okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time that we have been waiting for, and our chief guest this afternoon is already here. We've had fantastic conversations since morning. And like I said, this is the last day of Earthwise Summit 2024. I know I'm really, really sad that the day is almost coming to an end, but hey, there's so much to look forward to, including a declaration that we'll be making at the tail end of this day, and that is Earthwise Summit 2024. And our chief guest is already here. Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Roads and Transport, Mr. Davis Chirchir, is here, and he'll be giving us a keynote speech on resilient infrastructure for sustainable future. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for our COO, Miss Monica Washeke, as she comes to introduce our chief guest this afternoon. Bado. She said only today, allow her to make noise. Only today, okay? All right, thank you very much. Monica, the floor is yours.
Information. But we strive as Nation Media Group to be a catalyst for positive change, a force for good in our communities and the world. And we are doing this through platforms that are diverse, through platforms like this, where and we are honored that our chief guest and our keynote speaker for this afternoon, the CS in the Ministry of Roads and Transport, we are honored that you have come and have given us your support this afternoon. But we are even more honored that we will learn from your expertise, from your knowledge, and that we will be able to have conversations that will be guided by your insights and will undoubtedly contribute to the understanding of everybody in the room, so that together we can create a more resilient, equitable future, not just for us in the room, not just for the young people in the room. And today when we were told about, we said youth, the teacher on stage challenged us and saying we are leaving a really big demographic, and that demographic today has expressed to us exactly why we are leaving them out when they expressed themselves. And so to close, as I welcome our keynote speaker this afternoon, I want us to remember the quote by Wangari Maathai, that we cannot ignore the fact that the earth is our home. We must protect it as if our lives depended on it, because they do. And so I would like to ask us to be upstanding as I invite our keynote speaker for this afternoon, the Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Roads and Transport, Davis Chirchir. Let us give him a hand of applause. Thank you for the noise.
Thank you, Monica and Nation Group who are here. Good afternoon, we can have a seat. Let me start by basically acknowledging the great work nation is doing in this space, disseminating what we all need to do to truly take care of our planet Earth and basically secure our future generations. So, Monica, people like Zainab who have been very consistent in this space, Earthwise program, congratulations and thank you for the great work you are doing. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon again. Let me say how it's a pleasure for me and an honor. It's an honor to be here to address you on this Earthwise program, Summit 2024. And I've been a bit associated to this program because of my past immediate assignment in energy, where, you know, Kenya is a champion and we are the darling of the world in terms of working the journey to achieving energy mix 100% renewable, because energy generation in many economies is a great pollutant. It's a great contributor to challenges of climate change. Lots of the world over today still generate power on coal, on diesel, the heavy fuel oils, and we have a challenge that we see today. So Earthwise, you are doing a great job in disseminating, in basically bringing us together to talk and walking the yardstick to make sure that we achieve on our promises that we truly need to, as Monica did say, Wangare said, we need to protect planet Earth. So it's truly an honor for me to be here at this Earthwise Summit 2024 to share with you what the Ministry of Roads and Transport is doing as a contribution on equity, innovation, resilience in the face of climate change as the theme of this year's Earthwise Summit. The why, the what we are doing is what we'll see what we are doing in roads and transport today. And as you may be aware, my ministry is responsible for overseeing a multimodal integrated transport system consisting of railways, highways, roads, waterways, and aviation systems. The ministry has therefore articulated its policy in the Integrated National Transport Policy, whose overarching vision is a world-class integrated transport system that is responsible to the needs of the people, and its mission is to develop, operate, and maintain an integrated transport system that is efficient, reliable, safe, secure, that would achieve sustainable development. I just came back from a kind of a similar summit in Beijing where we talked to global transport sustainability, which is, so the world over is on this subject. And so again, Nation Group, you are doing a great job. The goal of the policy for the transport is to increase the transport sector contribution to the sustainable socio-economic development of Kenya. The Integrated National Transport Policy has three strategic objectives. One, to meet overall Government of Kenya development objectives as contained in our Vision 2030, its development plans and the bottom-up transformation agenda, regional and international development goals and aspirations. The second objective is to promote national, regional, and international integration for increased trade and exploitation of the socio-economic potential of our resources, and to reduce disruptive effects of environmental disasters due to climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, why is climate change at the core of our transport policy and development agenda? As a ministry, we are aware that transport infrastructure and services are vulnerable to climate effects, such as high temperatures, and we do know from our schooling that when the temperatures are high, things expand. When they cool, they contract. And you can imagine what's happening to our thousands of kilometers of our tarmac roads because of high temperatures, increased precipitation, flooding, and drought. As we have seen in the past several years, when our country has really been impacted by climate change, which could even be due to what other countries around us are doing, not necessarily what we are doing. So it's a global agenda today. We are also aware that impacts of climate change, if not mitigated, can have serious disruptive impacts on our transport systems in terms of high construction and maintenance cost of infrastructure, high transport operating cost, freight and passenger time losses when we are stuck in our traffic and so on and so forth, and in the meantime we are polluting and not moving because we are burning fuel, and which have direct effects on our mission as a ministry and the competitiveness of Kenyan goods and services in the global market. We are also aware that the transport sector is one of the highest contributors to the greenhouse gases emissions because it is predominantly driven by fossil fuels and account for 23% of the total human-made carbon dioxide emissions worldwide. During lunch, I was just discussing with Monica and Zainab the fact that even as we disseminate and look at areas of focus, we need to focus more maybe in this area, particularly transport, since Kenya has done very well in the energy generation, because EV is yet to catch up, though we are doing a lot of work in that space. In Kenya, the transport sector is almost entirely powered by fossil fuel, given that the sector utilizes about 72% of the petroleum products imported into the country. In 2015, the transport sector accounted for 13% of greenhouse gases emission, with projections indicating that this would rise to 17% by the year 2030, driven by population growth and, of course, industrialization. Kenya today, as we are aware, and sorry for talking too much about energy, spends over $7.2 billion, $7.2 billion annually. You know, $7.2 billion, I'm looking for $5 billion to build the standard gauge railway to Kisumu, Malaba, and 7.2 is a lot of money, and that is foreign exchange. So we spend 7.2 billion US dollars of our scarce and hard-earned foreign currency to import fossil fuel, whereas we can quickly leverage on our 92% cheap renewable energy mix from geothermal, hydro, solar, and wind to power our mobility industry and save the economy from forex outflows, and therefore use those forex as much needed to do other things that we don't have capacity. And wind, solar, geothermal is abundant. So we don't have to be importing and spending 7.2 billion when we could actually move quickly and, more importantly, address sustainability, address the issues of pollution and therefore climate change. With the rapid development of the global economy and the continuous growth of the population, transportation demand steadily increases, putting tremendous pressure on the environment and society. As a result, development of transport infrastructure works against efforts towards sustainable terrestrial ecosystem, frustrations, and fighting desertification, land degradation, biodiversity loss, while on the other hand, the transport infrastructure assets also become vulnerable to climate stresses, and hence the need to build resilience to cope with climate change impacts. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share a few experiences and a few more numbers of the climate change effects on some transport infrastructure during the El Nino 2023-2024, which is still very fresh, when cities like, or towns like Garissa were underwater, and then so on and so forth. The meter gauge railway, for example, and we are aware what happened around Kejabe, network was built in the 20th century, but not designed as climate resilient infrastructure, suffered extensive damage, especially in the Kejabe Escamian area, among other areas, and to make such areas climate proof will require approximately close to 6 billion, 5.975 billion. So we need 6 billion to be able to really create an embankment to make our transport rail system more resilient to the climate change. And yet, if we address the climate change issues, we'd be okay with what we have. The standard gauge railway network was designed to withstand adverse climate conditions. However, there is need to undertake improvements on the network, such as herringbone slope protection, concrete grouting, reinforcement, drainage solution, and restructuring. And my ministry has estimated that to require about 4 billion Kenya shillings. So numbers which are just kind of mind-boggling. The road network climate proving requires, as a result of El Nino that I talked about, 23-24, estimation of about 30 billion Kenya shillings. We appreciate, therefore, that sustainable transport is a key catalyst for realization of United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development by supporting human society, sustainable development from the economic, social, and environmental sustainability perspectives, and that we need to put more efforts to achieve the goal. What are we doing as a ministry to provide and maintain a resilient transport system for a sustainable future in Kenya? Ratifying, domesticating, and implementing all relevant international and regional conventions and protocols and agreements relating to climate change is one of the things we are doing, so that we work together with the rest of the world. Aligning the integrated national transport policy intervention with international agendas such as sustainable development goals that cover environmental degradation, climate change resolutions, among others. Developing an e-mobility policy. In fact, it is at the tail end. I think my technical team are presenting that to me. Therefore, we'll be able to work on legislation, work on regulations, and be able to really move quickly on the e-mobility space, which I talked too much towards leveraging on our energy mix, and therefore even cutting costs in terms of exporting our few forexes that we earn, not so much as a mineral country, but from our agricultural produce. So we are developing an e-mobility policy and measures to promote the adoption of e-mobility across all transport modes, including supporting infrastructure to reduce the greenhouse gases, emission, and noise. In maritime, the ministry is implementing the green port policy. We have our new port in Lamu, and we'll try and work to make it as green as possible. Currently working with the county government to develop a national urban transport policy whose objective is to enhance the capability of urban areas to plan, finance, and implement programs, projects, and measures designed to fulfill the mobility needs of people and businesses in a sustainable manner. In particular, the UN or the National Urban Transport Policy is to promote multimodal urban transport and land use planning to enhance the development of integrated mass rapid transit system and non-motorized transport, which are crucial to the reduction of greenhouse emission in urban areas. We're also establishing institutions with enhanced mandate and resources to focus on environmental protection and enhancement. For example, we have a strengthened our policy framework to test for and monitor vehicle emissions more effectively with the NTSA system. The National Urban Transport Policy will be more focused on emission, vehicle emission monitoring. Improving climate resilience of transport infrastructure services by introducing regulation for climate risk assessment as mandatory parts of strategic environmental and social assessment regulations for transport policies and programs, and environmental and social impact assessment regulations for all projects is one of the things we are also focusing on. Planning to establish a well-resourced climate change coordination unit to coordinate adoption and mitigation activities in the sector and ensure annual reporting on performance of climate action. And therefore, we'll be working closely to work on the dissemination agenda. Providing the regulatory framework and appropriate fiscal policies to promote energy efficient and low emission freight transport, including shifting long distance freight from road to rail. The day before yesterday, I was working and trying to understand as the new minister, I'm about 2 months old in office now, and seeing how can we use more of the rail transport to move people to work. And from one of the lines that I witnessed and commissioned some of the stations on Wednesday, from Ruiru, coming all the way to, that is the Nairobi line, we move about 5,000 people with one wagon and of course several cars. Whereas if you are moving that by matatu, you can imagine to move 5,000 people. And that is done between 6:45 in the morning and by 8 o'clock they are all at the railway station and we return them back home in the evening. It's also some of the things we are doing to really consolidate and ensure that we shift more to really rail, moving cargo, moving, using more huger, bigger, and of course rail systems so that we can remove and decongest the city and reduce pollution and so on and so forth. Also pursuing innovative technologies in the field of environmental conservation and use of alternative materials with less carbon footprints in transport infrastructure and construction. Developing capacity in terms of personnel and technology to support production and deployment of renewable fuels such as nitrogen, such as biofuels or green hydrogen, technologies which are already working in Kenya. In fact, there is a plant on green hydrogen which is already running within Oserian Flowers, and I know Kenyan is doing a lot of work in this space. We are also working on forging closer cooperation with industry. So the Nation Group, you are not alone. Let's build partnerships to work together, and the rest of the industry and international organizations to ensure that up-to-date information on climate change impacts and adaptation measures for transport is available, widely disseminated and taken into account by policymakers, transportation planners, and engineers so that we have an ecosystem that is conscious all the time of climate change, sustainability, as we build to develop our cities, develop our ecosystem. Let's work together with readily available information so that we can work together in this space. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to reaffirm my ministry's commitment to working with all key stakeholders in the climate change space to the development of resilient transport infrastructure and services for a shared future where all Kenyans can thrive in a sustainable and inclusive environment. Allow me also to basically touch on the simple things that we can do together as Kenyans, planting a tree to address sustainability. Trees are good carbon sinks because of the biology of how a tree breathes. And therefore, in my ministry today, under the presidential program, as part of achieving the 15 billion afforestation program to raise the forest cover to a high percentage of, we are working on what, close to 15%. My ministry has been allocated to plant 3.7 million trees every year. And how do we achieve this target? We sit at the ministry with the various, with my 2 state departments, with the various agencies, and share out these 3.7 billion trees. And depending on capacity of every state agency, we have adopted a forest mangrove planting in Dogokundu. We have also been allocated in Homa Bay, Rangwe, Gembe, and Kwasi wetlands. And so we share out in those ecosystems with the enterprises, those 3.7, and ensure that the ministry goes out to inspect and ensure that we are meeting our targets once every month. I'm out with the whole, but we build programs also with our community-based organizations in those areas to be able to support the tree planting, tree growing, so much to say, including ensuring that those trees do mature. And therefore, there's so much that we can do together in supporting our climate, supporting our environment, and truly making our ecosystem sustainable to give us the comfort that we need. Because, you know, Mother Nature can be harsh. When you see a landslide, the kind of things we see in Moranga, what I just mentioned of Kejabe rolling down and carrying. In fact, today, the railway line to Western Kenya is still closed because we have not managed to fully rehabilitate the wash-off and so on and so forth. You'll also recall the preservation that the government went out of its way, including the president making a pronouncement to preserve a tree in Westlands, that Mugumo tree as you enter the expressway, or the Marabu stockbirds preservation in Nyaya Stadium, where the expressway again had to be. So there's so much that we can do together to be able to address the ecosystem of sustainability of our climate. So Nation Group, again, through this program, Earthwise, on equity, innovation, resilience, in the face of climate change, the Wise and the North, let's work together. We are available to cooperate. And as a Ministry of Roads and Transport, you have my commitment. I can be a true partner in this space to ensure that we all achieve this sustainability program. Thank you very much. Asanteni.
I don't know if you can hear me. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you so much, Bonasias, for your commitment and also emphasizing on the importance of partnerships because, like we said, since we began the summit in the morning, that it is not just one person's individual responsibility or an institution or the government. It's all our collective responsibility just to make sure that, you know, we champion towards climate action. So we really, really thank you so much for that, CS. I'm still stuck. Maybe nimekwama hapo kwa $7.2 billion annually. Hapo ndo nimekwama. But clearly that tells you that there's so much that needs to be done and there's so much that we can do. And what a way to set the tone for the next panel discussion that will be led by our sustainability editor, Ms. Zainab Wandati, who is also the host of Earthwise program on NTV. How many of us have watched Earthwise? Najua wengine mnainua tu mkono because Zainab amesimama, eh? But if you've watched Earthwise, you know very well how passionate Zainab is as far as climate change is concerned and climate action and what we all need to do, from communities to institutions to organizations and of course governments as well, both county and national governments. So Zainab's panel will be focusing on greening infrastructure, building sustainable systems for the future, and she'll be tackling the topic how infrastructure and cities can be made climate resilient to withstand extreme weather events. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a big round of applause as she gets ready for the stage. Zainab, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Winnie. How are you, everyone? Are you well? Mumekula mmeshiba?
Great. So I promise this is the last panel. I promise it's the last panel. And then we can have a Q&A. I don't know how much time Waziri will give us. Maybe some of you have a question or two you'd like to ask him about maybe why we don't have cycling lanes. You could ask him something along those lines. But in this next panel, we're going to talk about green infrastructure. How can we make our infrastructure, our buildings, our homes, our projects resilient to this challenge that is climate change that we all face? Your traditional hut, when you build it with mud and you put grass on the roof, is that a resilient infrastructure? When you slap solar panels on your roof, is that a resilient house? What does it mean to actually be resilient? And so to have this conversation, I'd like to invite my esteemed panelists, starting with the governor of Mandera County, who has honored us with his presence today, His Excellency Mohammed Adan Khalif, the governor of Mandera County. Please come and join me up here. We have Ms. Nasra Nanda, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Green Building Society, as well as the nominated member of the Nairobi County Assembly. Karibuni sana. And last but not least, I'd like to welcome Dr. Robert Sangori, who is the lead building climate resilience with the Urban Poor Program in the Ministry of Lands and Public Works. Karibuni sana. Louise was supposed to join us. On your program, you can see Louise, a lawyer and an environmental planning expert, but she's been taken ill and is therefore not able to join us. Karibuni sana. Karibuni sana. So before we start, I'd like us to watch a short video which will explain why the governor has come all the way from Mandera to join us here today. Please direct your attention to the screens.
Seeing a greening program at my age now is a dream come true. Mandera is more beautiful, it's more greener. It's not only a victory for Mandera, it's a victory for the Republic of Kenya, and it's a victory for the East Africa region.
I used to carry boxes of cooking oil and running away from custom officers for 15 years, taking care of my children.
The trees are our life. We have widows, orphans and the poor who depend on them for their livelihood.
The 100% funding comes from Mandera County government. It's a very expensive program because unlike other parts of the country, in Mandera you don't just plant tree and leave it. You have to nurture it for a minimum period of about 7 years.
The governor has come all this way here. I'd like you to give a clap to Mandera County for winning. Let me finish. Mandera County, because of that video, you see that initiative to plant trees, they won a Green Cities Award at an international forum. How many of you here have been to Mandera County? Wow, very few people. Was it that green as you saw in the video? No, when you were there last. Well, now the governor says it is. So Governor, I'd like to start with you. Tell us a little bit about this award. How did you get there?
Thank you very much. And when you ask question, how many of the audience went to Mandera? I look around, I think there are about 3, including the CS have not gone to Mandera. So first of all, I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you, or to urge all of you, to visit Mandera, because unless or until you visit a place, it's very difficult for you to know what it is. Of course, the perception out there is Mandera is a very insecure place, a very harsh climate, and all manners of negative reports. But as Kenyans, we need to travel within this country so that we know the beautiful country we own. Having said that, we participated in a program called Future Green World Congress, or Future Green World Awards. And there are about 7 categories. And one of the categories we participated in as Mandera County was Future Green, or Living Green for climate change. So we participated in the Living Green for climate change competition with the city of Liverpool in from UK, and Melbourne from Australia. So we participated in that, and we won the competition because of the concept. Now there's a video, if you have played it. We showed how Mandera looked like before this program and the current status of Mandera. So that was the award, and we represented Kenya, and by extension, we represented Africa. Thank you very much.
How many trees did you plant in that program, Governor?
For the last 7 years, we started with a small scale, scale it up in the year 2018, and we doubled it in the year 2022. In that city, we have planted about 250,000 trees.
Oh, wow. Wow. Nasra, what is a green city? This is an area you're very passionate about. But what does it really mean when Mandera says it is greening itself? What does it really mean?
Thank you, Zainab, and congratulations, Excellency. I think it's amazing for Kenya not to be only known by Nairobi or Mombasa, so I'm really proud of that. Firstly, I'd like to start by saying a green city or a sustainable city is a city that brings together communities, businesses, and nature in a way that they coexist and complement each other. What I mean by this is the built environment is an ecosystem of opportunities and challenges. So if we want to create a green city or a sustainable city, what we're saying is this city works for nature and communities so that then businesses can reap the opportunities and government can leverage the investment it needs to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sangori, again, still on the subject of cities, for development oftentimes is looked at in the terms of how many skyscrapers there are in that city, what is the tallest building, what is the material used to build this building. And about a week or two ago, there was a report that says Nairobi and Mombasa have become urban heat islands, that they're now becoming the hottest towns or cities in Kenya. So, looking at Nairobi and Mombasa, would you say that these two cities are in any way close to being resilient?
Thank you, Zainab. And again, congratulations to His Excellency the Governor for that wonderful video that we have just seen, putting Kenya into the map. Of course, feeding into the conversation that we are having. Majority of those who are in this room spend most of their lifetime in a city. And so how we develop sustainable cities, as Nasras just put it, is very critical for our health and for the general good of the environment. But the question you have just put in terms of how Nairobi, Mombasa, and any other city that is in our vicinity would then look like in terms of how the typologies of the housing situations looks like, is an issue that then needs to take care of the various aspects of inclusivity in terms of integrating what sustainability principles which are underlying from the design stages all the way to, we have the construction stage and the post-construction stage. How we live in the house itself, how we live in the buildings that are created, how we live in the homes. And so that aspect of sustainability then needs to bring and infuse what then we have as the green building practices. Now, the green building practices, which of course is a subject of discussion, would then tell us where we are and in terms of the contribution and the performance of these buildings in their state. So that's the point at this stage.
Okay, Dr. Sangori, just a quick follow-up. Yesterday, from the panel, the discussions we had yesterday, one of the things we had was that Kenya is not short of policies. We have so many policies. The problem is implementation. So when you look at the green building codes, the building codes in the country, there are rules and regulations on which you're supposed to follow to ensure that building has enough sunlight, no building is obstructing another, but we don't follow this, and we don't implement to see that this building Zainab is putting up is actually as sustainable as possible, or it has enough sunlight. What are the challenges you're facing as a ministry to ensure that these rules are followed?
Thank you. This is a combination of several factors. One of the issues you will interact with is the aspect of the mindset, which of course was spoken to earlier in this room. Some of the technologies that are being used in the construction stage, you find, depending on where you fall, the aspect that some people feel the issue of cost is still a hindrance to the full integration of the sustainable building practices or the green building practices that then would feed well into this conversation. But at the same time, the aspect of enforcement, as has been said, is a collective responsibility for all of us. It is not just the authorities, but what about the people themselves? We have right away from the developers, the enforcement authorities, and that integration is very critical, so that the blame game that can come, we put it aside and see how we progressively move to the level with which what has been there in the policies you have talked about. The policies have brought, like the recently launched building code, which has very good aspect of how the green building practices can be integrated. What then you need is how we move to implementation. At the same time, even the housing policy has a whole set of elements of green building practices, which have already been in the policy frameworks. What then is, are people aware of them? So sensitization is also critical to the masses so that they know how this aspect are already enabled. One critical thing I wanted to mention is, in the past, you will realize that based on what I've just talked about, the mindset and about the issue of whether people are aware is a critical issue. So sensitization then becomes critical across board from all levels, developers, professionals, and the policymakers.
Okay, so just to ask in the room, he's just talked about green building codes. Does anyone know that this exists? Just show of hands. Here in Kenya, you know it exists. So you see you have a lot of work to do to get them to know about this code. But coming back to you, Governor, degradation is a big problem that arid lands such as Mandera County faces. Degradation and erosion, a big problem that you face. And one of the key drivers of this is seen as pastoralism itself, the overstocking and things like that. So when implementing this project to get the people to plant the trees to rehabilitate the land, did you face any challenges with that?
Zainab, I think you said it very well, that because of our nature of lifestyle and the pastoralism and cycling droughts that have been there because of the climate change, yes, at the beginning of the program, people were not even believing that what we are doing will happen, because we can't. I said in my clip that in Mandera, it's not about planting a tree. You have to plant it and then nurture it for a minimum of 7 years. So they are just saying no, just like any other programs that Kupanda Miti, has been there for many years, even during the late President Moi. So they're saying this is just won't work. So what we did was just to did a serious campaign, and because we have really also appreciate the issues of climate change. You know, if the issues of climate change, Mandera is one of the counties that really was affected. When it rains, it's floods that sweep everything to Dawa River. Even if it doesn't rain in Mandera and rains in Ethiopian Islands, it affects us. And then the drought is what we have witnessed in the year 2021, 22, 23 was actually is one of the worst droughts we have ever witnessed in this country. So at the beginning, there was a bit of resistance. What we did was we did an awareness, a serious campaign, and we involved the communities and make the program that is a community-driven process. And we bring in the issue of families adapting trees, because you don't just plant along the streets. We planted and then zone along the streets and give it to mothers. We targeted the mothers because we find that one, they are the main breadwinners of the families in Mandera. Two, they are always there, and I can say, I don't say men are not responsible, but they are more responsible. So what we did is we zone an area, give it to a certain family. So that's those number of trees, whether they are 30, 40, are given to one family. And then the family, they are paid a stipend of about 10,000 Kenya shillings per month. Not so that this family says from this tree number X to Z belongs to this family. So they take care of that. They plant, they protect, they water, they make sure that the tree grows. So how we want is, one, by doing a serious community mobilization and education, and two, we involve them in even planting. It was not just, we didn't hire people to plant. We encourage the mothers themselves to plant, they protect, preserve, and then they water. So it become a community-driven process. And once the first phase succeeded, then it's like everybody in Mandera, why can't I not plant trees? So people even started competing, planting trees in their own plots and taking care of them. So I think with a bit of community mobilization, involving them, educating them the importance of the trees, and giving them incentives, and putting the right policies, as the engineer said, in place, then it will work. But of course, at the beginning, they said, this thing will not work. Why? Because of the climate condition, the scarcity of water, and so many other factors.
So there were specific kinds of trees you planted, or just any? Specific kinds of trees you planted, or just any?
No, we looked for the drought-tolerant trees. Of course, you can't just plant any species, and there are those there which have already been used by communities in Mandera. So we worked with the Kenya Forestry Service Office for advice, technical advice, and NEMA team also were there, and our department. They did a bit of research and then said, with this number of these types of trees, of course there will be challenges of curing and taking care of them, but they are more of drought tolerant than others. So we did a bit of research.
Okay. Nasra, we are starting to see more and more people try to live off-grid because of the challenges with Kenya Power, but we're starting to see more and more people try to live off-grid. But does putting a solar panel on your roof qualify that home as a green home?
So I think what's important to realize is it is a component of greening your home. So, for example, if you were to go on a journey with the intention to be certified, then there are certain requirements you need to fulfill. But generally, going back to the drawing board, what is a green building? A green building is a building that is energy efficient, water efficient, material efficient. So using solar means you've hit one requirement, which is the energy efficient component. But you would still have the material component to look at and the water efficiency to look at. So incorporating solar in your building means that you're now starting your journey to be green, but you've essentially ticked off energy efficiency. Yes.
Would it be possible to adopt some components of the traditional home, the traditional house, into greening your home?
Yes, and in fact, the traditional homes actually are using low carbon materials like rammed earth. That's a low carbon material. Sustainability does not have to take the model of the global north, and I think that's the misconception a lot of the times. The global south and Africa was well ahead in utilizing locally available materials. What we forgot as we modernized, or regressed, is that we felt what we have is less than. So we need to recalibrate to understand by working with what you have and tweaking it here and there, you are actually working with what's locally available, reimagining what our culture in the context of sustainability looks like, but still winning the sustainability conversation. Yeah.
Okay, so we go back to our roots.
Yes.
Okay. However, a lot more, there are fewer and fewer of these traditional houses these days. Like if you go to my village, you'll not find mud-walled and grass-thatched huts anymore, even though they used to exist, a lot of them a couple of years back. But maybe, like you said, we need to go back to our roots. But Dr. Sangori, coming back to you, the construction sector is seeing a boom in Kenya. But we also have global commitments, climate targets that we are signatories to, we participate to. Yourself, you participate actively in the COP process. So we have commitments that we have made that we need to attain certain climate goals by a certain time. But then we have this growing construction industry that seems to be growing uncontrollably. How do we balance this economic growth versus the climate commitments we made?
Thank you. In terms of the climate commitments, now the climate commitments, we also look at them in terms of other international obligations. Now, one of the key international obligations is the SDG. So in the city, for example, we are focusing on SDG 11, on sustainable cities and communities. But at the same time, we have other commitments, like the New Urban Agenda, which is agenda setting for the 20-year cycle. Right now, we are talking about the New Urban Agenda, which is Habitat 3, running from 2016 all the way to 2036, just to mention a few. But then combining this with now the aspect of the Paris Agreement, which is, of course, is what is guiding the global conversation on climate change at the moment. But this, put into that, and the principle of leave no one behind is also there. Leave no one behind, leave no space behind. And so looking at all this, the balance has to be there. But Zainab, you will recall that we are in the African context. And what are we saying in terms of the obligation which is there? That in terms of the greenhouse gas emission, we are at less than 4% in terms of our contribution. And so, but where is our development pathway? So this is the balance that we are saying. We are not stopping our development process as we move towards sustainability, but a little bit of seeing how we integrate the sustainable principles into it. And this is what Nasra just talked about in terms of the integration of the renewable energy technologies, the integration of the overall green building practices into the development process, starting from passive building designs. One element that besides the energy, the water, the material resource efficiency, there's also the aspect of how do we promote the passive building design in a way that we are having more natural lighting also into the buildings that we are doing. And so all this put together is helping us in the balance of the development trajectory that we are moving with.
I feel like Nasra wants to say something there, but before that, just a quick follow-up. When Waziri Chirchir was in energy, he used to talk a lot about converting the diesel engines into hydrogen-powered engines so that you don't have to throw away the entire vehicle in the process of meeting our climate targets. How would that work for a building to convert it into a sustainable building? Is it possible, or would you need to tear it down completely and start over?
In terms of buildings, and this also goes back to to what I draw again from what NASA mentioned, that there are some practices that we were having which are not necessarily bad, but need to be integrated as we move to modernizing them, but also not discarding them at all. Now, in some traditional setup of construction, the materials reuse is one fundamental thing that is still there, and it can still be used. In some cities, which may not necessarily be in Africa or in Kenya, but are good practices, which we are also talking about how to move towards that direction. You find a municipality, like the governor is now here, you create a material recovery center within the municipality or within the county, where all the demolished materials would then find a way where they are collected, but then people in that setup come and pick them. And so you, instead of finding where to throw them away, they are still a resource for reuse. And all these are still part of the sustainability principles that we are saying of how those can be integrated in our practices.
Okay. Governor, I'd like to bring you in that point. What would a resilient infrastructure system look like for you in your context as Mandera County? Because you're not an area that is highly developed like Mombasa or like Nairobi. Therefore, the situation might be a little bit different for you. But what would need to happen for you to say Mandera town as a town is a fully resilient town?
Thank you. When the area we are talking about here, we call it a green city, is actually the area I planned when I was the mayor for Mandera just before devolution. Because in our setup in northern Kenya, as we came and settled in town, it's not in a planned way. Normally when drought strike and then we have the pastoralists drop out, then people move to the nearest town and just settle somewhere just to get assistance from the relative. So in Mandera, we have the old town, the area they call it Bulampia, a section they call it Bunangufu, meaning they settle it by force, maybe that's what it means by then. So what I did that time was when we planned for the new area out of the old Mandera town, where now we have our county headquarters, we did it in a modern way. We bring in the planners, surveyors, we surveyed, beacon the area, and we designated some areas for as a green area, and we had enough road reserves. That's why we are able to plant trees along the reserves. And for me, what I can call a green city is a city, when the place we went, the Utrecht city, the level of advance, the way they have advanced so far is now they're even demolishing some sections of tarmac road and then turn it to green. We are yet to reach there because we have very few kilometers of tarmac even to convert in the first place. So after we surveyed and allocated the plots, we deliberately did concrete pillars so to avoid encroachment so that we have enough area for greening. Apart from the roads, I think it's important also to involve the communities to plant trees. And what we are really, the most important thing we are realizing now that the new developers, people who are now developing, especially in the surveyed areas, first thing they do even before starting construction, they plant trees so that by the time they complete the house, then the plot is even greener. So, of course, the element of solar energy is very important. In our case, we have about 1,200 solar in that area now. And most of the people, of course, one of the reasons is because of the reliability of power in that area. They have went back to solarization of their plots. So for me, is of course, cities are at different stages. All of them cannot be, the methodology cannot be the same. Of course, there is the element of the climate, conditions of a particular area. So the most important thing is the policies first, so that when we are developing and planning new area, then we bring in now the issue of green city, because it never used to be there. People started talking about climate change just recently. So when some of these centers were started, nobody even talks about climate change. So I think the most important thing is the collaboration between the national and the county government. We applied the bottom up and top down method, and then educate, and most important, involve the communities.
Okay, interesting. If you listen to what Monica said, she said sustainability is something that is very close to Nation Media's heart. And I'd like to also say that the Nation Center itself is in the process of converting. It's a process we should complete in the next couple of years. So maybe we'll become the first media house in the region to be working in a green building. So hopefully we'll complete that in the next couple of years. But Nasra, bringing you in here. A technology transfer is a subject that is, I might call it touchy, even in the COP process. Technology transfer, Africa wanting technologies brought down or scaled down to African communities so that they too can be on track to the climate targets that the world has. What are some of the emerging technologies you're seeing in greening infrastructure and greening buildings that Kenya could learn from?
Thank you for your question. I think, number one, as the Global South, if we say Africa is taking charge of its narrative, then we need to take charge of our narrative. We cannot be beggars and choosers. So we need to come out of that mindset that we want to have our voice, but at the same time, we want to beg. We have to pick a struggle. Are we beggars or are we leading our narrative? I prefer leading our narrative because it puts us at the driver's seat. What does this look like in the context of the built environment and technology transfer? One, it's what I talked about initially, using our own cultural practices and locally available materials to build. So we have local companies that are working with locally available rammed earth, and they're actually finding that a lot of players in the informal settlements are actually keen to work with them to see how they can build, because the feel of it is like cement. So if you look at local solutions, there's less dependency. So that's one approach. The second thing is, if we also have a plan for ourselves. What is our plan as Africans when it comes to our cities, when it comes to housing, when it comes to resilience? Do we have one? If we don't, there's always going to be someone dictating your plan. So as Africans, we need to be very clear. Why is climate change important for us? In my view, the climate conversation is very much a development conversation. Because when you develop cities, you need to make them resilient, you need to make them sustainable, they need to be working for people. So it's a priority for us as Africa to develop in a way that works with nature and our people. So in that regard then, what that means is as we build, we need to build in adapting to local climate. So what we've done as the KGBS is we've recognized IFC has their green rating tool, we've recognized the US Green Building Council has its rating tool, but we're now working with the Architectural Association of Kenya to come up with the Safari Green Building Index, which is going to be a localized Kenyan-based green rating tool. What that means is the standards will be localized, so the pricing will be localized. And also the expertise required will be localized. So if we start taking charge of that, then the costs will be lower, sustainability is not exclusive, inclusive, and also our solutions reflect our market. Thank you.
Nasra, you're also a nominated member of the County Assembly of Nairobi, and Nairobi is notorious for having buildings that seem to be following no codes, popping up everywhere, no lighting. You walk into a building, you can't tell whether it's day or night. What are the challenges the Assembly is having in ensuring that these buildings have or are following the right construction codes?
Thank you. So it's a multi-layered issue. So number one, you have rogue developers who are trying to make a quick buck. So what they'll find is shortcuts equals faster recovery of their money into their investment. So here, the challenge is, how do we make doing the right thing the smart thing? It means we need to have incentives for developers who are going the full mile, which so far have not been materialized. And that's a challenge, because if I know Zainab is taking shortcuts and her project is finished and I'm doing the right thing, but mine is still, taking long, then there's higher chances of me in my next project going your way rather than the right way. So that's a huge problem. The second is also capacity, on-ground capacity. once the building approvals have been confirmed, there's no checking to verify whether what was approved is what was on site. So what you find is a lot of the times the approvals are for buildings which are maybe 6 floors or 8 floors, but then when you go to check, which recently happened actually, is whatever was approved for 8 floors was a 20 floor building. And you only find out if you go to verify, which is now the second challenge. And I think the third is we have a lot of laws, but are they helping or complicating the situation? I think they're complicating the situation. I think we need to start thinking about making businesses thrive with our legal framework rather than making things harder. So I think those are the 3 key challenges. And of course, the political realm also doesn't help. Thank you.
Lack of political will. Robert, in the earlier panel, the one with the young people, something came up, the disconnect in education. We are talking about climate targets, we are talking about climate ambitions, but we are not infusing this in our education system. We are not infusing this in training. In university, the students who are learning to be engineers are not being taught about green buildings, are not being taught about how to convert a building. Is this something you are addressing as a ministry?
Yes, allow me to, before I come to this question, just to add one point to the earlier question on the technology transfer and the international conversation, the COP process. When the CS was talking earlier in his keynote address, he gave vivid example of the challenges that as a country we are facing. When the rail transport system is affected by these sudden changes due to climate change, how are we addressing it? And so you find that one of the key issue in the negotiation is around the means of implementation, which borders around finance, capacity, and the technology transfer. And so in this conversation, the element that would then be critical is to see how the processes of influencing the technology transfer into aspect that can help the authorities to stabilize the processes then becomes a critical issue. But not picking that technology as it is, but localizing that technology in the local context to the prevailing conditions and circumstances. And so back to the issue of the sustainability and education. One of the things that I want to say, which I've interacted with, is when it comes to green building practices. I remember at some point we worked with other organizations like UN Habitat, where we were looking at how to come up with the green building practices, principles, but how to come up with manuals that then can be disseminated. And one of the issues which we worked jointly was to look at how the curriculum of the universities, for example, can start to integrate this aspect of green building practices. Of course, they have been there, but there are improvements which then need to be integrated, but then upscaled at the same time. So for instance, I know the School of Architect of the University of Nairobi was one of the areas where these practices were done. And this was a program for the East African region, which was trying to look at the curriculum of all the universities in the region to see the architect, learning institutions to integrate some of this component. So these are the beats that then can be taken forward as we move and as we fully now mainstream the aspect of integrating the green building practices into the design and construction.
Thank you. I'd like to take advantage of the presence of CS Chirchir here and ask questions. So Waziri jitayarishe. So if you have a burning question you'd like to ask the CS, I know he'll be leaving shortly. He's got somewhere else to be. A hand has already gone. Oh my God. Waziri, you're very popular. Maybe you'd like to choose who asks you the question. He'll take 4 questions. Okay. Would you like to choose which 4 questions you'll take? Since there are many hands. Okay. Winnie will...
All right, we're going to balance gender. 2 gents and 2 ladies. And since you're here, and please keep your question Short and precise, okay? Straight to the point. State your name and your question very shortly, okay? All right, so let me start with you. A lady, and then a gent and a lady. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody here. The CS. My name is Eric Ambuche from Embakasi South, and I'm an environment enthusiast. And first, I have to thank NMG for this function, and seeing the CS, though I was not here in the morning, but I heard there was a CS Miano, and right now we have CS Chericher Transport. This shows how they value your cause. Mine, without much ado, let me just use this platform. My question was to be read yesterday, but because the CS is here, I'll just congratulate him for coming here. Then I did share what happened yesterday on my status, and the people of Embakasi told me that send this message to those attending, that, or the panelists, that there are words, there are terms that they are using, and it is making them think like environment and climate action or change are two different things. Let me use this platform kindly to, or let me then sit, then let me do, before I sit, Bwana CS, watu wa Butere wamenituma tafadhali, kuna barabara inatoka Lunza to Ikolomani, tafadhali haipitiki, na kuomba, natumia fursa hii kuomba Bwana CS, barua ndio hii.
Umeleta barua, thank you very much. Did you even ask the question kweli? Hakuna question hapo. Okay, sawa, a lady, I'm looking for a lady. Okay, sawa. Very briefly, okay? Usitume salamu. We're out of time and Bwana CS has to go somewhere, right? So your name and your question.
Okay, good evening. My name is Sakina Jefkemai, Mr. and Miss Climate Kenya. A quick question to the CS. I'm sorry, I want to use the opportunity because you have them as the government. You have Madam Nasra. You've talked about local innovations, and that is great. I'm just thinking, since Waziri was just recently in energy, and my passion is there a bit, could we have a system of integrating solar energy into the grid so that we can enable our people who have solar to do that? Because right now, we are working towards last mile connectivity, but still we have a lot of challenges. We have to appreciate that we can use solar because this is the heart of the tropic area. So we are in the equator and we have a lot of solar. We can have our people even earning from it, and we can innovate around it. I have a very ambitious friend who told me he's going to create diesel from maize stalks, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. So let's encourage those kind of innovations to come through. And Bwana Waziri, I would like you to help me with that. Thank you.
You don't even have questions. Bwana CS, I want to say, you seriously have a question? Okay, straight to the point, all right?
My name is Nevi. A question to the CS. Given the urgent need to combat climate change and reduce carbon emissions, what steps is your ministry considering to increase taxes on diesel and petroleum vehicles while reducing taxes on electric vehicles to motivate greener transportation options and support Kenya environmental sustainability goals? Yes.
Simple instructions. Question straight to the point. Okay, I'm just gonna come to you again. You have a question or a comment? Okay.
Yes, the government protocols represented here. And everybody here who is a leader, a representative of Kenyan government, and everybody else here. I'm honored to be here. Have been sent by my senior Hassan Lakija from Hassan Lakija and Company Law Advocates. Yeah. So my name is Nehema Rotich, LLB. I am a lawyer. And one of my questions that I would like to address is first on what was addressed by Daily Nation Media, 13 September, page number 10, which was calling for memoranda on additional budgetary allocation on matters of climate change. And one of my questions calls to the Cabinet Secretary, together with other parties of the government, that if there are specific approaches in which these additional budgetary allocation will be to. Because one of the things that I have seen is when we say that the problem is climate finance, then the question is, where do we apply the finances? How do we apply the finances? Are there specific procedures that are being followed? And the National Drought Authority on 23 ASL counties, one of the TAPL report 2024 and 2023 says that over 1 million people are still suffering because of the drought in the 23 counties. And the same has not been addressed from 2023 until now. So are there priorities and are there ways in which specifically the same can be addressed? Thank you so much.
So that was a question for the CS and also to the other panelists, right? Okay, but CS, do you want to answer the first two? Because there are only two questions. Then I'll cross over to the other side. Okay.
Can I add you a third one, Waziri? Maybe you could also tell us when we should start riding our bicycles on the streets, because the roads are not non-motorized transport friendly.
Thank you, Zainab. Thank you for the questions, and I think I would have taken the cue from Eric Ambunje and be that optimistic, because at least he's given a piece of small memoranda, and I'll be looking at that. One of my assistants is already looking at that road. The question from Kauai on integrating solar to the grid to basically accelerate the green energy mix from solar so that we can achieve our target of more renewable on the grid, and possibly have that achieve the 2030 vision or target shortly. Kauai, wait, who was Kauai? Yeah, there you are. There are regulations under the 2019 Energy Act. There were several regulations that would be published by the EPRA, Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, to support some of the targeted areas that will accelerate the renewable energy generation. And one of them is the net metering. I'm sure you understand the net metering is where when you install a solar panel or you do wind generation or you do hydro, if you can do hydro within your own facility, you can use so much of that energy that is required to run your home state or your small industry, and the balance energy to make your project bankable, because power generation is expensive, and that's why we do a lot of PPP. The extra energy that you generate, you can feed to the grid. It's like you are selling it to the grid. And at night when the solar is not running, you can then draw back the power from the grid. So the regulations for net metering, I think, are basically in place as we speak today. I don't know whether they have been gazetted, but that is something that will be actualized shortly. And that is going to allow power generators up to, I think, 1,000 kilowatts, one megawatt, to be able to feed into the grid under a net metering framework, and therefore draw power back from the grid under arrangements through EPRA and with the off-taker Kenya Power and Lighting Company. So that is a reality today, and we should be able to get all our roofs having solar in a more economical way, so that when you're not using, you're selling it to the grid, and when you need power, you can then tap in and use that power. Navy, yes, thank you for the question on carbon emission and tax on diesel to accelerate e-mobility. You will note that as we move to e-mobility as a country, we'll possibly have to put more taxes on e-energy because it is so cheap. Today, when we generate power on solar, wind, and geothermal, we feed into the grid at 7 cents US. 7 cents US, if you convert at 130, is about 10 shillings, 10, 11 shillings. When we generate power on diesel for picking, we generate at 25 cents US. At 130 to the dollar, 25 cents will give you, what is that figure, Mike? About 30 shillings. So you are comparing power generation to run your car using diesel at 30 shillings compared to running your car using solar, wind, or geothermal energy at 10 shillings. In fact, we are asking ourselves in the policy coming out how we do the road maintenance levy tax so that we can take it to 12, 13, 14 shillings. It will still be cheaper by 50%. And certainly, the policy that will be coming out in due course will be taken through public participation as it goes through Parliament. We'll have opportunity to inform how we can improve that policy and so that we can quickly accelerate the e-mobility space and ensure that we reduce the use of fossil fuels. Nehemiah Rotich? Nehemiah Rotich. You don't sound like you come from my community. I love to work very hard to catch up. We're doing so much, Nehemiah Rotich, on the space of putting in more budgetary allocation to support greening our environment. Let me congratulate Governor Adan Khalif from Mandela for the great work you are doing. You saw what, if we can document, maybe Zainab, we are not documenting and we are not talking much more about what we are doing. Mandela planted some 250,000 trees and documented and took it to this Living Green Green Cities Award, and we won an award as Mandela. I don't know whether they understood that Mandela is even in Kenya. That was great. Congratulations. When I did indicate that in my own ministry, I have a target to plant 3.7 million trees a year. You know, the great work that won us an award is 250,000 trees in 7 years. If we all plant a tree and work on the kind of targets, I did indicate I have a target of 3.7 million trees, and every year, and I report to cabinet every month or whenever there is cabinet meeting. And equally in energy, I think I had another crazy number of 5.3 million. And we were kind of achieving, working very hard. At about 50 shillings per tree to plant or to grow the tree, because we saw what the governor was doing. He is paying the ladies to water the trees. We saw the trees being tendered for 4, 5, 6 years. Even if you costed that tree to maintain at 100 shillings, for 3.7 million trees or for 15 billion trees we are planting as a country, that will be a budget of 1.5 trillion Kenya shillings in the 10 years. And we are making budgetary provision as ministries in areas we can save in social programs that we run to ensure that we achieve those targets. So when I work with my Kura, with my Kera, when we do the Kenya National Road networks, we are now including tree planting programs along the corridors. And we need to report on those, not just for the sake of documenting on paper. We need to ensure the survival rate of the trees is good enough so that we can achieve our target. So there is, without saying or seeing a line budget on sustainability, tree planting, or all the things that we need to do in greening our homes, in the building materials, sustainable building materials, in the way we manage our water ecosystem, I want to assure you, my dear sister Rotich, that there's so much budgetary allocation. In fact, Governor, what that translates for me every month is planting 600,000. I did some computation here. Planting some 600,000 trees every year. If we are committed to achieving the kind of targets that we are talking about, and not just planting, but maintaining those trees like we saw in Governor's clip that won Kenya an award, we can really green this environment together. And so there's going to be some serious budgetary allocation. You may not see in the line budgets directly, but for us to be able to grow those 15 billion trees in 10 years, it is really a tall order, and we all need to work together. In fact, I was telling my assistant that I learned so much in terms of, I did indicate that we are working with CBOs, communities who live around the forest, and so on and so forth, because you cannot sustain as a ministry going out to plant trees. We need to build partnerships with the people who live around those ecosystems to be able to achieve those targets. Going forward, Zainab, I think that's a challenge that we need to do cycling. That's what I call in my talk non-motorized kind of channels to be friendly to pedestrians walking to work. It's more healthy. For cyclists, when I came from China, the lane for the cyclist was in many places wider than the road. And then you can imagine what we can achieve by ensuring that we all came here cycling because there is a lane for cycling. In fact, in some sections there are traffic lights for cyclists because, and then yes, it cuts so much on the energy because China has been very strong on fossil fuels, and you can imagine if you are moving people to work, into work, out of work, to their daily activities on cycling and so on and so forth, or even walking for that matter. So yes, that's a big challenge. We'll incorporate that and ensure that as we have our streets more pedestrian friendly, we're going to also seriously consider and build lanes for cyclists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was one last question for Nasra, and then I can release my panel. I think there's a question for you. It was a comment. Oh, it was a comment. Well, then I'd like to thank all of you for taking the time to participate in this panel. Waziri, thank you for sitting through it, all of it. We had wanted some children here from St. Mary's School who had wanted to entertain you. I can say maybe they're preparing themselves out there. Maybe somebody will get them. They just have a 1-minute skit that we'd like for you to see before you leave. Thank you for giving us the time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on this panel. And Governor, congratulations once again.
All right. Thank you very much, Zainab, for that very interesting conversation today. I don't know, Bonasias, are you in a position to also take one more question? Okay, all right. I'm just going to ask, because we're talking about sustainability and reducing our carbon footprint, and that includes flying. So my question would be, as our airline carrier, KQ, do we have like deadlines, timelines where we can fully go green as far as flying is concerned? And I also saw another hand. I know so many of you. Let me just give one more person as the kids prepare to entertain us. Yes, please come on stage. All right, very briefly, right?
Yeah, thank you very much, the Nation Media and the Minister for Transport. My name is Odhiambo Dawa. I teach at Strathmore University and Tech University of Kenya. Strathmore being private and technical university, where I'm a former student. Now, I'm a board member of Kenya Renewable Energy Association, and from all the comments which have been made, some have been answered by the minister. We are encouraging, we want to form renewable energy clubs in high schools, and we need your support, all of you. There's a a lapse of curriculum from primary up to university, where we introduced renewable energy in the final year. So to catch up, to make students, 47 million Kenyans who want to understand renewable energy, we want to start renewable energy clubs in high schools. I was in Menengai High School. I've already introduced a renewable energy club. So we need your support, nation, and everybody here, so that you can scale up the mismatch of curriculum, both from primary, secondary, up to universities. Thank you very much. We'll give the feedback to everybody. I'll be seeing nation people and the Minister for Energy and Transport. E-mobility, we are in it through solar, through biogas, and through wind. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, and everybody else will work together. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so you raised your and please, when we give you the mic, just ask the question. Please, not a comment, question.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Professor Lucy Mugwere. As I said yesterday, I have an MBA in business administration and a PhD in business administration, but my passion is in environment, and I run an organization with 1,000 women, and all we do is plant trees. So we're going to join CS very nicely on that one and introduce these non-fossil fuels to them, even as they cook in their homes. One question I wanted to ask was what he said about the rail transport, because I think that is a very, very good way to combat these climate change effects we're having. So I was thinking, he talked about the numbers that they can draw from the CBD to Thika. They can bring in like 5,000, I don't know how many numbers were those? 5,000 or something to the city in one go. And I was thinking, how about if you have another one from the CBD down Magadi, but then you don't cross the national park? And I don't know how that discussion went, because there was a railway which was going to cross the national park. And I don't think I'm for that idea. But it can go along the road from the CBD down Magadi, go to Kiserian, go all the way and connect up to Suswa. And I think you can ferry more than 10,000 people in the morning, all those people on that road, on the Magadi road, down in the morning, 30 minutes and they're in town. And we avoid all this fuel emissions, all this pollution. Thank you.
Ideas. So, but as yes, I think I'm just gonna close here because most of you mnatuma salamu, others are sharing ideas, which is good. But as you come forward, but as yes, this one who I'm saying, please so much too. So you say we have so many ideas in the grassroots level, so many potential solutions to combat a loss of climate change, and so many innovations that can help us even create jobs. As a representative of the government, the big question is, what can you do to ensure all CBOs, youth groups are well funded to enable sustainable and consistent participation by the passionate persons, since the biggest challenge is finance. All right. Okay, but yes, I don't know if you those are very long question. Yeah, but let's see what's if you manage to answer. But I can still repeat the question.
Let me start. Thank you so much. Let me start with the CBOs and the youth groups in terms of supporting the initiative of tree planting. I'm still trying to catch up on the programs in roads and transport, but in energy, what we did was build partnerships with CBOs, with youth groups living in the ecosystems where we are developing and planting those trees, to develop tree nurseries. And a nursery with good seedlings will have been growing those seedlings for 1 year. Sometimes the biggest challenge is where to plant those trees, because sometimes in areas like our farmlands are basically shrinking so much. And so we are first reforesting our forest ecosystems where there's been sometimes wanton destruction of forest. And so I can assure you, as we structure the 15 billion tree planting on the kind of budget that I talked about, 750 billion at 50 shillings per tree, or 1.5 trillion at 100 shillings per tree, to manage and grow that tree and ensure that it's not just planted and it dies tomorrow. there's going to be so much resources in not just money, in labor and so on and so forth to be able to achieve that target. The government is committed. It's an agenda in every cabinet meeting. And sometimes when you have not done our part, you wake up very early morning on the cabinet day to review what your ministry has done before you go to cabinet, because it's a sure agenda. With respect to Professor Lucy Mugwere's environmental cooking, there's so much the government is doing. We're trying to see how to use transitional fuels like LPG gas in every home state. For the housing program, they are now being wired or cabled for clean cooking using LPG or more cleaner cooking, because you do know that 70% of our homes today still use biomass. Biomass is cutting our forest. So as you plant, we are cutting to cook our foods, a very uncivilized way of cooking in our homes, which don't have very good ventilation, and the respiratory diseases or upper respiratory diseases that impact on our people cost us so much money. So there is serious initiatives in from government. In fact, what I think the Ministry of Energy is doing is seeking to, we have something called anti-adulteration tax on kerosene, which is being securitized to ensure that in a short while there's a gas cylinder in every home. We are putting gas, LPG in all the schools. There's a program being run by the Ministry of Energy. And so, Professor, there is so much that we'll do together. I did indicate that if you are running a program that is already working, I don't need to have the engineers to leave the building of the roads to go and plant trees. We would like to talk with you, listen to the initiative, the programs that you have that have matured, and be able to support you to fund those programs so that we can achieve those targets together. With respect to aviation, there is a regulation which requires all airlines to move aviation or jet fuel more to biofuels by, I think, the year 20, I don't remember the year. Biofuels today are still slightly expensive, but more climate kind of friendly airlines are already putting a premium on the green, their green flights using biofuels to ensure that we all attain that. So there is a program on biofuels for the airlines, and we are all working towards that. Mwalimu Renewable Clubs, welcome. I will give you my card. Let's talk about how we can work together with CENAP, to support the renewable energy clubs in schools, because I think this is where we need to start. The journey on renewable energy to 2060, when we expect the NDCs to be fulfilled by most of the countries, is a journey. From 2025 today, if we taught our children today, 5 years, 10 years, 2035, they should really be champions in supporting the sustainability and working on renewable space to ensure that we really get back our climate. And like we said, the climate can be harsh. When it reacts, I was in Dubai when it rained. That rain that flooded that town, and every building was leaking. There was no drainage because they don't see those kind of rains, and the infrastructure could be destroyed in one day. That super infrastructure in a town, in a big city like Dubai, could actually be destroyed in one day. Of course, we saw what it did to Kenya, including some of our brothers and sisters accessing their houses using a boat in some of the estates in Runda. So there's so much that we need to do together, because a harsh climate can bring down the economy in one day, and of course bring down life. So yes, let's work and see what programs. Strathmore is a fairly renewable energy. They have got a number of solar panels. You are already feeding into the grid. I think you need to talk to Navi somewhere there, was it Navi, to see how we can work together to ensure that we are able to, it was Kauai, Strathmore is already generating so much solar energy and feeding to the grid on the program of net metering. But I think for them it is more of a feed-in tariff. So thank you very much, and it was a great being here. We do take this business of sustainability and climate change very seriously, and I'm happy to be part of this great audience. Thank you very much.
Bwana CS, really, really appreciate your time. Thank you for according us your time and also giving us a few more minutes to answer all our questions. So Bwana CS, we would humbly request for you and the panelists who just came from the podium a few minutes to just do a quick photo shoot just right outside here on my right. Outside. Yes. So if we can do that, so the panelists who are on the podium, yes. And then we also have our kids from St. Mary's to entertain us one more time. Thank you very much for being patient, and we really, really appreciate that. So as they do that, we'll do a very quick photo session with our CS together with the panelists who were on set. But karibuni.
Thank you so much. Bwana CS, allow me to take this opportunity to also request for an extra card. Yeah, I am a teacher, primary school teacher. I just applauded, we had a lot of talk here on how the CBC, thank you so much, has already incorporated the issues of education for sustainable development. But then the gap that he talked about, can we invest in the youngest through their teachers? So there's a team of now already 76 teachers who have graduated through a course called Teachers for SDGs in partnership with KAICID and UNEP, that with two objectives. One, to empower the teacher to know how to integrate education for sustainable development in their teaching. Number two, to partner with organizations and government departments to promote sustainability in institutions. So as you talk about my fellow teacher, please, this clock we would have wished the children government to bring to your office with your permission, and see how you can have the president also receive this clock from the children to show commitment that the children are ready to support the government initiative, which is in line with the UN initiative. Thank you in advance, Bwana CS. Okay, so we have a small skit here. Tunaanza tu hivyo, si ndio? Aya, children.
Yes, sir.
Now that this is our SDG birthday, can we sing the song of our SDG song? 3, 2, 1, and go.
No poverty, zero hunger. Good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reducing inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice and strong institutions, partnership for the goals.
Thank you very much. Now for that wonderful singing, having done enumerating all the 17 SDGs, which all of you already know them, right? So can I give you, can you guess what I have for your gift as the birthday gift?
Nafgan?
No.
Toy car?
No.
Then what is it?
Close your eyes for a surprise. Surprise! Open your eyes. It is called a climate clock.
What is a climate clock?
Let our cabinet secretary for climate action explain what a climate clock is.
A climate clock is a digital clock that shows us how much time is left for us to realize the SDG goals, especially number 13, which is climate action.
Come, take a look.
Come, take a look. Look at the water.
Why? It is all polluted.
Look at the land.
Why? It is all polluted.
Look at the air.
Why? It is all polluted.
Pollution, pollution, pollution everywhere. Left, right, to the center.
I don't want to live in a place like this. Me too. Me three.
If you don't want to live in a place like this, you should do something and do it right now.
What can we do?
Act in time. Save the planet.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Banasias, these are grade 3s, 8 years old. And it has not been a very difficult journey, because when you are a teacher, it's very easy. You have a lot of time with them. So if you're empowered and you know these things, we can always break down these big jargons there for them to also understand. Here there's something called an SDG wheel. It is a fun game, making SDG fun things, so that when they are singing all these things, you see the partnership beat. This foul, a parent was touched. And when they were celebrating the SDG birthday, did the stand. Today I was just engaging someone who recycles plastics. If he can make this stand or the materials using the recycled plastics, so that instead of having apart from the career wheels that we have in most of the schools, can we have these SDG wheels in all these schools in Kenya, so that when you come at the gate, you meet SDG number 1, number 2, number 3, up to the last one. And I don't know if that also falls under your docket, sir. Like the Ken Habit, I've seen, if you have a bin, let's say most of the places belong to some people, either organization, a shop or something, but next to the road. Can we have the bins, even having the SDG stickers, so that at least people can know these things? Let it not be for just the few people, unless you go to school, unless you bump into such platforms. Otherwise, with those few remarks, thank you so much. And I'll be happy if these boys took a photo with you, sir.
All right, let's appreciate them. A big round of applause. The children have been here with us since morning. They have been patient. They have entertained us. They have taught us so many things, and I'm pretty sure that we have learned so much from them. So thank you very much for that. And right about now, remember, like we said, since morning, that we've been here for 2 days, and we've had various panelists come, and their submissions, and the debates that we've had, the conversations that we've had. So the biggest question is, what next? What does this mean for us? All right. And right about now, I can see our editor-in-chief, Nation Media Group's editor-in-chief, Mr. Joe Ageo, is already here with us to do the declaration, because like we said, after here, where next? Or what next? So as we prepare for COP29, it is imperative that we all get out of here speaking with one voice. So we request for the podium to be put up there for our editor-in-chief to read us the declaration from the summit, and that is the Earthwise Summit 2024. And today's conversation really revolved around resilience and nature-based solutions. And just a reminder that nature-based solutions are the cost-effective way, and this is to address climate resilience challenges that bring benefits to the nature, livelihoods, and development. And despite multiple benefits, it remains difficult to bring the solutions to scale due to policy, institutional, technical, and financial challenges. So the question that we ask today is, how do we change this narrative? And from the conversations we've had so much since morning, now we know better. We know our individual responsibilities. We know what we need to do so that we can be part of the climate action. And remember, like we said, we are on NTV's YouTube page, live, and across our social media handles as well, and that is at NTV Kenya. The hashtag that we said we're using today is Earthwise Summit 2024. We want to finish this summit with a bang. We want to make as much noise as we can out there, because the time is now. The time is now for change. The time is now for us to act. And like we said, it doesn't have to be only the government that is doing all the work. It doesn't have to be the responsible institutions that is doing the work. It's all of us. Regardless of what we do, our little actions will contribute a lot, and this is towards climate change and climate action. So as we prepare for COP29, what exactly is it that we need to do? Yes, that is the declaration that we are about to hear from our editor-in-chief, that is our group's editor-in-chief, Mr. Joe Agayo. And I'm just going to say one thing. The time I joined, I want to say a training, as far as climate change is concerned, and once we were done, Mr. Joe asked me, hey, so Winnie, what exactly did you learn that is different from what you have learned? And of course, 6 months, throughout the course, it was very difficult to narrow down to just one single item. But for me, it was data, okay? So like I asked you this morning today, what is it that you can learn from the person who's seated next to you? Do not leave this summit today, not learn anything new aside from what you have learned over time, all right? So let's keep the conversation going. It doesn't have to end here, and that is in the summit. Let's keep it going. But all right. So like we said, so many questions that were asked. I'm pretty sure that you received all the answers that so many questions. Like we said, what are not I didn't know that coral reef was a living organism, all right? I thought it was I wonder if our editor-in-chief, but he's been there for 20 years. I'm pretty sure he knows. Mr. Joe Agayo. But yes, so he is ready now to give us all the declaration from this 2-day summit, and that is Earthwise Summit. So, Mr. Joe Agayo, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much, Winnie, and distinguished guests, delegates. I can see faces that I started seeing yesterday morning, so I'm sure there are many people here who have stayed with us throughout this wonderful, wonderful set of sessions that we've had since yesterday. So I'm going to do a very simple task, which is to try and summarize in a few minutes what I believe has come out of this meeting. And this, of course, the work of a number of people who have been tracking the many conversations. Obviously, it's an impossible task to try and fit all that into a small presentation that I'm going to make. But I believe that this captures the spirit of what we are going to be reflecting on as we go forward. And it is sort of like a closing speech at the same time, but I'm going to go through it together with you because you've also been part of this meeting. I was coming actually just for the game drive. You see what I'm talking about? Yeah, but I think we could possibly do that after this. So, distinguished guests, and this is even in absentia, some of the wonderful guests that we've had here since yesterday. We had at least 3 cabinet secretaries who have graced our event. We have had senior government officials. We've had experienced diplomats, both present and past. We've had scientists. We've had people who are working in the non-governmental organizations. And really, it's been amazing. Academics, youth, women groups, and professionals who came here to grace this event. So as we conclude Earthwise 2024, being our 2nd edition of this annual event, We live with a deep sense of urgency and responsibility, but also with hope and clear direction. Over the past days, we have engaged, 2 days I think they were. Feels like it's been 1 day or 1 week. How many people feel like it's been 1 day? How many people feel like there's been so much information you feel like it's been several days? Okay, great. So over the past 2 days, we have engaged in rich discussions, debated powerful ideas, and exchanged invaluable insights with this conversation that is going on around the world about climate change. Now it is time to reflect on the key takeaways that must guide our collective efforts moving forward. Firstly, we have reaffirmed the need for clear and compelling messaging about the escalating crises arising from climate change. We've seen the devastating impact on our environments, communities, and businesses, and if we are to activate everyone into meaningful action, our messages must be sharp and persuasive. The story of climate change is no longer one of distant impacts. It's here and now, affecting every aspect of our lives. Secondly, inclusion has emerged as a central theme. Climate change is not an isolated crisis. It affects everyone, and yet not all voices are heard in the decision-making processes. We must broaden the range of participants, ensuring that the voices of youth, women, pastoralist communities, and people living with disabilities are elevated. Their unique perspectives are crucial for shaping solutions that are equitable and truly representative of all our communities. We've also discussed the need for political goodwill. This came out yesterday, and it has also reverberated today, without which no strategy, no matter how innovative, can succeed. Climate change is a matter of survival, and it requires the highest levels of commitment from political leaders to push through workable solutions. These solutions, however, must be supported by strong legal frameworks and instruments that protect the most vulnerable among us, capturing and addressing the unique challenges they face. Solidarity across African countries and regional blocs is another key takeaway that cannot be overlooked. As Africa, we share many common concerns and opportunities, and to effectively represent ourselves in the international climate forums, our voice must be united, strong, and unwavering. Together, we can push for the collective good of the continent. At the same time, we cannot underestimate the importance of building institutional capacity within our businesses, organizations, and even government bodies. By leveraging our diverse expertise and learning from our key historical wins, we can create solutions that are homegrown, sustainable, and scalable. On the policy front, there is an urgent need for change. National policies must empower people and communities to control their energy sources and adopt smart, environmentally friendly production methods. This is not just a technological shift, but a cultural and economic one as well that will place our communities in full control of their future. We must also ensure that our conservation efforts are not piecemeal. This came out powerfully earlier this morning as my colleague Smriti conducted her discussion. Protecting and conserving our forests, wetlands, grasslands, and oceans requires a coordinated effort at national, community, and individual levels. These natural resources are our lifeline, and safeguarding them is central to our survival and resilience. Finally, we have heard a strong call to utilize international legal mechanisms to seek justice for those unjustly impacted by the climate crisis. For too long, the most vulnerable have suffered the greatest impacts with little recourse, and this is particularly pertinent here in Africa and indeed in many parts of the developing world. It is time to ensure that those affected by climate disasters are meaningfully compensated through the international legal system. As we close this summit, let us take these insights and turn them into action. Climate change is the defining issue of our time, and it demands that we act boldly, inclusively, and collectively. I have no doubt that these conversations we've had here will ripple out, create real impact in our communities. And for those of us who will be traveling to the Azerbaijani city of Baku in the next 6 or so weeks, that these messages will form part and parcel of the discussions that help to frame the African voice in this most important question of our time, an existential threat of our generation. Let us leave the summit with a renewed sense of purpose, ready to implement the ideas shared, build bridges where there were none, and create a future where equity, innovation, and resilience define our response to climate change. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for being part of Earthwise Summit, the second edition, 2024, and we hope that you will journey with us as we seek to make this conversation bigger. We would like it to reverberate not just across this country, but across the continent of Africa, and eventually that this will be a linchpin of the African voice on the global stage. So thank you very, very much. We value your participation, and we would like you to not just meet us during Earthwise Summit, but across all the different platforms that we have at NMG, engage with us and let us know what you think, because this is, as we said, is not just an NMG conversation. This is our collective conversation, because it is the issue, the single biggest issue, as I mentioned, of our time. Thank you very much. Winnie, karibu sana.
All right, thank you very much. That is our group's chief editor, editor-in-chief, Mr. Joe Ageyo. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, should we say Earthwise Summit 2024 is officially closed? Yes, we can. Can we do a big round of applause? Thank you so much to every one of you. Thank you for registering. Thank you for honoring the call. And thank you for being with us for the past 2 days. Fantastic conversations were done. I do not want to say any more. In the spirit of sustainability and recycling, we would humbly ask you, as we leave the tags, because we want to use it in our next Earthwise Summit, so kindly just drop them. You know how you came in, right? There was an NMG team there. Yes, so kindly let's drop them there. Please do not go, because we have a lot of tea and snacks for you, and also a chance for you to network, say hi to your neighbor. You never know. Maybe you'll see them at COP29. Maybe you'll never see them again, all right? And like we said, in the spirit of learning something new from one another, let's take that advantage and, network with one another and enjoy a cup of tea. My name is Winnie Lubembe, honored to be your MC today. Until next time, God bless and goodbye.